My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Marker 84, Nasty Redacted, Crystal Keeper, Sentient Rat, Paige, Punk Corpse, Olive Bites, Silent Chloe, Girl with the Guitar, Polaire, Agent Mad Hat, Mycena, thank you for the tier 2 sub, by the way. Dank Catlord with the tier 1 sub. By the way, we showed off the sheet music last stream. I don't know if you caught last stream, but thank you. Celestial, Nerodia, Aska, OS Crane, Saul Gracchus, Paige Punk Corpse, Diamond King, Shrazly, Calliope, Lavender, Bernie, Straw Hat Monty, Techno Gal, Not Seregnar, Pandora, Diamond King, Moonbird, Pedanticon, the one and only Nasty Redacted, Uncle Gumbald, Haunted, Furby, Trans Girl Jade, Zadoki, Not the Hero, Dragon Nightborn 94, Agent Mad Hat. What, Uncle Gumball? What are you looking at? Alexi, Palm Dad from the YouTube chat, Noble Aristotelian, Cozy, Fairy Guts, The Vegan Rancor, Tori Cassiatori, Another Bored Person, Jay Spoon, Levi Matthews, Zach Fletcher, Marina, Posadus John, and thank you to Two Guys Talking History. Thank you very much. Alice, Leith, Aska, John Kick, Paul M, Rose 1312, Chauncey Daft, Beard Panda, Not an Android, Slender Analogy. Welcome to all of you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I sometimes say people's name twice, okay? Whatever. Don't blame me. Oh, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Small Moth and Gransom. Sorry about your internet. Hopefully the TJ segment will be chill. It's gonna be great. I assure you it's gonna be great. My lovely imps, I hope you are doing absolutely wonderful today. I am doing okay myself. It has been a very difficult week, I won't lie, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But I actually just received some tamales, which are amazing. So I'm going to eat those while we warm up. So yeah, and then we're gonna get into everything we have to talk about tonight, which is, as it turns out, a lot. There's actually a lot to talk about tonight. And for those of you who are based and awesome, you guys will recognize that I will be playing Dark Souls 2 later tonight. We are properly beginning. Last stream, we kind of just started the intro, but we're properly beginning Dark Souls 2 tonight, and I'm very excited for that. So, it would mean the world. Wait, I didn't finish that sentence. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything since this morning. So, you know, didn't have any lunch. Don't know if it's my computer or what, but the site is being doo-doo-farred. That is most likely because you have a ad blocker enabled. Unfortunately, YouTube is extremely aggressive, is taking extremely aggressive measures against ad blockers. And it especially affects websites like my own, which embed. So you will basically need to turn off your ad blocker while you're watching this stream, unfortunately, or else it will most likely continue to interrupt you. There's nothing I can do about it. It is so many levels above me. There's nothing I can do. I hate it. I'm sorry. It sucks. What am I eating tonight? I was just brought fresh street food truck tamales. My partner stopped at a food truck on the way home from her appointment and got food truck tamales, and they are amazing. They are just genuinely incredible. These ones are jalapeno and cheese. Yeah. Apparently, I've heard that uBlock is better at it, and that it's mostly the other blocking tools, but I don't know for sure. So I'm just telling everyone that that's probably the issue. Marker84 says, if we have YouTube Premium, is it better for you if we watch the stream on your website or on YouTube? It doesn't matter. Both are good. A lot of people are saying uBlock Origin does not have these issues. However, I don't know for sure which apps are causing the issues. All I know is that it is a universally reported issue with ad blockers. Most people who have ad blockers are having the issue. It's possible uBlock is the exception to this rule, but YouTube is basically declaring war on ad blockers, and I'm really sorry. By the way, I didn't do this already. I should have. If you are here and you have not pressed like on the YouTube stream, please, I beg of you, please, humbly press the like button. It means the world to me. If you press like, it literally always grows our viewership. Every single stream, we get a surge of likes, we get a surge of new viewers. So smack that like button if you would be so kind. That's the sound of the likes flowing into my heart, and it means the world to me. Mycena with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. See? Everybody's saying they forgot to like. That's why I say it. That's why I remind people. It actually is my living to do so. So, happy to. Hell yeah, Toho. Enjoy. You're going to have a great time with Monster Hunter Rise. You're going to have a great time with it, I'm sure. I'm going to finish eating my food, and then we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff, because we have a ton of stuff to talk about. But I don't want these tamales to go cold. The what? I don't think so, Susie Clem. That doesn't sound like, I don't know. Smallmouth says, I switched from Firefox to Chrome and I feel like the throttling is better. Well, Firefox is way better than Chrome in like almost every way. I understand that there are people who like continue to use Chrome, but I refuse to go back to Chrome ever after like I realized how bad it is years ago. It's genuinely the worst. And Google has admitted that they just use it to farm data off of their users. It's like the worst of all of the browsers. I think it's literally worse than Edge or whatever. No fucking way, Polaire, but thank you. Chrome is just not good. It also is a giant, it has basically always had severe memory hog issues. And browsers are already notorious for being memory hogs, but there was points in time where Chrome would, if you left Chrome open in the background, even with nothing running on it, it would just slowly eat more and more and more of your memory. Just terrible. Yeah. I know some people swear by Opera. Sounds fine to me. I've never used Opera. Um, but 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 Chrome is just terrible. I've always used Firefox. Excellent question, Levi Matthews. Levi Matthews says, are you going to debate Paul's ego sometime? Yep. Day after tomorrow, in fact. That's right. You heard it here, folks. Friday, this Friday, day after tomorrow, I will be going on TJ and Paul's Ego's podcast to debate Paul's ego about Bush and Trump. And probably many other topics. I have a feeling that the topic is not just going to stay about Bush and Trump. Yeah, that was finalized today. So kind of a last minute announcement, but you know, y'all have some debate content, some Demonmama debate content. It's been a while, huh? It's been a while. It's probably going to be pretty spicy. I have been warned that Paul is very, very angry at me, which is kind of shocking because I don't think I was. I mean, I guess I did make fun of him a little bit, and I did also make this. So I guess that would explain why he might be a little bit mad at me. But it's okay. It's all right. I'm totally willing to have a conversation with him. Yeah, exactly, Decoy Duck. Totally. I'm totally going to be the George Bush defender. Am I going to upload the debate itself? Yes, and I will also be streaming on my channel while it happens. So you can just watch it here. You can go watch over there if you want to see their stuff. It'll be fine. If he asked you to delete that sound clip to bury the hatchet, would you? Why? That's so no, I don't think I would. You can, okay, yes, I would, but then I would immediately make a new version. No, wait, I can't. It's history. It's the history of my channel. I timed that. It's more my clip. Nah, come on. I doubt he's actually mad about that. That was just a joke, everybody. Don't take it too seriously. I was just goofing. I don't think he's actually mad about that. I think he's mad that he thinks that, I don't know, he thinks that it's absurd to believe that George Bush is not as bad as Donald Trump. But I just think it's like, I think it's fairly easy to make that argument, in fact. And you'll see me make it on Friday. What the hell? Polymath says he banned all Vaushites in chat last night and has declared he wants no crossover with Vaush's community. I feel kind of sad because TJ is the one who introduced me to Vaush, and Vaush is who introduced me to you. Well, me and TJ are fine. Like, me and TJ were chatting earlier today quite extensively, and I'm going to be reviewing TJ's video, which criticizes me and also Vaush, in just a few minutes with all of you. In fact, that's the main draw of today's content. Thankfully, me and TJ are just fine. I don't know. I guess, I don't know. Paul's ego just seems like he seems very, very angry about these topics, and I want to understand that if I can. So I'm willing to go into the crucible and risk getting destroyed. I might. You never know. It might be the first debate I've ever lost. Is TJ a cool dude? Yeah, in my opinion, TJ's really cool. Um, TJ did a video that we watched on this channel about like talking about his sort of like anti-SJW era, and and uh and I think it was super reasonable. Basically, he said that like he had like a lot of he didn't. I don't want to summarize the video too hard, but basically he said that like he didn't really understand like how YouTube functioned. He was just a guy with a camera and he just wanted to say his opinion and get it out there, and he didn't really think about the fact that it would be like it would like have echoing effects and that other people would seriously jump on board with it or anything like that. And he kind of used it as like a venting tool, but then he realized over time that like there were big negative effects that could come from that, and, you know, reflected on it. But TJ's changed a lot since his early days. Like, everyone does, obviously. People grow and change a lot, but he's been on the internet for a long time, and his early day content is very different than what he does now. I quite like TJ, and we get along very well. We've talked a lot, so, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Dark Slime says TJ showed a lot of self-awareness and honesty in that video. I agree. Like he didn't shy away from talking about any of the things that he did wrong. He just explained them, you know, in a very rational way in my mind. I thought it was a great video. Yeah, no, TJ's stuff now is pretty cool. Mostly he just kind of rants about his political opinions and you know, makes fun of deranged right-wingers, which is pretty cool in my opinion. I'm always down for that sort of thing. It's really good, Dublin. It's a it's a food truck tamale from a we have like a million really good food trucks around here, and a couple of them are really good. It's a really good tamale. Oh yeah, Undead Collective. We still got a bit of warm up left. I'm just chilling and having my food before we get started because this got delivered by my partner went out and got these on the way home from her appointment, and so they arrived just as I started streaming. So I'm like, I'm not missing out on good tamales. No way. TJ's an anti-theist? Yeah, I know. TJ is an anti-theist who's actually capable of making good arguments for it. I think TJ is one of the more capable anti-theists out there. One second. TJ the amazing atheist. Yep, that's who we're talking about today. And like I said, I'll be repeating this a couple of times throughout the stream. Also, I will be going on his podcast with him and Paul's Ego to argue about George Bush and Donald Trump. Congratulations, Abhorrent Arcana. Let's hope that you stay on top of that. That sounds awesome. When is the actual Jake decision on antithesis coming out? Um, I don't think oh, I did just like a little rant. I'm not posting that as a segment. I don't think I'll talk to actual Jake. I mean, I would if actual Jake wanted to sit down and have a debate or something, but he doesn't usually do that. Hexagram says Paul got so mad on stream that he said he hates you and then he called you fat. I'm not even joking. He did it and TJ was there and he looked so uncomfortable. Oh, Paul is like, isn't Paul like at least twice as big as I am? So, you know, that's kind of like, you know, the I don't know. Like, that's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black, I guess. Like, it's kind of silly, right? Like, I think he's like literally twice as big as I am, so whatever. And it's fine. I'm not insulted by that. People call me fat all the time. I am fat. Whatever. Who cares? So is like 90% of America. So what? George W. Bush being the ultimate evil is quaint in a mid-2000s sort of way. Um, uh, uh, yeah, I mean, I understand the argument. I don't think that like people are like totally like dead wrong about saying George Bush is really bad. I just also think that there's a fair argument to be made that Trump is worse than Bush in a number of key ways. And I'll make that argument on Friday. I don't want to give away all my positions in advance, you know? You guys gotta show up for the pay-per-view for that. It'll never be a pay-per-view. Everything I do is free. Hey, Tipster, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But George Bush is like, no doubt, it's like we're arguing over like degrees of evil. George Bush is an evil piece of shit. But Trump did some things that George Bush only wishes that he could have done, okay? And not only that, but that George Bush would only imagine doing. Like, George Bush is a different kind of guy than Donald Trump. And George Bush's era of republicanism was a very different era to the now, like, post-Trump era. And we got to talk about that. So, yeah. By the way, if anybody has the clip of Paul getting mad at me, I would love to hear that. Not the one where he says, I want to argue with Demonmama. I want to hear him actually getting mad. If anybody has that clip, I want to see it. Yeah. I really want to see it. So somebody get me that clip if you know where it is. Because that sounds really funny to me. I would love that. Danny says, if anyone even has the VOD, I'll find the clip. Anyway, thank you all for being here. We only have 191 likes and we have 300 current viewers. So that's 100 missing likes. If any of you would be so kind as to give me a YouTube like, it would mean the goddamn world to me. Please, 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 please consider giving me your free and easy to give like. It always helps the stream. Seriously, it really does. This week has been very difficult. This month has been very difficult, I'll be completely honest. But especially because, the last few weeks, my dog, I mentioned this on my last stream, but the last few weeks, my dog Yoda has been having, what at the time I kind of described as panic attacks at night. And she's been keeping us up a lot. Like, basically, at nighttime, she'll just often start freaking out. Like she'll just start panting and pacing all over the house and climbing all over us while we're sleeping and waking us up. It has been really difficult. It's really messed up my sleep schedule, and it's part of the reason why I haven't been streaming as much as I wanted to this month. We took her to the vet 2 days ago, and unfortunately, the vets, we don't know for sure yet. It's hard to know for sure, but the vets think that she probably has dementia, which has been really, really difficult to deal with. And I don't know exactly everything to expect with that, because she's not that old, and we don't know for sure, but they say there's a pretty good chance of it. And it's definitely been very worrying, and it's made me very sad. And so I apologize if my energy isn't as high as usual, because honestly, I've been very upset about it, and I've also been, my sleep has been really disturbed. And thankfully, the good news is that because we took her to the vet very quickly, and they caught it pretty, basically the moment that she started having any symptoms of it whatsoever, there's a good chance that she'll respond well to dementia medication, which they're going to be giving her soon. And we're just holding out hope that that will help a lot. Apparently, a lot of dogs respond very, very well to dementia medication, and it can prevent it from getting any worse, and it can help it from basically causing the dog to suffer. So we're really hoping that the medication will help. We'll be getting it sometime this week, and just hoping that Yoda's going to be okay. Regardless, no matter what happens, like obviously, we love the hell out of her, and so we're going to make whatever accommodation she needs, even if it's, difficult. And it has been difficult because we have not been sleeping well at all. We've all been getting woken up, and we've been having to take shifts staying up with her at night. How old is she? We don't know exactly how old she is, but we estimate between 9 and 10 years old. The reason we don't know how old she is because she was a rescue. Our grandma, my partner's grandma, basically found her on her farm, and she was severely emaciated and didn't seem to have a home at all. And so my partner's grandma took her in and nursed her back to health. And as a result, we don't know exactly how old she was. We only have sort of a ballpark. So yeah, she's getting older for sure. That's old for a dog. It's not super old, but it's definitely getting old. She's getting up there, but yeah. She's otherwise very healthy, which is a very good thing. Her organs are fine. Her body's fine, as far as we can tell. But she just seems to be struggling. So we're gonna do what we can for her, and thankfully she's had a restful night last night, and that was really great. And that's really good. 10 is old for certain breeds. Yeah, it's true. She's like a small to medium sized dog. She's not a very big dog. So, but yeah, I know it does depend on a breed. Thank you, Advark. Thank you all for the supportive words. It's something I was, I'm always afraid of, I don't know. It's something that lurks over me. Sickness is something that lurks over me, and dementia is a particularly scary one. I've had very close members of my family, get dementia, so it's not something I'm unfamiliar with. But I've never dealt with it with a dog, so yeah. We're gonna hold out hope that she's good. We'll find out if the medication's good. Obviously, you guys watch my stream. You guys know I'm pretty open about stuff going on. Certain things going on. I don't talk about everything in my life, but when it comes to Yoda, I'm pretty open about that. And I'll obviously keep everybody updated. Hopefully, you know, she'll get the medication later this week and it'll make her feel great. We can hope. So. Renophilia says, when my childhood dog got those kinds of symptoms, she lived for several more years. Yeah, I don't think that her health is immediately, like, I don't think that her bodily health is immediately at risk. We just want to make sure that she's not living in distress. And also, like, we have to figure out how to, like, be at peace with her, like, nighttime habits. Like, again, for a lot of this month, we were getting, everybody was getting woken up constantly. She wouldn't sit down all night. It would be from the moment the sun went down until the sun rose. She would just be pacing around the house, walking all over everything, climbing up on us, all kinds of stuff. And so it just means it was very difficult. We've kind of worked out a system of like taking shifts where, like, you know, we're staggering our sleep schedule so that, you know, people can sleep while somebody's sitting with her. But it's not, yeah, doggy sundowning, exactly, yeah. Yeah. But, Renophilia says, ours would bark at nothing until she was touched. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't really bark, thankfully. She's not a big barky dog when she's inside. She actually really likes to bark when she's in the yard, but she's never been like an indoor barker. And so that's a good thing, I guess. But she does have this tendency to climb, which is very weird. When she's scared, she'll try and climb on things. And I don't know, I don't entirely understand it. But yeah. We really love her and we're gonna take care of her for sure. And no matter what, you know, we're gonna get her everything that she needs. It's just it's been difficult. It's been sad. And I've been thinking about it a lot. It's been on my mind a lot. I won't lie. It's impossible for me to just turn off that kind of thing, you know? So I kind of have to just power through it. And I apologize if it shows through what I'm making here, but it's kind of how it is. Yeah. On the plus side, she doesn't have cancer, and her organs are all doing okay. Her blood work was fine, so that's all very good. Yeah, Advark says, my dog would walk in and out of the yard door on a loop and would keep it up for hours. He would forget why he was going out or in until someone stopped him. It was heartbreaking, but medication helped alleviate some of that. I hope that Yoda finds comfort. I think she will. She does something, she's been doing something similar where basically she will go and just sort of procedurally check every single room in the house and even weird locations. Like, again, like, I don't want to get too into it, but like she was just climbing in weird locations, trying to, and she doesn't seem to know what she's looking for. And she definitely still recognizes everybody and comes to us for comfort and everything like that. So that's good. But she seems to just be getting disoriented or something. And it's possible it could be something else. The vet said that it could be that she has some kind of an anxiety disorder that's causing something similar. But they said that it's not as likely as, you know, canine dementia, which is fairly common in older dogs. So I don't know. We'll have to find out exactly what's going on. But yeah, they're going to have her on a medication hopefully this week. So that would be amazing. And we're going to make sure she takes her meds, even though Yoda is, she is the slyest dog about medication. I have never had a dog that was like her when it comes to medication. We have to like hide it so well in her food because, oh my God, I tried to give her a tramadol once, which is a pain med after she had surgery. And I rolled it up tiny in a ball of meat. And I gave her the ball of meat. That's like the ultimate dog. It was in fresh meat, okay? And I buried the pill in the fresh meat in a little tiny thing. And she ate it and she was going and eating all weird. And she goes, and she spit the pill back out. She ate all of the meat around the pill and spit it back out. So then I tried rolling it in a peanut butter and sticking it to her tongue. She did it again. She licked all the peanut butter around it. I hid it in her bowl. She ate all of the food around the pill, and the pill was just sitting in the bowl. An empty bowl, except for the pill. I'm like, how? How? And so we figured out that what we have to do is we have to actually like, we have to make sure it's a pill that can be ground up, and we have to grind up the pill like a fucking alchemist. We have to sit there and go, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then we mix it in and blend it in 1-to-1 with enough food that she can't taste it at all. And as long as it's blended in and hidden in the food, she'll eat all the food with all her pill in it. It's so wild how, yeah, the critter apothecary, it's so crazy. I've thought about, yeah, no, she's avoided so many. Hey, Cherry, good to see you. Have you tried the peanut butter pill pockets? She won't eat the pill pockets. She does not like the pill pockets. I don't know why. We tried the pill pockets and she avoids them. The thing is, so she has, she had to have one of her molars pulled, so she favors chewing on one side. And that also means she's kind of thorough with her chewing, which means she finds the pill fairly easily compared to other dogs. I'm really hoping we don't have to get one of those pill popper thingies where you put it in their mouth and go, I hate those things. Those things are the worst and animals hate them. I used to have to do that for my cats. When I used to have cats, this was many years ago, when I used to have cats, I had to use those things where you hold the cat still and you put it on the back of their tongue and then you let go it in, and they hate that stuff. Oh God. Yeah, we've been able to grind it up in a mortar and pestle, to like mix it in with liquid, so then she can't taste it at all. But yeah. Ex-cat lady. I used to have 2 cats. I loved them very much. I loved them very, very much. And they went and lived with my my ex from many years ago. I hope they're doing well. I miss them sometimes, but one time my cat was so mad that I had to give him a liquid medicine that he like projectile vomited it. So I put the liquid in and he went and then he just like spat it everywhere while shaking his head. It was fucking terrible. Oh God. Oh man, it was fucking terrible. Yeah, some pills do have to be taken full, but the ones that we gave her, the ones that we had to give her last time don't. I'm hoping this one doesn't have to be given to her whole, otherwise it might be uncomfortable, but they gotta make flavored meds for animals. Yeah, they do, I know. But most of the time they're just like, put it in a treat. I'm like, that works for some dogs. That works for dogs that'll swallow everything whole, but not dogs that are suspicious. Another bored person said her being hard as hell to fool is a good sign of cognitive health. I think that she's generally doing good. I just think that she's, like I said, the vet suspects that she's sundowning. So hopefully, if we start giving her the pill now, she won't have any further cognitive decline. She's learning tricks. Like, we have been training her new tricks for a while. She's doing great on that front. She's really a smart dog in a lot of ways. It's just at night she starts freaking out. Something gets under her skin. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Louis boy. I really do appreciate that. Prosy Rosie says, completely unrelated to this conversation, but why are we as trans people drawn to Metal Gear Solid? Because Metal Gear Solid was made for us. That's the secret. That's the secret. It's that simple. Danny Fallen says, it could be vision plus anxiety. My childhood dog had that and turned out he was going blind and couldn't find his way around in the dark. They checked her vision and they said that her eyes look a little bit cloudy, but that she seems to be responding fine to visual checks. And also, she doesn't seem to feel better with the lights on, which is the weird part. So it could be that once she gets worked up, she's struggling to calm herself down and that the general darkness of the house is scaring her. But it's hard to say. It's so hard to say. Striped Kidder says, my friend's dog was a rescue and in their words could only eat a Thanksgiving dinner for meals because she was so sensitive to everything. Do you have various gas detectors? Yeah, we do. We do. We have a monoxide detector, and we have a like general air quality detector, and it seems to be fine, but it is possible. You might be right that there's like a, I mean, it could just be that she's sensitive to like, I don't know. We don't know for sure, but we're gonna try a couple different things. The vets want to rule out dementia. They think it's pretty likely, so we're gonna try that first, and we'll see how she goes. Basically, they said if we give her a dementia medication and she gets better, then that's a good sign, and we'll keep her on it. If she doesn't, then they're gonna try things like an anxiety med and some other stuff. But I don't know. We'll find out. It's been a rough January. On top of that, I've had to have a bunch of dental work this month. But the plus side is that I am almost all done with all my dental work, which is great. I didn't have that much to do, but it was enough to be annoying, you know? I had to get some fillings done. Fillings are annoying as sin, as it turns out. Yeah, that's true, Pointy Tilly. Yeah, you might be right. A compounding pharmacy might be able to help. Yeah. True, that's a really good idea, Striped Kidder. To be fair, she does have a lot of, she basically has a lot of stuff to, she doesn't ever sleep in a crate or anything like that. We never separate her. She can basically crawl into bed and sleep with us. We're fine with that. And she's usually very good about it. Usually she sleeps at the foot of the bed. That's where she tends to like to sleep. Though, I don't know, recently she's been a little upset. That's true too, Crystal Keeper. Crystal Keeper says the sudden weather change could have accelerated some things. I agree. She doesn't like the cold very much, and the cold snap might have really upset her. Did the dentist comment on your split tongue? Yes. In fact, my dentist was like, "Hey, have you seen her tongue?" to the dental assistant. The dental assistant was like, "Whoa!" And then we ended up talking about it forever. I am very open to talking about it. I'm very passionate about body modding, but yeah. So. Believed says, hey Demonmama, I had a dog go through the same thing and they also lost their eyesight. By the time he died, he didn't really know me at all after I went to college. I know it's going to be a struggle. It's hard to watch. Yeah, it's not easy. And like I said, I've been feeling pretty upset about it, but also like, it's good to know what to expect, you know? And I know what to expect with dementia. And I also know that like, even if this is a bit of a hard topic. I think I talked about this once with regard to my family member that I had who had really bad dementia and possibly Alzheimer's. But one thing that's like that I learned is that even if somebody doesn't necessarily recognize you, um, you can still be a positive presence and they will still respond positively to that. Um, it's it's a scary thing, and it's very upsetting to think about losing your memory or you know, even losing cognitive ability or having somebody that you know go through that. Um, but it is a little easier once you realize that like um, people can respond to to positive interactions even if they don't know all the details, you know. There's this video that I watched once of a lady talking to her father when uh, when when he stopped recognizing who she was. And she said it was really painful, but like one of the things that she did was she was just like, oh, like I know you don't recognize me, but I hope that you can trust me, and I promise you that I'll always treat you well, and you should know that I care about you deeply. And they were like, the father was very confused, obviously. Um, but also he was immediately able to pick up on that positive interaction, and there was a connection still made there. So it's really hard. Um, it's very sad, but it's also at the same time like there's something powerful about the fact that that you can like that certain types of connection can still remain even through those types of things. I've I've talked about this before. I'll talk about it again, I guess. moments with my great grandmother. I was very, very close to my great grandmother, and I spent a lot of time with her when I was younger, and when she had dementia and possibly Alzheimer's. It's hard to know because you can't exactly do like a. There's no like easy diagnostic test, and there certainly wasn't any available at the time for like diagnosing one from the other. But and she would never recognize me anymore. She always thought I was somebody else, some different person. Every time I went in, she thought I was a different person. And but it didn't stop us from like spending time together, and it didn't stop her from enjoying every time I came. And every time I came, even though she could never remember my name, she could never remember like what her relation to me was, she was always happy to see me. And I was always happy to see her. So that was like that was pretty special, you know? Um and also it meant that I was present for in sort of her last moments, like quite literally right before she died. She had a moment of clarity with my mom and myself, and I was there, and she recognized my mom after years probably of not recognizing who my mom was, and she remembered basically everything, and they exchanged a few words right before my grandmother passed away, and that was a pretty life I don't know. I don't know how to put that. There's not really a word to describe what that sort of experience was like. Um, and yeah. So it was definitely a thing. But it was also like it was a positive thing, you know? Like her sort of last moments on this earth were one of an intense positivity, an intense moment of love between people that had taken care of her and who had been there for her and that she had been there for. And I can't, despite all of the hardship, oh God, I'm gonna cry about this. Despite all the hardship, it was like, I don't know, there's something special about that, you know? Sorry. That. It's just, I don't know. Um, it's hard, but at the same time, there is, you can still find uh, love and connection that can persist through it, you know? And that can help with the fear and the sadness. I'm gonna try and catch my breath for a few minutes here. It's just a lot. thanks for all the love, everybody. It means a lot. Yeah, a bit of a funny way to warm up, right? I guess it's also just like, on one hand, I want other people to know out there, you know, because when I was younger, I was so scared of, I was so scared of seeing it. I was so scared of seeing, um, aging and death, and I was terrified, just mortified of it when I was younger. And it's not like I'm like not scared of any of these things. I still am, but like it's we've like there's so many, and it's so crazy too because I do feel like um there's a certain tendency, and I don't want to get too out of the weeds and say anything too broad or whatever, but there's a tendency, I think, in maybe it's American culture, I don't know, maybe it's only certain types of American culture, but to just sort of hide that stuff away, you know, that like, you know, old people are sort of shuffled away and forgotten about a lot, and because it is scary. There's no doubt about it. Like, I mean, uh, memory loss is like a scary, scary, scary thing. It's one of the things I think scares me the most, even still. But just look at where I was, you know, long ago when I was younger, dealing with that versus where I am now, and just I know that there's more people out there who've experienced it, who've talked about it, and that they still find like there's still ways to live and there's still ways to connect and ways to take care of each other, and there's a humanity that's present in there that I think is so important and valuable and makes life capable of being lived even when you're dealing with hard things. Yeah. Oh, that's so unbelievably, that's so wild, Ren. That's so sad, but also so it's sweet in a certain way, you know? Hell of a time to come in for people coming in. Yeah, exactly, Ren. Okay. Simon the Sheep. I'll put that on my list. Thank you. That sounds really, really interesting. Thank you for that recommendation. I have my whole thing here. I have a whole list of recommendations people give me. I'm doing my best this year to try and one of the things I'm trying to do this year is that I've failed completely at my goals for reading this year, but I have not failed on other fronts. Some of my goals for this year, I mentioned this. Many of you already heard this, but I'll say it again. Whatever. Play more piano, read more, continue watching lots of movies, and continue playing lots of games and diversifying my taste in games. But this year, one of my big focuses is piano and reading. And I have completely failed on the reading front. I have not had, I feel like I haven't had time to sit down and read at all, and that I haven't been able to focus on it. But I have succeeded on the piano front. I've been practicing a lot of piano, specifically on making my left hand stronger so that I can, you know, so I can play more. So thank you, Dark Slime. That means a lot. Thank you very much. And I'm trying to learn, yeah, I'm trying to learn how to do music reading and basic music theory stuff, but that's going to come very slowly, and I know that. That sounds incredible, Advark. I'll put that one on my music recommendations too. Theory, music theory, not political theory. Not political theory. All you need to know is G major 7. All right. Thank you. Music theory stream? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, absolutely, Trickster Jackal. The goal is that you keep learning, right? Goals that you keep learning. Oh, thank you. Now I have 2 waters, right? Or is it sody? You got me Sprite? Can I have a hug? Thank you so much. Did you end up picking out any cheeses and crackers? Oh, hey, Yoda. Hi, baby. You want to come in here? You can't even be seen. Can you even be seen? Come here. Come over here, Yoda. Come here. Not even going to come over. Hey, come here. You want it? What do you want? You want to go over there? You're looking for food. You can smell the food that was in here. Yes, you can. Probably see her wagging a little bit. No, maybe not. Probably doesn't want to get up. It's fine. Oh, there she goes. Look! There she is! Hi! Hi! Mwah. You make an appearance at long last on the stream. You're so good. Look at her. So happy. She's smelling my food right now. She wants to eat it.
She just had her own food. So.
You had your own food? Did you? Which one did you give her? Did they give her the huntsman stew?
No.
Oh.
This is like.
Okay, just meat stuff. Yeah. Well, that's cute. I did get a hug. Don't worry, I got a hug. Doe just gave it to me off stream. Off the corner of the stream. Can't believe that of all time she comes in now. She's been, I will say, she's been coming in to my room a lot lately. I know that she seeks me out as like, in our house, everybody says I'm big dog. You know, that's the joke. Because Yoda is very attached to Doe and to my other partner, Gynotype. Like glue to Gynotype. Yoda is like follows Gynotype around everywhere. But when the fireworks always start, she comes and sticks to me. And that's because I'm big dog, you know? She's been hanging out in here lately. I guess it makes sense. If she's been spooked and scared lately, then I guess she comes in. Yeah, I'm big dog. Big dog, dare I ask? That's what they call me. I mean, that with regard to Yoda, I'm big dog. Because we all have different relations to Yoda, you know. But yeah. Meta my Metal Gear call sign. It's actually really funny. That was when I played Metal Gear Solid 5. I made a custom emblem that said Dog Girl on it, and that was the one. She also knows that I have the big voice too. If I need to go, if I have to, you know, I never yell, obviously, but I have a firm voice. I have the firmest voice in the house, which isn't any surprise from you all. You all know that I have the one, but that's how I am. Anyway, anyway. A big dog Demonmama clinking bottles in an alley. What was it? There's a bunch of, there's so much stuff I want to talk about tonight. Um, but I finally been playing Fear and Hunger again. Any Fear and Hunger fans out there? Any Fear and Hunger fans? We got some Fear and Hunger fans in the audience. Anybody? Anybody? Oh, we got a couple. All right. We got some Funger fans out there. I should do a proper review of the game. Okay, a lot of people that say they don't know about it. Been playing the first one. I haven't been playing the second one yet. Oh, you're nothing wrong with that. Most people like the second one more. And that's understandable. I am looking forward to playing the second one. There's a lot of technical advancements, let's call it that. All right. Fear and Hunger. For those who don't know out there, Fear and Hunger is a indie ImSim / RPG that takes place in an incredibly edgy, edgy's the wrong word, but I don't want to say anything that's going to get it demonetized. A very messed up world, okay? It is heavily inspired by Berserk, if you're a fan of Berserk or if you've ever heard of Berserk. So it's a very, very dark fantasy universe, and it is also, it doesn't really pull any punches with regards to violence and depictions of basically anything bad that you can imagine is probably present to some degree in Fear and Hunger. It's a very, very messed up world, but it is extremely well written. The presentation and atmosphere of the world is incredibly compelling, and it is terrifying. It's a really difficult game. That's part of the draw. It's very punishing. And I have played Fear and Hunger a couple of different times. This time, I am playing with the goal of actually completing the game and getting some of the endings. And so I actually have I decided, because after like literally hours of just dying and doing the same small stretch of the game over and over again, I decided that I would let myself have infinite saves. Finally, by default, the game is incredibly cruel with its save system, and you have to play very procedurally, but also that requires a bit of a time commitment, which I don't really have that level of time commitment, unfortunately. But I've found it quite enjoyable. I've played like, I don't even know, 10, 12 hours of the game with no mods whatsoever, and only now have I like actually installed some mods. It's a very awesome game. But it's very hardcore, and it can be a little terrifying. I do find it very compelling, though. There's something about the sort of an unhinged dark fantasy. You know, there's a lot of dark fantasy that is dark fantasy because it's like, this guy's name is Murder McKill, and he burnt down a whole village. This game is more like, yeah, there's a kingdom that's having a plague, and their response to the plague is to open up the world's biggest dungeon to punish anybody who disagrees with the crown in any way. And the dungeon is so rotten and terrible and filthy and evil that it creates a miasma. There's so much concentrated evil in this dungeon that it opens rifts in the world for gods for evil dark gods to influence the world through. It's incredible. It's really, the lore is great. and I've been playing it again, and I've been really, really enjoying it. Initially, I heard whispers about the game just, you know, through the grapevine. And then I watched a video by Super Eye Patch Wolf, if you ever heard of him, on Fear and Hunger. And then I was like, okay, I gotta play this game. Now there's a Fear and Hunger 2 as well, which is called Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, which I'm very much looking forward to playing. Also, and of course, this will come as no surprise to my regular viewers, but this game is very, very gay. And also, there is a canonically trans lesbian character in the second game. So, pretty cool on that front. The game is very gay. In fact, it's really funny. The game, it actually has a secret mode. There is a, in the first game, when you beat the game, you will receive a cheat code to use at the start menu. And if you go and use the cheat code at the start menu, you unlock the dating sim version of the game, which is still very, very messed up and has lots of violence and evil and whatnot, but you're also playing a dating sim instead, which is kind of funny. It's in the first game. It's the secret difficulty. It's hidden as a advanced difficulty option. And it threatens players by saying, like, the faint of heart will not be able to play this mode. Yeah. But it's incredibly good. Yeah, it's promising for the future from the dev. The dev seems incredibly creative. I will say, as a warning, it's a bit of a pervert game in more ways than one, okay? Not only is it generally twisted in its thematics, it talks about a lot of very heavy and dark subjects, but it also has that it has that magic, you know? Like half of the enemies in the game, no, not half, but I would say like somewhere between 5 and 10 of the total enemies in the game. It's not that long of a game, but the enemies you encounter can kill you with their genitalia, which is kind of a thing. You don't encounter that very often. You don't encounter an enemy that can kill you with its genitalia. And basically everything in the game is a dark trap. Never trust anything ever. It's always a trick, okay? Yeah, quite literally, little Morphine Annie, quite literally. You can indeed actually just get dicked to death. That is true. Yeah. Yes, Proud Platypus says there's a streamer mode that puts a weird pinecone in the place of the body parts. It actually puts a pinecone pig, if I remember correctly. The streamer mod changes it, and it also changes the references because the default version of the game is kind of banned on a lot of platforms. Does it have VR? No. It was made originally in RPG Maker, so it has like a 2D old school JRPG style to it. It's a great game. I don't want to spoil too much, but the basic premise is that you are playing one of 4 main characters who for various reasons have appeared at the Dungeons of Fear and Hunger, which is the most notorious dungeon in the entire kingdom that you live in. It is a multi-level dungeon that goes deep into the earth that is rumored to have been built on top of the ruins of an ancient city of the gods. Now, that's just a rumor. That's just a rumor. You go there for, like I said, each of the characters has their own motivation for ending up in the dungeons. One of them was arrested and put in the dungeons. One of them is there to try and get revenge on someone who's being held in the dungeons. One of them is there to rescue someone who's held in the dungeons. One of them is there because they want to investigate the anomalies that have appeared in the dungeons. Regardless, your characters all convene on this location. And when you arrive there, things have gone terribly wrong. The guards most of them have abandoned their posts. There are monsters. There are unexplainable events. And you basically have to plunge yourself deep into the dungeon to accomplish your goal and decide whether or not it was actually worth it to come at all. And like I said, along the way, you will encounter an incredible amount of violence and depravity, torture. It's a very messed up game. Definitely deserving of its adults-only. It doesn't actually have an AO rating, but it is an adults-only game for sure. The game plays like an RPG. So you have a character, you give them equipment, you have turn-based battles when you get into combat, but it also has immersive sim elements. At all times, you will be managing your health, your sanity, various diseases that you can contract, your fears, and your hunger. Hunger is one of the most important features in the game. So as you crawl through the dungeons, you have to find sources of food to keep yourself alive. And let's hope you don't have to resort to cannibalism. Or maybe you're like me and I play the cannibal character to begin with. Why not? But yeah, that's the game. It's really good, and I recommend that if you are into the darkest of the dark type fantasy, you should check it out. I think that it is a very creative experience. The lore is incredibly inviting. It grips you and makes you want to go, wow, I want to find out more about this universe. And it's absolutely loaded with Berserk references. Sometimes, maybe even a little too many Berserk references. Seeing as how one of the characters is quite literally just a character directly from Berserk, but they changed his name. But anyway, it's a really good game, and it has a sequel that I have heard is even better. The sequel takes place in the same universe, but in like a World War I type era. So time skipped forward, society has moved on, and the evils have not. It's really cool. I have not played the second one yet, but I'm looking forward to it. And I urge you to go check out Fear and Hunger. That's all I have to say about it right now. Go check it out. It's a really, really cool game. But prepare yourself for a hard time. Anyway, thanks for watching. Hey, there you go. Little tiny Fear and Hunger review segment. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so, I've also been, oh yeah, another cool thing. Are there bosses? Oh yeah, there are bosses in this game. And the bosses are brutal. Basically, the rule for this game is don't fight anything until you're absolutely sure you can kill it in 1 to 2 turns. And if you can't kill it in 1 to 2 turns, you're probably gonna pay the price. Oh, I forgot to even mention, this game has dismemberment. One of the main mechanics of the game is that you can attack and enemies can attack all of your limbs and other things as well. Other parts of your body that would hurt very badly to get hit in. And yeah. So there's that. My peanuts fell off. Yeah, exactly. No, my hair's just been growing out, LH Fruit. Why not just attack the chest? Reason being is that it's fairly risky. Yeah. It's fairly risky to just attack the chest. In fact, usually it's inadvisable to do so. Yeah. Yeah. Also, make sure you check out the wonderful marriage feature. I assure you, marriage is totally normal. There's nothing messed up about marriage in the Fear and Hunger universe, and you should get married, ideally, to the member of your party with the least limbs as soon as possible, okay? As soon as possible. I can't even show it because there's so much gay in the game. Okay, it's very explicit, okay? It's a very explicit game, all right? I can't wait for Netflix Fear and Hunger. I have, Nerodia. I have. I quite approve of it. It's the type of game that works very well for me, okay? Can you date marriage in the date sim though? I don't know actually. I haven't played the dating sim yet. I haven't unlocked it yet. And I didn't want to cheat. You should have gone for the head is mostly good advice. You should have gone for the head while wearing your glasses is mostly a good choice. Also, there's just so much messed up. Oh yeah, the game also has, I can't talk about it too much anymore. But the game has multiple unique post-death sections. Like for example, last night I got a post-death section where I had to crawl around a locked room with no arms, with one arm and no legs. So I was just crawling around slowly, running around a locked room while something chased me. Horrible. Nightmarish. Bowser says, yes, marriage is really good, especially monogamy. Narcissistic people are very allergic to monogamous marriage. I think you're right, correct? You might have come in at just the perfect time. You're right, I approve of marriage. And you should get married as soon as possible. Yes, I saw those, Mr. Krabs. We will get to them soon. You did come in at a good time, Windleby. We were just talking about Fear and Hunger and how people should go play it. Also, can I boast about something real quick? This is a cheesy boast, but I want to show it, okay? All right, I have to boast. Where's my boast? Take a look at this. Do you see this shit? Look at this shit. Watch this. This was earlier, okay? #1 fucking victory royale with a crown. A crown victory royale. Felt motherfucking good, all right? Felt good as hell. Bam! And I unlocked Solid Snake in a single match. One match. Was like, I want to go unlock Snake. First match of the day, #1 victory, crown royale. Crown, okay? Note that crown. You see that fucking crown? I stole somebody else's crown, #1'd it, and insta-unlocked Snake. Crown victory royale means you stole someone else's crown. If you get a victory royale, you get a crown in the next match that you can carry with you. And if you and finishing a match with a crown in your inventory gives you bonus stuff, but people can take it from you. So it means I killed somebody who had just won their last match, took their crown for myself. Also, holding a crown means that people can see your location, your approximate location on the map, so it makes it harder for you. Winning the game with a crown victory royale is significantly harder than just winning the game usually, because people can see where you're going. Yeah, it's getting Fortnite doxed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, to a certain degree, Auto Roll. Congratulations on your happy birthday. I hope you have a good time. Also, there was a message that I missed over here I gotta read. From the YouTube. Durker with the $5 says, I had knee surgery yesterday. Just wanted to say thank you for providing me with something to do while stuck in bed. You're the best, Demonmama. Thank you very much for supporting the show, and you're very welcome. I hope that your healing goes very smoothly. I know knee surgery is not easy at all. My mom had to have a double knee replacement. That was very difficult. I hope you do very well. Scott K with the renewed membership. Thank you so much. Bass Ackwards with the Chi-J. Thank you very, very much for the $5 super chat. Thank you all very, very much. I am so ready for the Dark Souls 2 playthrough. You guys, listen. We have almost 400 people listening right now, which is amazing. We're about to do our main content for the day, which I'm very excited for. We have a lot to talk about. However, I am so excited to play Dark Souls 2 tonight. You guys have no idea how much I've been wanting to play Dark Souls 2. I have watched over 3 hours of Dark Souls 2 content in preparation just to play Dark Souls 2, and it has taken an act of God to control myself to not play Dark Souls 2 off stream so that I can focus on playing it on stream. We're going to be playing tonight, so I hope you'll stick around because this is going to be an absolute meme of a playthrough, okay? I have not played Dark Souls 2 since shortly after the game released, okay? I played Dark Souls 2 a whole bunch at release, and I never played it again. So I'm going in having not played this game in fucking forever, okay? This is going to be a wild ride. And now, thankfully, I have a angel watching over me in the form of Chariot, who has given me a very, very cool guide for me a basic guide, not like a zone-by-zone guide, but a basic guide to follow. And I believe we're going to have an awesome time, and I have a lot to say about it. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So, yeah. Stick around. Do you like it? Is it the worst one? Okay, I'll be completely honest. My original opinion of Dark Souls 2 was that I fucking hated it, okay? When I played Dark Souls 2 the first time, I did not like it at all, okay? I was just like, I had just come out of loving Dark Souls 1 and being like, oh my God, Dark Souls 1 is legendary. And I played Dark Souls 2 and I was like, what the fuck is this? What is this shit? And then many years later, I said, maybe I misjudged this game. And so it's been so long from my initial impression that I don't even remember everything that I disliked about the game. I remember vague impressions of what I disliked, but I wanted to challenge myself to go back with the goal of understanding what people love about Dark Souls 2, because a bunch of people have challenged me on my opinions, on my old opinions about Dark Souls 2, and I, being ever gracious and ever humble, but for real, I have decided that I want to go and understand this. I want to swallow my pride and understand what I was doing wrong, or else discover what I actually dislike about Dark Souls 2. So, yeah. Crystal Keeper says, Demonmama, after watching your last VOD, I checked out Chariot since Dark Souls 2 is my favorite game of all time. See? So thank you for helping me discover another awesome content creator. Chariot is amazing. I cannot shout out Chariot enough. I absolutely love everything that Chariot makes. Chariot is one of the most incredibly talented people on this platform, in my opinion. She speaks from the heart. She analyzes media better than anyone I know. And I think that her future on this platform is going to be genuinely great. And not just on this platform, in whatever she undertakes. I think that her passion for writing, her passion for understanding art is so great, and powered by an enormous mind. And so yeah, I can't shout out Chariot enough. Truly. Yep. Ron's KFC with the $10 says, got the girlfriend to check out the stream. She likes it so far and likes your horns. Hello to Ron's KFC's girlfriend. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you. And Ron's KFC, thank you for supporting the stream, not only with your super chat, but also by sharing us to someone else. We always love to have another imp. Absolutely incredible and amazing. Chariot, I am not even kidding with you. I am so excited, not just for Dark Souls 2 tonight, but also for everything that you're working on. Seriously. Trickster Jackal says, Demonmama, I've gotten into Wingspan. It finally clicked and sharing it with my friends as it's so good. Oh my God, Wingspan is amazing. That's awesome to hear. Damn, looks like we got a lot of overlap. Lots of people have been checking out Chariot stuff. Yes, I am on the wait list to get a copy of Wormspan. Yep, thanks to you, Aska. You're the one who let me know that it was coming. Thank you so much, Chopped Liver. Wormspan is the dragon version of Wingspan. It has slightly modified mechanics, but the basic idea is the same. You're building a habitat with dragons in it. And it's made by the same people who made Wingspan. All the same people are working on it, basically. And it comes out at the end of this month, which is amazing and exciting, and I can't wait. Wingspan is amazing. The good news is Wingspan is super, super, super easy to teach to people, and hopefully the other members of your friend group will play. Also, Wingspan has a digital version that is very good. In fact, I've played the digital version more than I've played the tabletop version. It's just that good. Yo, Crystal Keeper! Crystal Keeper says, that reminds me, Demonmama. I had a conversation with my best friend about kink and sexuality related stuff in video games, and I showed her your Metal Gear video, and she loved it. Fuck yeah, that feels so good. Get that video out there, spread the word. Can you play online with random people? Yep. Saiyan Apprentice just joined up. Did I miss the TJ segment? You did not. We were just about to do the TJ segment. In fact, that's what's coming up next. You came in at the perfect time. The perfect time, in fact. EB the Purple says, if you have Netflix, have you checked out Blue-Eyed Samurai? No, I haven't yet. However, I have listened to the soundtrack for Blue-Eyed Samurai, which was awesome. Blue-Eyed Samurai is on my watch list of stuff to check out, but I have so much stuff on my list right now, I don't know when I'm going to get to it, but I've heard it's really, really good. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Polymath. That means a lot. Blue-Eyed Samurai is really, really good, but I was not prepared for that much nakedness while watching on an airplane. Why were you naked on an airplane? All right, everybody. Oh, yeah, no. Thank you, Alora. Everyone, reminder. This Sunday, we will be having a community signal night. That's right, this coming Sunday. Wow, I'm gonna be streaming a lot this week. Holy shit, what am I doing? This Sunday, we will be doing a community call-in night where you can call in to talk to me about whatever the hell you want. Obviously, I reserve the right to veto if you come in and you talk about something annoying, but basically whatever the hell you want, you can call in and talk to me about. All of the information to sign up is up on the Discord. It's all going to be handled through the Discord. It will be live on my stream, so you'll be able to call in live and talk to us. You do not have to disagree. It's not a debate night. It is just a call-in night. You can call in just to chit-chat about a topic if you want to. The goal is to help you get to talk to me and also to help the community get to hear voices from this community. That is the goal. It is a community-building regular event called Signal Night, and we are doing one this Sunday, okay? So there's all the sign-in information. Hopefully that's the correct one. Can we debate though? Yes, we can debate. We always are open to do debates if we want to. Yeah. Is that a Barney stuffed animal? No, no, no. This is Acrid from Risk of Rain. Time slots are roughly 20 minutes. Yep. So try to keep your topic to that. Obviously don't come in and ask me my, opinions on the fucking source of human morality or something, but yeah. Anyway, that's this Sunday. This Sunday at the usual stream time. So I think we're starting at 4 p.m. PST. Wow, gonna be a absolutely wild week. Whew, I'm gonna need some rest after this. Can we play Uno? No, because I'm gonna be playing Dark Souls 2 on stream. What's the possibility, the probability the first caller asked Demonmama about the Houthis? You can, Kazama, but I might disagree with you. And yes, that's the other thing. We have 3 special guests calling in that I don't even know who they are. So our first callers are going to be surprises. People who want to talk to me, but who I don't even know who they are. Surprises, complete surprises, which is pretty exciting. Are the call-ins open yet for Sunday? No, they will open day of. It's a first come, first serve basis. We don't do any pre-registration because if we did that, there would be a line out the door forever and no one would ever get to call in. They're just, we only do, we can't juggle people's schedules, Because every time we've done pre-registration, people go, oh, I'm running late. Can I push mine back? And then it fucks everything up. So it's just first come, first serve. Sorry about that. And yes, as Alora says, this will not be the last one. So. Yeah, that's good, Alora. I think that's a good idea. Okay, everybody. Are we ready? Are we ready for this? The signal night is never ending, Bennett for the potato. Never ending. We never stop the signal arc. The signal arc was a permanent one. We're on that forever. The signal continues to go strong. All right, here we go. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we're going to be responding to a big load of goddamn criticism that was fired at me and some other random guy named Vaush by the one and only amazing atheist, aka TJ Kirk, aka the LSD wizard, aka the Alabama Slamma. That's what we're going to be doing right now. A video was made calling me out, and I want to see it, and I want to hear what TJ has to say. as many of you know, me and TJ have a long and storied history in these spaces, and we tend to be on very good terms, and that remains the case. I am, believe it or not, quite capable of taking criticism. But I'm interested to see what TJ has to say, and more importantly, to share it all with you. So I want to hear what TJ has to say today, and we're going to watch that together and react to it. I'm also going to be going on TJ's show day after tomorrow, which is going to be very exciting because one of TJ's co-hosts, a guy by the name of Paul's Ego, is wants to debate me and is fairly angry at me. So if you're watching this as a video segment, you're gonna have to wait for the video segment to come up. But if you're watching this live, that's day after tomorrow. Friday is when I'll be going on to the show. Friday the 26th of January, and it'll be at our usual stream time, so no need to change your schedule or anything like that. Yeah, I'm going to be debating Paul's Ego. We're going to be debating about Trump and George Bush, so that should be very interesting. I don't know how it's going to go. I've heard that Paul's Ego is quite frustrated with me. But yeah. Yeah, yep, 5 p.m. PST is when we're planning on going live. I will probably go live a little earlier than that just to warm up and make sure we got everything running properly. But yeah. Anyway, without any further ado, let's jump right into this, shall we? I would very much like to jump directly into this. Let me just get this video up here and we'll listen to what TJ has to say. Let's see here. Here we go. TJ on Paul's Ego, Vaush, and Demonmama. Without any further ado, let's go. Let's hear it.
So do you hate
Demonmama, are you an amazing atheist? I am. I am an atheist. It's true. I am not the amazing atheist, but I like to think I'm a fairly amazing atheist. What's this say? TJ was showing a huge butt on screen for the length of time that this pic is up. It has been removed due to the fear of demonetization. He will appear on screen later in the video. If you would like to see said butt, join the Pessimist Productions Patreon. Link in the description. All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Vaush now or nah? No. I love the way that he always figures out how to define the current argument. There's a big difference between someone who goes around participating in arguments and debates and someone who goes around setting those things. At the end of the day, Vaush is essentially a hot take machine that rapid fire shoots out hot takes. And because of that, he is constantly not just participating in the conversation, he is creating the conversation. And that's why he is at the level that he is. And I think that's very impressive, and I think he deserves massive props and accolades for that. I also think he's a very handsome guy. I personally find him to be handsome. I also think that he is very intelligent and very well spoken. That being said, there are certain things that I take issue with. And when I take issue with them, I want to participate in that conversation. You know, if someone other than Vaush had said the stuff that Vaush said about drugs, it probably wouldn't have been worth my time to respond to. Because the context of some random idiot saying something idiotic is not fascinating. The concept of Vaush, an intelligent person, saying something that I find idiotic is far more fascinating to me. And so I not only have a great deal of admiration for Vaush, I also find him intellectually stimulating. I think it'd be very dishonest to say that I have any sort of animosity. That said, I do like to poke him sometimes. He's fun to poke. I do it with no animosity towards him. Don't you think that his arguments are stupid? He is creating a stupid conversation to have that is really a waste of time conversation to have? No, because as much as I didn't agree with his take on drugs, it's not like that take is exclusive to him. So if I'm going to respond to that argument, I'd rather respond to it from him than from someone who is just totally irredeemably stupid. Hey, if you like this clip, you might like the full
Woo! Whoa! Woo!
stream, which I do every Sunday, more or less, over on the Pessimist Productions Patreon, link down below. Thank you kindly. I got these messages back to back almost this week. Vaush is covering those old Anita Sarkeesian vids right now, and I'm finding it hilarious that he's saying the same shit you were saying almost 10 years ago, just affirming that her takes were always cringe and dumb. And I said, lol, Vaush is just an amazing atheist rerun. Like the next...
Okay, I'm sorry. That is so fucking funny. Amazing Atheist rerun. Oh, okay, that goes hard though. All right, that made me laugh. All right, that's good. That's good. I didn't see that. I don't know. I don't know about this, but I mean, I don't know. I hope at this point that people are able to sort of rationally, I mean, people have always been able to rationally, some people, I should say, have always been able to rationally critique Anita Sarkeesian. A lot of Anita Sarkeesian's, like, takes on video games are fairly shallow, in my opinion. And I don't think that they really do a great job of being, like, you know, robust art critique. I think it was more like what Anita Sarkeesian was trying to do was get people thinking about, you know, potential, you know, I mean, it's literally called tropes versus women in video gaming, I think was the original name of it. And there are some, like, bad tropes in video games. And I think just getting people to think about that is fine, even if I don't think that all of her examples were all that good. The way that people responded, obviously, to Anita Sarkeesian was deranged, completely and utterly deranged, actually insane. The fact that, like, her saying some critical stuff about Mario Brothers triggered, like, the screeching panic of a century. I don't know. It was. I can't think of any other event really that had the same level of, like, pathetic response, except, like, maybe events that were done by the same people in the following years. Like, we talked about this with my Star Wars sequel trilogy review, where the conversation, but it was all the same people. It was all the same people who were still screeching. They didn't stop screeching since they got mad at Anita Sarkeesian. But, I mean, you just have to think about the level of fragility. Some random lady decides to say, yeah, it's kind of weird that, you know, in a lot of video games, women are treated like an achievement that you attain when, hey, you know, women are people, and there's a lot of women who would like to play video games, but they don't feel that video games are, like, made to appeal to them in any way, because in video games, or at least in a lot of video games, women are treated as objects to be won. That's kind of weird, right? And the response was just like, ah! You know? I don't know. I don't know what Vaush said about him, but I'm just happy. I'm happy that we're at the point in time where people can have reasonable pushback, and there's not just like the sound of like 1,000 monkeys being thrown into a blender every single time you so much as try to say anything about video games with regard to feminism or Anita Sarkeesian.
Today, someone sent me, seen a bit of Vaush's stream yesterday. There was a bit where he was basically praised the old, bustier Lara Croft over the later, less busty version, and saying it's sexist to reduce her tits in order to take her more seriously. He was basically making the same points you were in your Lara Croft video, and given how much hate he already gets, this is probably going to be batshit crazy. And then I laughed and said, Vaush is just an amazing atheist ripoff. So the thing about that is that I see a tremendous amount of similarities between myself and Vaush. And that's why when I see him giving an unnuanced take, there is an impulse in me.
Sophie says, a lot of her views kind of boil down to being sexy is bad. I don't think she meant for it to be that way, but I do think that there is a certain way of interpreting some of what she said. And like I said, I don't think her takes tended to go deep enough. There was a problem, okay? And it hasn't completely gone away because it can't, because this problem hasn't been solved societally, but it's still present. But objectification of women in video games is really shocking. And in fact, it's funny because people get mad at Kojima for doing that, for having like highly sexualized female characters. And usually it's because of they do that from a position of not being familiar with the rest of his stuff, which is that like all of his characters are insanely hypersexualized to an unbelievable degree. And there's a whole bunch of reasons for that that we will get into over time. Basically, there's a lot that goes into that. But all of his characters are hypersexualized. And it's funny because like that's fairly revolutionary for the time in gaming. In gaming, there was a very strict difference between the portrayal of attractive men and the portrayal of attractive women in video games for a very long period of time. And I think that she touched on something correct on the surface level, but perhaps didn't go deep enough. I don't think that she really intended to say that like if you're sexy, if there's a sexy woman in a video game, it's bad. Just that it's own, like women are seen as sex objects throughout a lot of gaming history, and it's really fucking bad. It's ridiculous. Like, you guys ever seen those old machinima specials? The really cringe ones that are now deleted, but you can still find re-uploads of on YouTube, where they're like, the machinima they bring on, like they hire like exotic dancers, and they're like, all right, gamers, time for our next review. Bring in the babes. And then they have like exotic dancers come out in skimpy clothing and holding little video game cards, and they're like, wow, what a hot piece of ass. That's how much you're gonna want to play this next video game. Like that type of shit is like, woo. And that was just everywhere on every level of gaming. So yeah, I think she was touching on things that were valid to think about. The fact that like, you know, in a video game, you'd have like this male character who's like obviously like made to be attractive, but they're made to be attractive in a way of like, the gamer wants to be this character, and that male character will have like a super complex story, the whole backstory. They'll be tragic. They'll have emotional stakes. They'll have ups and downs and all this shit. And they're also like a power fantasy in a lot of ways. And then the female character will basically be a broomstick with tits attached to it. And then that's what you get for female representation, is you get a character that has no depth, a character that is not given the room to be a character. You know, here's a perfect example of this is how few games actually have playable female main characters. It's still fairly rare. Obviously, there are a lot more games now, even AAA games, that have playable female main characters, but it was literally almost impossible to find. And there are games that did do it, but a lot of them didn't sell well because at the time, gamers just literally wouldn't play a game that made them play as a female character who was a full character and wasn't just a piece of ass. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But I do understand where the critique comes from, because again, like I said, I think that a lot of the things that Anita Sarkeesian was saying at the time was fairly shallow. Anyway, let's continue.
To almost try to slip into that fatherly role of being like, no, son, that's not how you do it. But, you know, at the end of the day, it would be weird.
Okay, I can imagine that Vaush probably didn't take well to this. I didn't see Vaush's reaction to this. I heard him mention in another thing, I popped into chat for a little bit and I heard him mention that TJ did something condescending. And I can imagine it was probably this right here. This type of thing right here. But I want to be charitable to TJ. Like, TJ is a considerably older guy. And so I can understand to a certain degree where he's coming from. But I can also imagine, like, not taking it well. Like, I don't know. If I was in contention with you know, another creator and they did that, I would probably feel a little weird about it. So I can imagine that was a little bit, it just feels a little weird, right? It does feel a little condescending, I think.
Weird and condescending for me to do that.
Okay, well,
but I think that impulse doesn't
Okay, so he acknowledged it. He acknowledges it anyway.
exist inside of me. Because, you know, one of the things I always kick myself for is, you know, I don't necessarily disavow all of the stuff I said about feminism back in the day, but I disavow the unnuanced way that I treated all feminism as a monolith instead of engaging in the more nuanced perspective that there are multiple kinds of feminism. There isn't feminism, all caps. There are feminisms, lowercase and with a S at the end. So that's an important distinction that I should have made at the time. And I have no excuse for not making it at the time because I knew that then. I just didn't want to be nuanced on the topic. I just wanted to be like, yeah, feminists suck.
I think he's touching on something really good here. And also at the beginning of this video, he mentions like the hot take machine. Like he says, I think he says like, oh, you know, Vaush is kind of in this position of being a hot take machine. He says something like that. I don't know if that's his exact wording. But I think there's a pressure for basically everyone doing almost any type of opinionated content, which is most content, but especially political content. There is a huge pressure to do that. There is a huge pressure to basically have a take on everything, regardless of how much you know about it, and get it out the door when the topic is relevant, and also not take any ego hits by admitting that you were wrong about it, ever. And I've talked about this, like the hot take economy type thing on social media, where like there's this huge incentive of everyone to constantly be giving takes, and as a result, instead of people like being able to have conversations or you know, state an opinion with an openness towards like growing from that position, there's always a need to drop your take, like you're filling in slots in like a, I don't know, in like a roster, like, or a book. Like people can go through, what's your take on this? Ah, what's your take on this? Oh, what's your take on this? Ooh, I don't like that one. You know what I mean? Like they're like filling out a character sheet for you with hot takes. And I think there's a pressure for like most content creators to do that. And I think it's very hard to resist. And sometimes even if you resist it, it still happens anyway. But I also like, but I'm happy that he acknowledges here that that's like something that happens, that there's like a, you know, that you can get yourself into a position of basically going, yeah, I know that it's more complicated than this, but I don't really have the time, nor do I really care, nor is it necessarily good for my channel to, you know, have a nuanced position. I would rather just drop my hot take and then let people argue about it, which will generate free engagement. It's toxic. It's a toxic thing, and I don't think anybody gets away from it, not even myself, and I tend to be somebody who's fairly paranoid about that. I tend to be really, really paranoid about underbaking my opinions. You guys have listened to me talk about this like 100,000 times, of me talking about how I feel like I constantly, while I'm streaming, I'm like, oh shit, am I saying this right? Am I saying this right? Oh wait, let me clarify further. Let me clarify further. Oh, let me preamble more. You know, there's like this, it's like an anxiety that like hovers over you. And I think part of that is because like, I mean, like I fear being hot taked in the wrong direction, which is something that has happened to me for most of my career. as a streamer, of people taking small segments of me explaining something and turning that into my take on the situation. It's happened like so many times. And also just distorting it, or sometimes completely making something up for what they think my hot take is or whatever. It's really hard. It's good to see him acknowledge this and bring attention to it, because I do think it's something that's very hard to counter. But I feel you have to. If you don't, you become the darkest version of yourself, and you also become a more shallow showrunner. You become a more shallow commentator. If you fully embrace the hot take economy, you will be at the whim of, ultimately, in the worst case, you'll be at the whim of an algorithm that will constantly pressure you to have an opinion that maximizes your algorithmic engagement.
And that was a mistake. And so I hate to see Vaush engaging in some sort of topic with the same sort of disregard of nuance that I had, because I was just addicted to being and feeling right. And that's the biggest problem I see with Vaush, is that he's addicted. Not to caffeine, really, not even to Adderall. What he's really addicted to is that feeling of correctness. And, you know,
and that right there is what the hot take economy gives you. It's and I don't know if I 100%, like, I don't know if I agree 100% with this, like, as a general statement on Vaush, but I'll take it as a general critique of political streamers as a whole. I just hit you with my hot take and fuck you. All the haters are gonna get mad about it, bro. But I'm hitting you with the fucking truth. You may not like it, but that's the goddamn truth. Yeah, cope and seethe. Cope and motherfucking seethe. You know? Like that, like how often is that a thing? And to the degree that it gets not just, it's not just parodied, but it's like parodied, and then it comes back around to sometimes being a part of people's like repertoire. This whole thing of like, yeah, I'm gonna drop a hot take, and anybody who disagrees with me is a fucking hater. You know, it gives you this idea that you're like, you're the truth, you're the one and only truth speaker out there. Yeah. So I don't know. I think this is a problem. Again, I don't know how much, like, I don't know. I'm not super, I did this video to see the criticisms of me, not to you know, go through the criticisms of Vaush, but I think it's something that most talking heads on the internet grapple with. And I do think that you can get yourself worked into a corner with it, where basically you spend a lot of your time like saying things that you will provoke a reaction, because it will let you feel like, you know, you have the platform. So at the end of the day, you're going to be the one who's right, because you're going to have the final say, and you could choose to just not engage with criticism if you want to, because you're saying it from a platform, if that makes any sense. Self-opinionated? I've never heard that term, I don't think, but yeah.
It's a wonderful feeling. It's an intoxicating feeling. It's a beautiful feeling. But at the end of the day, every man, every woman, every person should always be open to the very real possibility that what they're saying is fucking wrong.
True.
And when you lose the ability to do that, that doesn't enhance you as a person. It diminishes you as a person. And I hate to see him diminish himself by becoming hopelessly addicted to the ether of being right or feeling right. You mellow with age, perhaps he will too. Yeah, I'm just trying to help him along. But it's probably unwelcome and unwanted. I mean, Paul and Vaush have a lot in common too. I mean, you see Vaush berating his chat as a bunch of idiots just for asking follow-up questions to things he said, which is a total Paul move. Both Paul and Vaush think that their every prediction is just gold. Both Paul and Vaush will adjust their brains to make their previously wrong take right when they can. Both stubborn as hell. It's one of the reasons why a debate between the two of them is so fascinating to watch. because in many respects, they're very similar. And I'm not to say that I don't have my own stubborn streak, but wow, those guys. Paul is way more mature. Well, Paul is way older. I mean, Paul should be more mature. He's been around longer.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that part. I don't know. The last debate I saw, I don't know about that.
I also don't know how mature Paul really is at the end of the day. I think Paul has maturity, but you know, I honestly love the immature side of Paul more than I love the mature side of Paul.
That's also fair too.
I love the Paul that laughs at.
Yeah. Also, I should be clear. I'm joking around a little bit, but honestly, I mean, I don't know Paul's ego's content that well. I think I've seen like 2 things or 3 things that he's been in total. And I don't want to be too judgmental based on that. It's totally possible he got heated in that debate. It was a super heated debate. Maybe he lost his cool. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that conversation got very bloody. And I don't usually, a bloody conversation is not usually like, I feel like it doesn't, like a bloody conversation doesn't register on the maturity scale. It's a different, you know, it's often very immature, but also it's often just like, it's sort of like, okay, we're at the throwing blows portion. It's like neither mature nor immature. It's 2 people just going at it. Yeah.
Fart jokes and, you know, gets a fucking, you know, devious gleam in his eye as he
Everybody's asking for the laugh. I know, but the timing's gotta be right.
fucking makes fun of me for something I fucking said or did, right? That's a cool Paul. Paul's always able to make me laugh at myself, which is a very valuable thing to have in a friend, I think. If you have a friend that can make you laugh at your own shit, that's always a valuable thing because it keeps you from being too filled with hubris. Maybe what Vaush really needs is that.
That's a good statement. It is true. You know, it is very good to have somebody who can make you, you know, who can, you know, deflate you a little bit. Having people who can do that is really good and very healthy.
That friend. Vaush needs that friend that makes him see the absurdity of himself sometimes. Because I think that one of the biggest problems he has at this point is he's blind to his own absurdity. And no one should be blind to their own absurdity because everyone is absurd. Paul is bad at debates because he can't contain his emotions. I mean, this is just a very different style of argumentation. Because, you know, Paul and I come from a different era of YouTube when overt displays of emotion won you the debate. That was what was in. Being extraordinarily passionate and loud and vocal and forceful with your arguments was seen as a positive attribute. Things have changed, but Paul ain't changed. You think Vaush got too big too quickly? No. I'm honestly surprised he's not bigger than he is. Maybe if he exhibited some of the traits I'm talking about, he would be. I don't know. I mean, he's getting way more views than my ass, so what would I know? Debates are kind of dumb, to be honest. My problem with debates is that they are inherently bad.
TJ doesn't get as many views as Vaush, but one of the things that I will say, and you know, that TJ has crazy staying power, and I think I respect that a lot. The fact that TJ has been doing this for years and has completely changed his presentation style, completely and utterly changed over that time, and yet still maintains a steady community, a active community, is like really, really cool. And it's something that I think that people should recognize more online. There's a amnesiac like character to the online world sometimes, where it's like you know, people move on to the next hottest thing, and then some people, for a lot of people, whatever's hot now is the only thing that exists. But as you know, TJ's kind of, the fact that we're reacting to TJ right now kind of proves no, actually, like the hot thing right now isn't the only thing happening at all. And that's not to say that Vaush doesn't have staying power either. Vaush has been killing this shit for a while now. I think that Vaush does have the ability to keep going strong as well. But I just think that we should recognize it when it's the case, you know? TJ's been going at this for a long time. He's made crazy changes to his platform. He's made crazy changes to his approach to content creation, to what he, you know, even to his political opinions, and yet still is going strong. And I think that says something. It speaks to a certain knowledge and also a certain ability to foster a community, which is pretty cool. Yeah. I think so, yeah, Killjoy. Killjoy says TJ is older than Markiplier. Like, TJ's been around since before YouTube was even monetized. Yeah, I believe so. If I remember correctly, TJ's channel started, yeah, before monetization happened. And he's still going strong. Like, his channel is still thriving. It's not just floating there either. It's thriving. Like, he's doing things that are bringing new people to his community, which is pretty amazing, you know? So has Paul's ego. I don't know the history of Paul's ego so well, but also that's also respectable. To be able to keep going for that long and also keep things fresh and whatever it's not easy. And you can see this. There are people who are still technically making content, like people who've been around for a long time and are making content still, but that the love is gone, you know? And their community has like a dead feeling around it. And I don't get that feeling around TJ at all. I think his community is like, it's still vibrant, you know? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Bad faith. So we talk about, oh, you're bad faith, you're bad faith. Both parties in any debate are bad faith because neither one of them is there to honestly evaluate an issue. They're both there to win a victory for their ideology. And that inherently means that they're not really truly willing to change in the course of the debate. And if a person's not really willing to change their mind, then they're not being open-minded. And if they're not being open-minded, then they're certainly not being charitable. And
he is right about this to a certain degree. This is something I've talked about a million times about the debate scene online and online debates, is that it's always two people firing they're firing at each other, but they're in truth, they're aiming at the respective audiences. The goal is to try and present yourself in a certain way to another audience. There is a certain level of bad faith that is present in all four show debates. There's almost no way around that. It's why if you want like a true debate that is actually between two people, will often online will more take the shape of a discussion as opposed to a debate as we understand it. And that's just because like you have to be able to diffuse the ego. There has to be, both of the audiences have to be there with the understanding that this is for the purpose of like growth and not like to draw battle lines over a hot take or whatever, or whoever's take is more correct. Yeah, he's got a point to a certain degree on this, for sure.
so they're inherently arguing in bad faith. So when you tell me that such and such had a bad faith debate, I say that's a redundancy. All debates are bad faith. And that's why I don't put much stock in them as anything more than just entertainment. I think debates can be somewhat valuable to the people listening to them if you have two interesting, you know, intellectual perspectives that are being adversarial towards one another. But in real human dialogue, there should be open-mindedness, there should be charitability, there should be an attempt to understand the other person. And you don't get that in debates. And so maybe it's a good tool to understand the subject, but it's a really bad tool to understand human interaction. That might be a bit reductive. It might be. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. The debate is for the audience unless you personally debate with an open mind. Yeah, the debate is for the audience, like I said, but it's for the audience's entertainment and maybe their information. But it creates an adversarial tone in our discourse that I don't think is typically very productive. And I think a lot of the reason why so many issues are so deeply gridlocked is because everyone views everything in terms of adversarialism. And this goes right down to the foundation of our country. mean, our country was founded by essentially lawyers. And how do lawyers come to the truth? You know, two sides take different positions and battle it out. And then another group decides the truth. Like, trials are really just debates.
Yeah.
And our entire system is created by these people. So adversarialism is kind of baked in. That's why you have Democrat versus Republican, issue versus issue, good versus evil. Everyone wants to split it down the middle.
A name dropped in the
and
chat.
say this side and that side. And I'm more of a fan of the idea that things are a gradient, and there is no simple way to split things down the middle. Why do people have so much hate for Demonmama?
Demonmama mentioned? Demonmama reference?
People have hate for Demonmama because she's a confident trans woman.
True,
And
though.
they find
That's
that
thank you. Fucking thank you. That's fucking true. Look, I'll be completely real. There are some people who have legitimate problems with me, but and I know I'm saying this being very cognizant of the fact that I just talked about the, you know, haters and losers problem of just writing off your critics. But guys, for fuck's sake, how many times on this stream have you witnessed me open the doors for criticism only for it to be a absolute ocean of literal bullshit, okay? I have opened the doors wide open for people to criticize me, and to degrees I should have never done, that I realized now was inviting pain upon myself for no reason. There are just some people who fucking hate me for that reason. They really just, I mean, you can see it in my shorts. When I do a short and I make a joke, the people who come in seethingly mad, screaming about screaming transphobia because I made a joke in a short is like crazy. It's crazy how much people just can't get over that. Anyway, let's continue.
Threatening? I think that's usually it. There's probably other people who hate her for other reasons. I think that's why most people that hate her. You're 100% right, TJ. I think life is just bad faith because we're looking for meaning in a meaningless universe. Look up Sartine bad faith. Sartrian, bad faith. Yeah.
Deeply Concerned says, I don't know what problems people have with Demonmama besides when Vaush and her argued about DIY hormones. We weren't even arguing about DIY hormones. That wasn't even about DIY hormones, but yeah. There are some people who have like legitimate quote unquote problems with me. There are people who sort of deeply disagree with me on certain trans issues. And I think that they have like a more legitimate stance than cause you know, they don't just hate me because I'm a confident trans person. They hate me because I have the wrong take on trans people. I think that's more legitimate than just hating me based on my identity. There are people who have, who basically believe that, you know, who have what I would say is like, oh yeah, there's people who don't like me because they think I'm too liberal, which I think is a more legitimate position than just hating me based on my identity. Like people who don't like me because I tell people that you should it's probably worth voting for Biden even though he's a giant piece of shit. You know, that's a more legitimate reason people don't like me, but that's not the majority. The majority of people who don't like me have a huge problem with my tone. They're they fixate on it. Oh my God, if you guys could see the comments that I get, they fixate on the way that I comport myself and in ways that are totally uneven. The perfect example of this is if you watch some of my old debates and you read the comments, the negative comments on my old debates. I will be in a debate with someone who's screaming and calling me an idiot and saying all kinds of things, and they will say, "You are so uncivil. You are just so fucking uncivil. It's unbelievable. You're such a loudmouth asshole." And I'm like, did you not see the other guy doing the exact fucking same thing? It's crazy. That thing. There's a huge pool of people who just don't like that I will meet them on the ground that they're at. that I will engage with someone with the same level of heat that they'll engage with me. If someone comes in swinging, I'm gonna swing right back. And people find that unacceptable because I'm not the type of person who's allowed to do that. It's not seen as cool by some people with a certain worldview when I do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the idea that I'm 100% right. I used to like that idea. Let's say I'm 99% right. I just don't like her content? Sure, but not liking someone's content and hating them as a person are two vastly different things, or at least they should be.
Also true. Also true.
If I click on a video and I see a person delivering, you know, the message and I don't like their voice, or I don't like the argument they made, or I find them too superficial or too ponderous or whatever the case may be, I simply don't watch that person. I don't say to myself, I hate that person and I'm going to be obsessed with them now. I just go, oh, that's the same for me, and move on with life. I think your channel has improved over the last year or two. One thing I don't get about the content strategy of Demonmama.
Ooh, here we go.
Is why Demonmama does not ever put out any sort of like short form content whatsoever. It's always extraordinarily long streams or extraordinarily long clips from those streams that are almost as long as the streams themselves.
Oof. Ooh, he's right though. I know. He's right. It's funny. I just talked to him about this in private in DMs. Okay, so this makes sense. This all checks out. It all checks out. He does have me there. I am trying to change it though, legitimately. I am actually trying to change that. I want to talk about why, but I want to hear the rest of his critique first.
And obviously there's an audience for that, but like, why no 5-minute content? Why no 15-minute content? Why no 20-minute content? Why does everything have to be so fucking long? It just seems like you're very much limiting the scope of your own audience at that point by not having some more digestible segments that could get people's foot in the door. I don't really understand it personally. I know that this is the day and the age of the streamer and that people like long form content and everyone's got their favorite voice they listen to. But I think it's also important to put out stuff for the people who don't want to commit to watching something that's 3 hours. Brevity is the soul of wit. Yeah, but I don't know that wit is what Demonmama is going for. I mean, when I've seen her content, it's primarily been deep dives into things.
Hey, thank you.
It's primarily been Demonmama delving into a subject as thoroughly as she possibly can, and she's very good at it. And that's good, and that's all well and fine and dandy. But surely there are some subjects that she could address more quickly and make some shorter form content that would be more appealing to a casual viewer.
Okay, it's actually really funny that everyone in chat is responding. There's so many people who are like, no, no, we need it to be long. Ah! But I know that I've done that for time. Unfortunately, I've perhaps overtrained the audience to like long form content. I know that it's true. When I put out a 20, and I went and after I heard of this critique, because I did see this part of the video, after I heard of this part of the critique, I went and looked through, and I have actually put out some 15 to 20 minute content quite a bit in the last few months. Not all that often, but the videos don't do as good. You guys don't watch them as much. But I talked to TJ, and I also talked to my partner Doe about this, and they both made the exact same point, which is basically like, you just got to put it out there because it will bring other people other than your core audience. Everything can't only be for the core audience, or else like I don't know, or else it will, you know, it'll only be like new people won't be coming in. And I do want to do shorter content. It does make my workload easier if I can remember to do it. And I'll talk about this. I want to hear the rest of what he has to say here first, and then I'll talk about why I end up doing so much longer form content. There's a few reasons why, but let's hear what he has to say.
And I just don't get why she doesn't do that. I don't know if it's because it has not occurred to her to do that, or if she's thought of it and then dismissed the idea and said, that's just not for me. Or maybe she doesn't want that more casual audience. Maybe she specifically only wants her audience to be filled with people who are willing to sit there and listen to her for an extended duration. And so maybe it's a way of weeding out people who are maybe too casual for her tastes. I don't know. I don't know what her reasoning is.
I mean, I do like that. I do like encouraging an audience that is more willing to engage with deeper thought. That will probably never change about my channel. I like my core audience being people who are willing to think about things, who are willing to hear my full thoughts about something. I like that. I like being able to talk deeply about a subject and have people tune in and listen. So he's right. He got me on that one. That is a part of it. It's not that I'm like weeding out people who are too casual necessarily. It's just that I don't want to, I would prefer to encourage a core audience of people who are willing to actually hear me out in full, and not just people who want to hear my quick hot take for like personal validation or something like that. But I do think that I go too far, and I think he does have a very good criticism here. I do, yeah.
But it does baffle me. Just describe what I don't like and can't get into. God forbid that 8-hour-long stream was terrible take like the one you've discussed. I don't remember. The only take of Demonmama's I remember discussing recently was that Trump is worse than George W. Bush, which I do not agree with, and I think is hard to justify.
I don't think it's hard to justify, but I'll prove myself on Friday. For those of you who are watching this as a video, keep an eye out for when I go on their podcast, because I'm going on TJ's podcast on Friday when this is being recorded. Also, if you're watching and enjoying this reaction to criticism of me and also some guy named Vaush, make sure that you slam that like button down below. The likes mean the world to me. And I would also love to have you subscribed. I do fully intend, I'm going to explain myself a little bit and respond to the criticism a little more here in a second, but I do fully intend to continue bringing both long form and learning much better how to do shorter form stuff in the coming days. So if that's interesting to you, press that subscribe button down below.
Given the fact that George W. Bush led us into 2 disastrous and seemingly never-ending wars. Now, they have ended since, but they went on for quite some time and cost a lot of lives, a lot of money, and didn't really seem to accomplish much of anything. And so what did he buy with American blood? As far as I could tell, not much. So he will always be worse in my eyes than Trump, who at least never did that.
All right, I'm thinking that we're going to actually watch this video afterwards. We're going to do a TJ double feature today because I'm really interested in this. I actually really want to do that. We're going to do a double feature. But first I got to finish this. So, I think TJ nailed me. I think he got me. It's true. I have a problem. I have a deep problem, which is that I do not do enough short form content. And it's something I feel kind of bad about. And there's a couple of reasons why I find myself in this place. Obviously the one I already said, which is that I do generally like to encourage my core audience to be people who are willing to hear me out in full. However, I am also long-winded generally. It's just my style, but I have gotten a little bit worse about it over time for a couple of reasons. I like to work my way through things, and it's not always the best way of presenting something. And I recognize that it turns off some people who would otherwise be totally in to my content and what I have to say. And I want to work on that. I want to get better about that. I am approaching this with as much humility as I can muster. I'm proud of the stuff that I make, but also I think I can get better. And I do think that learning to be a little bit more succinct with certain things that I'm talking about would be very valuable. Another reason why I have leaned so hard into long form content is it's another personal reason, and it's something that I know that I need to overcome. Which is, yo, Amazing Atheist, TJ, thank you so much with the unbelievably generous $50. Feel free to spend it on drugs. You know what? I think I'm gonna do that. And we're gonna, thank you, that's really kind of you. I'm gonna read through all the donos, but I caught that one, and I wanted to thank you. And also, welcome to Earth for the nearly as generous, or perhaps more, depending on which standard of generosity we're going through. Who knows? $25. Welcome to Earth. Thank you so much. How do we keep talking about Metal Gear but not mention any snake dummy thick memes? All right, we'll maybe check out that meme in just a minute. In fact, I'll put it on the meme list. Thank you both so very much. That's very kind of you. And TJ, thank you so much for listening and hearing me out here. And thank you for criticizing me in a very productive way, and an extremely productive way. There's a tendency that I have fallen into over the course of my streaming career. And again, I want to state this very clearly. I acknowledge this as a weakness. I'm not saying that it has its reasons, but it is a weakness. And that is that as a result of the type of shit that I was engaging with for the first, I don't know, 2 years of my content, I'm too much of a perfectionist when it comes to my arguments and what I'm trying to say being presented. And it leads to me wasting time, and also it makes me feel bad because the basic thing is, like, there was this period of time where every single time I said anything, there would be 100 people just ready to fucking jump on it and misrepresent it in the most ridiculous way possible. You guys saw this. If you're new to my community, you're just gonna you can either go dive into the old lore, my old content, and see it for yourself, or you can just take my word for it. You know, it's up to you. But there was this period where it was legitimately insane. I couldn't say anything without people like stretching it so far out of its out of what was meant to be said that it became absurd. And it felt like being gaslit at large by the internet. And I think to a certain degree it was. You know, this experience of just like reality denial, where I'm like, how did you come to that conclusion? That's not what I fucking said at all. And it wasn't just random commenters. You know, it's not just like, this wasn't just like, it's not like I was getting overwhelmed by YouTube comments. Idiots say all kinds of things in YouTube comments. But it was other content creators. There was like an army of content creators who were just waiting at any moment, anytime I said anything, to jump on any perceived mistake or even invent them. And it led me towards this style of basically being like, I need every I dotted and every T crossed. I need to present my case and make sure that people are seeing everything. And if I don't feel like they are, then I'm not moving on from it. I'm gonna reiterate it, or I'll restate it, or I'll make it clear. And that's a problem, because it actually undermines my ability to present my content confidently and succinctly. And it's helpful in some regards. I've been able to channel it towards good things. For example, the Demonmama series is basically that, but channeled in a good way. But the downside is when I do things like doubting myself, or doing a preamble where I'm like over-explaining myself. And it makes me feel bad because I know that I'm doing it. And, but I also, it feels like like I said, it's like I don't even realize I'm doing it until it's too late. So I want to get better about that over time. And also I want to feel more confident. I've mentioned this, I think I mentioned this in my Grand Gardener video. If not, I know I mentioned it in my 2023, you know, year in review, that like, I've felt like one of the things that I've lost from when I was first started streaming was the ability to just sort of like fire up stream and have a good time and not worry that much, which is not the case anymore. I feel like I'm always watching myself, like triplicately watching myself when I'm streaming. I feel like not only am I here, but I'm also out there with you. And I'm also not just out there with you, I'm also in a producer room watching how I'm gonna turn this into a video later. And then I'm also out there in a PR room thinking, oh, well, how is this gonna be taken? And it's, I don't like it. I don't like that. It makes me feel like I care too much about other people, what other people think. And in a certain way, I do. And I don't like that. I never have been like that. But again, also, for most of my life, like, what the consequences of what other people thought was contextualized very differently. When I started doing this, like the way that my message gets twisted was weaponized in such a way, or it contextualized itself in such a way that I grew disgusted with it. And in a certain way, it's made me self-conscious, which reflects in my inability to fucking do short form content easily. So I need to like, I need to learn how to overcome that, and I'm going to. I promise I'm going to overcome it. This is not going to be one of those short segments. And I never want to get to the point where all I'm doing is short segments. I want to be able to have my casual, what's casual for me, my style of like talking through things very present in my content, but it already is. I have enough of that. I need to learn how to train myself to do those short form things, and I'm gonna. So I do actually really appreciate the feedback. And also, I want to say, TJ also talked to me about this in private, in DMs, and gave me some really good advice. So thanks for that. It means the world to me. This is the type of criticism that I actually super, super appreciate. And I'm going to take it to heart. And it's good for you all, too. Because I would love to see this community grow more. And I do recognize that if I get some shorter stuff out there, I know a lot more people will tune in. And I'm sure they'll even tune in for the long form stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, there wasn't a whole lot else for me to latch onto with regard to the Vaush criticisms because, I don't know. I guess I'll talk a little bit about that. Some of the things, I think TJ's onto some things, though I also feel like I've been guilty of those things as well, and I don't want to be too harsh on Vaush, you know, because I don't really have any like standing beef with Vaush. I've heard about his drug take, and I want to go look at it, because that's why I want to do this double feature. We're gonna watch this other one because I want to hear it and I want to see what people have to say about it. But one thing I have noticed about Vaush recently is I've noticed that he's been incredibly, like, he's been engaged in like what feels like, and this is just from my perspective, having tuned into his streams recently, it feels like he's engaged in a fight for his life against his audience right now. And that it kind of like, it sounds like it's terrible to go through. When I pop into chat and he's pissed as shit at chat, like, that's, if I saw that once or twice, I would be like, oh, you know, some idiot said something funny in chat and now it's turned into a segment. You know, that happens. How many times have I gone off on somebody in chat and then it's become a funny segment? But it feels like it's every single time. I can't think of a time that I've tuned into his stream recently that he wasn't engaged in like a throwdown with chat. And that, it doesn't seem fun at the moment. And to a certain, I've mentioned this myself on multiple occasions that like I feel like his chat has gotten really, really like antagonistic. But but also like there is a certain degree where you have to go, okay, like this behavior is being encouraged, you know? Like if you engage with every combative person in chat, you're going to encourage more people to do that because they're going to like the attention. People are going to know that they can get under your skin and get you to yell about it. And it doesn't always make for good content. Not every dumbass in chat makes for like a good time. And also, if you're not having fun with it, that's the most important part at all, a part of all in my opinion, because it will show, you know? Like, I don't know. Like if I'm going to get in an argument with somebody in chat, I want to make sure I'm at least having an okay time with it, you know? Obviously, there's a time and a place to be like, fuck you, I'm throwing down. You know, like, I mean, remember when I got mad at actual Jake about his stupid bullshit that he said on fucking Twitter? That was me getting like mad about somebody being an asshole, but I had fun saying that part. Like I had fun making my response to him being an asshole. The whole incident, I wish he hadn't been an asshole, obviously, but I was still having fun making it. And I do think that sometimes I wonder if like there's a combativeness that's getting stuck in. And I don't know. This is not to say that I think this is not to say that I think that like he's like super irresponsible or platforming idiots in his audience or anything like that. Because again, I can sympathize with it. I thought about this the other day when I popped into his chat to, you know, I do this all the time. You know, you guys probably see me around. I pop into multiple chats. But I pop in there a lot because I don't know. I've always been a part of that community. And it's just another argument with chat. And I was like, damn. I started thinking about it from my perspective. I'm like, man, that would make me feel horrible. Like if I logged on every day and there was just a line of people looking to try and trigger me to get me pissed off so that I'd yell at them and give them attention in chat, I wouldn't want to stream, you know? I don't know. It would make me very, very pissed off. I would feel bad about streaming, you know? There's a lot of dumbasses that show up in chat, and sometimes you got to ignore them, sometimes you got to blast them out. Sometimes you do engage with them, but I've felt like I've seen that a lot. And I will say that like I imagine there's an incentive to it, right? Like I said, talking about the hot take economy, one thing that does do really well is blowing up at a chatter, you know, over like a hot take, you know? It basically, you give your hot take and then the chatter gets mad. You get to engage in that exact thing that I was describing before, where it's like, look at, I said this totally reasonable thing, and then this fucking idiot in my chat was so stupid that he couldn't see that I was right. That's a comical, cartoonish version. But like that type of thing is like, there's an incentive for that because to a certain degree, it will make for a certain type of content that does well on YouTube. Like, there is like a market for people who like to see some dumb guy getting yelled at, but I don't know if it's like sustainable in the long run. And I imagine it takes its toll. So, Anonymous Platypus says people also seem to like pissing him off because of parasociality. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. There's a parasocial aspect there for sure. That's just like you know, I want attention, so I'm gonna say something that gets me yelled at. And you look at that, I have the ability to get my name shouted out on a stream. It's a parasocial thing for sure. Well, okay, Little Morphine Annie says, chat likes to get especially pissy when Vaush gives a take like maybe try improving your social skills even a little bit. Well, yeah, of course, because there's that aspect of like people are always going to look for a way to try to get in. They're going to look for they're going to try and twist your words in whatever way. And to a certain degree, that's always going to be present. There's always people in my chat who completely are just like pissed off. They're mad that day. They don't like what I'm saying. They're going to mischaracterize it. But you got to be careful how often you engage with it, especially at Vaush's size. Vaush's streams are pulling in like 7,000 to 8,000 concurrent live viewers. the chance of you having some pissed off asshole who's gonna twist your words in the wrong direction is like, the likelihood of that happening is like 100% every day that you turn on your stream. And if you also incentivize that, then there'll be that, you know, then you're going to get, you know, multiple that. You're going to get multiple people coming in and trying to twist your words in the most obnoxious way possible to try and get your attention. And I think you got to be careful about that. I think it's something you have to do. Like, I mean, to compare to somebody else completely, Hassan is sort of notorious. Like one of the things I've criticized him the most for is him having a chat with, you know, 50,000 people in it, and one person says something stupid and then he fucking blows up on that person, sometimes completely misunderstanding what they were even saying. Like the time he blew up on that cat boy or whatever, and then said some really weird things to some random cat boy who he had misunderstood. Like, you have to, it's just a skill, like it's just something you have to do. And the better that you get at it, you know, this is not me, like, you know, this is me talking to the audience. You know, the better you get at it as a streamer, the more, the better relationship you'll build with your chat. Streamers have to always think about their chat relationship. And I don't envy Vaush's position right now, because it does seem like his audience is already very interested in picking fights with him. But I wonder if maybe the time has come for him to cut down on those engagements in the name of, you know, a show that makes him feel better or whatever. I don't know. Maybe he enjoys it. Maybe he's fully enjoying it. But that's not the feeling that I've got when I've been in there. I wouldn't enjoy it. That's for sure. No, I didn't see that, Killjoy. That's kind of crazy. Amazing Atheist says, it seems to me, wait, hold on a second. I got to give you a fancy name. TJ, I got to give you a fancy name. Hold on a second. Let me give you a fancy name. How do we not have you a fancy name already? I feel like you've been here before. I'll get you a fancy name. Give me just a second. Oh, okay, because you had another account. Okay. All right, let me give you the fancy one. Bam. There you go, fancy name. There we go. Amazing Atheist says, it seems to me that Vaush often gets mad at chatters for rather innocuous remarks. It's like he's frustrated with them for merely asking a clarifying question or pushing back even in the smallest way. Obviously, there are also instances where a chatter is being very annoying, but often it's stuff that's pretty banal and not worth getting upset over. Yeah, I think I can see that too. And I think that the, I think that there's like a knock-on effect, right? Where when you're live streaming, you might see an innocuous comment. You might see like a bunch of, while you're talking about something, you're on a tear, you're talking about something, you might see a bunch of dumb things, and then afterwards, the dumb things are off your screen, buried in the chat, and then someone says something fairly innocuous, but that's in the realm of those annoying things that you saw flying through the stream while you were on a tear or whatever, and then that person becomes like the lightning rod for all of the frustration. And I think also it can happen in another form where it's like, if you're talking about like a Twitter discourse that drove you fucking crazy, and then someone comes in like replicating that. But I do also think there's a possibility that like, you know, there's just a general oversensitivity effect that happens. And I can sympathize with that, because if I logged on every day and there were like 10 people in my chat constantly fucking trying to piss me off or criticize me or whatever, Vaush's community has had some really weird conflicts with other creators that has led to him having a lot of hate watchers. And I think hate watchers are like the worst, because they can poison the entire relationship with chat. And this is something that you have to be careful of as a streamer generally, which is that like you have to remember that your chat is a bunch of random people. It's not actually a single entity. I have seen very large streamers who treat their chat like they're basically, it's like a single mind. You know, like there is a chat that you are talking to a single person, but in reality, it's a ton of different people. And if you're primed to, like, you know, for whatever reason, it could be 100 different reasons why it's happened. But if you get to the point where you see any criticism in chat as representative of the whole chat being against you, I can imagine that basically triggering like an extreme frustration and the desire to like correct the chat immediately. Like, oh, an idiot in chat becomes chat is being idiotic, becomes I need to correct this because this is my chat that I have to deal with every day. If that makes sense, I think that's something that can really that can actually happen, where it's just like you over personify the chat, and therefore any critique that's in the chat is perceived as your chat being against you, when in reality there might be 10,000 people in there and one of them might be against you. Or there might be 10,000 people in there and 25% of them disagree with you on fair terms, 50% of them are fine, and 25% of them are 50% agree with you 100%, and 25% are being assholes. It's really tough, and I think it's something that can, I think it can lead to, let's just say, I think it can lead you to being worse at what you're doing than if you just ignored the chat in the first place completely. Negativity bias. Yeah, that's the smarty pants word for it. Yeah. Chat isn't a monolith, but also like there's a psychological effect, right? Like you guys chat collectively is our living, you know? And the chat can be a precursor to large events in a streamer's life, in a creator's life. So while chat isn't a monolith, like it represents a certain monolithic force. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's all I have to say on this particular topic. If you enjoyed this video, please make sure that you're subscribed down below and press like. We are going to now, I'm going to read some donations real quick, and then we're going to do a TJ double feature because I want to hear what TJ had to say about Vaush's drug takes, because since we're on the topic anyway, I feel like I probably have a bunch to say on that. Amazing Atheist says, I was going to wait until you were done with my content before making my presence known because I didn't want my presence to affect your coverage of said content. I didn't realize you were going to watch another video. I would have remained silent had I known, so my apologies for that. Oh, don't worry about it. It'll be totally fine. I feel comfortable being able to disagree and whatever. Don't worry too much about it. I think it'll be fine. But I completely understand that also. Shouldn't we watch Vaush's drug take first? I assume it's in the video, right? Maybe that's a wrong assumption. We could. That would probably be fair. Okay, so here's the deal then. While I read donations, get me Vaush's original drug take, and then get me the video for Vaush's original drug take, and then we'll decide whether or not. Amazing Atheist with the $50 says, bribe to take my side. Yes, indeed. I have a feeling this will be a very productive business engagement. Thank you very much. It's been wonderful doing business with you. I love being a paid mercenary in the online content wars. Me turning and all my troops defecting like a Game of Thrones episode and immediately starting to slice the necks of all the Vaushites out there. Yeah. It's been a pleasure doing business, Vaush, but unfortunately, there's been a higher bidder! And it's just like fucking... Yeah, I I need to play the red wedding or the purple wedding music. The Rains of Castamere. Oh my god. Oh. Listen, I've already lived through one red wedding, okay? That was last year. 2023 was the content creator red wedding, okay? It was a fucking mess and I barely got out of it alive. When I saw the crossbows coming out, I was like, "Oh shit, I got to get out of this. I got to run. We got to get the fuck out of here before things get real bad." And I lived. So I guess it worked. Tier Star with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. LB with the tier 2 sub says, "Banana, haha, I win." Thank you very much, LB and Tier Star. We also have a couple of YouTube donations to read real quick, so I'm gonna do those real quick. Okay, every time somebody says banana on stream now, I just think of the fucking stupid minion, banana. You know when the minions say banana? And then I want to die because it makes me sad that there's like, that my brain has decided to devote a piece of it to banana, even though I've never watched a Minion. Okay, I have watched the original Despicable Me, but I haven't consumed any Minion content. But because of pure cultural osmosis, my brain has autonomously decided to just keep the banana stuck in my head. Terrible. Mithril with the 10 pounds says, "Vaush is very US-centric. It makes people like me from the UK, EU quite uncomfortable. The first time I caught your show, you were shouting at nuts for something. I knew I'd arrived in the right place." Thank you, Mithril. I recognize that my show is also US-centric because I live here, but I do try to keep other people's perspectives in mind. And also, I really do avoid talking about, you know, countries' politics that I do not understand to the best of my ability. If I'm gonna do something like that, I'll go dive in on it. I don't feel the need to have a take on other people's countries most of the time, with some exceptions. Thank you very much for the 10 pounds. Paul M with the $5. "Whenever you're feeling down, think about the imps for a second. You fostered an amazing, creative, and loving community that's a hella good reflection." Thank you. That means the world to me. I do frequently think about my community, and I'm very proud of my community. Looks like that's all of them. Looks like we got all of them. Nuts is here. "Vaush making Brit bongers feel unsafe makes me feel safe." Nuts, you had to say just the wrong thing, didn't you? Did you like, Louis Boy says, "Did you like Despicable Me?" Actually, yes, I did. This is gonna sound like this is the most soy thing I've ever said in my entire life, but genuinely, I really did like Despicable Me. Obviously the animation has that, like, it has that Illumination Studios like glisten to it. It's like it's very safe, you know, but it was very funny. And I actually really liked the story of like Gru coming to care about the kids. I found that to be really, it was very touching to me. I have, I think some of you know this. There are two members of my family, my immediate family. Two of my siblings are adopted. So stories about adoption always hit close to the heart, and also stories about like having to come into a position of protecting people that you maybe didn't know that you were gonna have to be in that position of also hits close to home. So I actually quite like the original Despicable Me. I don't remember if I've seen any of the other ones, but it's a good movie. There's a lot of funny jokes. It is just a funny movie generally also. Megamind is also pretty good, but also Megamind has more uncanniness than Despicable Me. Despicable Me has, like I said, it still has that goop over it in the animation style, but Megamind is way worse on that front. That movie looks funky, okay? It's made some memes, but it looks funky. Alexi with the $5 says, pay your respects to the Demon Temple. Like the stream from your respective domiciles. Pass the tithing bag to your fellow imps. I implore you, offer gold to the cause of our infernal deity. Thank you very much. Awesome message, by the way. Here's the weed take. I'm pretty sure he had an even larger rant on it. Okay, so hold on a second. Oh wait, this is the old one. This is the one from the Snoop Dogg. We saw that one already, right? So wasn't there a more recent one, or am I wrong? Because that one was from 2 months ago, and we watched that one. Well, we didn't watch it, but we talked about it, like, indirectly, because people asked me about it, because they always ask me about it. There's so much contention over the drug take that, like, it always ends up being that way. So wasn't there another one, though? Or am I wrong? TJ allows Vaush to talk with clips. Okay, see, I figured that it was a Thermia clip that TJ watched. Okay, so it was a clip anyway. All right, then. I'm watching TJ's video, and we're calling it good. I think that I trust that TJ will be fair with the clip. And if not, we'll dig down. All right, let's do this. Hold on a second. I trust that TJ is not going to be a clip weirdo. Okay, hold on a second. My lovely, lovely imps, there's been a lot of talk about puffin' and poppin', if you're in the know, if you know what I'm talking about. There's been a lot of jazz lately about the devil's lettuce, you know? There's been a lot of hullabaloo about glass, scante, all these sorts of substances that are very bad and every upstanding member of society should avoid, obviously, clearly. You know, it's one of those things. There's been some shenanigans about the grass, and about the glass, and about the blue, if you're into Breaking Bad. But it's been going on for a while now, okay? This is like a discourse, you know? And miraculously, it's a discourse that's happening mostly on YouTube, which is my domain. So I want to talk about it. And the latest flare-up has been a bit of a throwdown between TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, and another creator named Vaush. You know, he's a kind of a small-time guy. He's like a newcomer, you know, to the world of content creation. But as you all know, I am on good relations with both Vaush and TJ Kirk. As far as I know, none of them want to kill me. And so I felt like I would weigh in on this and maybe make both of them mad at me. Maybe make both of them happy. Maybe do no such thing. But I figured I'd weigh in because I wanted to hear. I wanted to stick my nose in where it doesn't belong, so to say. So without any further ado, let's hear Vaush versus Drugs by TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist. Let's do it together.
Vaush argues with chat about weed addiction and bans angry chatter. Well, before we start, should probably, once again, this is all legal medicinal herbs that are, you know.
It is impossible for me to
Love those legal medicinal herbs.
describe how little I trust people who habitually use drugs. Vaush.
Woo! Strong start! Strong start! Yikers! That's a strong-ass start. Let's go, let's go.
Feels
Let's
bad
continue.
when you say that because I'm legit trying to get off drugs. Yeah, so wouldn't that mean that you're Wait, why? Wait, why? Wouldn't it be the opposite? Wouldn't you feel bad about that if you were trying to get on drugs and I was...
Yo, wait a second, hold on. TJ, fellow-based ball mason jar enjoyer. Hell yeah! Yeah! All right, TJ wins just for this. Just for having the same cup as me. Listen, okay, listen. This is completely unrelated to everything else, but I don't fucking care. The ball mason jar is like the best. It's like the #1 best way to enjoy a beverage. There's just something magical about it, okay? There's something about it. The glass gets nice and cool. It cools the whole drink. You got lots of drinking area. It feels nice and heavy in your hand. You feel the ice clink around. It makes every single sody pop an experience. It even makes water an experience. They're magical. It's the perfect balance. They just are. I know. Everyone's gonna be like, it's just a fucking cup, Demon Mama. It's not! It's not just a fucking cup. It's a jar. And it's magic. Let's go.
Wouldn't it be the opposite? Wouldn't you feel bad about that if you were trying to get on drugs and I was condemning drug use? That's good. I thought you smoked in the bank. No, I never smoke. I drink sometimes, and I have a lot of coffee. Vaush.
His drugs are fine, though. I mean, Americans have, by and large, kidded themselves that caffeine is not a drug. I don't know where.
True. Absolutely true. He's actually correct about this 100%. Like, obviously, caffeine has, you know, certain, in the correct dosage, it has fairly minor side effects. But that's true about a lot of drugs. There's a ton of drugs that at the right dosage barely have any negative side effects. But the reality is that Americans are crazy about their caffeine. Like, and they don't just consume it in like limited amounts, okay? Like Americans are ridiculous about their caffeine consumption. I mean, guys, they're killing themselves with the lemonade. There's been like, what, 2 or 3 deaths associated with a Panera caffeinated lemonade? That should give you an idea of like how much Americans love. You know, Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. They aren't fucking kidding, okay? They've got you by the neck. It's crazy. And by the way, just a little small note. I'm in the ultimate position to speak on this particular subject right now because 1, I'm on a caffeine holiday for health reasons, and 2, I barely do any other drugs, even though I quite enjoy them and don't disapprove of drug use. So I'm in the perfect position to be able to talk about caffeine being a drug, okay? Because my doctor said we have to rule out caffeine as a possible complication, and I said okay. And I'll be completely honest, I don't actually drink that much caffeine to begin with, personally. My drink of choice is Diet Coke, which has a very small amount of caffeine, and I drink a few cans of Diet Coke each day, which is not that much caffeine in the big picture. But even still, caffeine, people have a deranged approach to caffeine. It's a drug. It is an alertness centered drug, but it's absolutely a drug. If you have ever met somebody who drinks a fuckload of caffeine and they miss their caffeine fix, they get grumpy. It's literally a meme to the point where it's like, don't talk to me until I've had my coffee, you know? Because people get pissed off. They get pissy. And most people, it's like a nightmare if they have to do what I'm doing right now, which is going on a caffeine holiday. Yeah, people get crazy headaches. They get migraines. It's wild. Like, caffeine is highly normalized, but it's still a drug. And while I acknowledge that its like side effects are fairly minor as far as quote unquote drugs go, this approach is very silly in my opinion. Anyway, let's continue.
Where this notion came from that caffeine isn't a drug, I don't know why we think it's all right to tell kids not to do drugs, but then give them caffeine. I don't know why it's treated so much less seriously than every other.
Like, that's also another good point. The fact that like, that like now it is like high schoolers. Now, caffeine has always been popular among high schoolers. So has alcohol, by the way, but caffeine has always been popular among high schoolers, but it's gotten to the point where it's like, I can't even believe it. When I hear about how much caffeine, like, my siblings' friends consume, it's like the caffeine lobby won, okay? It's like high schoolers smoking cigarettes, but like with caffeine. Like it's crazy how much high schoolers are targeted for caffeine now. And obviously, even when I was in high school, not to be all back in my day about it, even when I was in high school, people had caffeine, you know? But it was always like, it was never like, it was never to the same degree as it is now, where it's just like energy drink culture, coffee culture is just permeated, even in young people, really young people. Middle schoolers are starting to get into fucking coffee culture. It's kind of crazy.
Their drug in existence.
Oh, and by the way, energy drinks are actively dangerous. Like, people don't think about that, but the amount of caffeine in energy drinks is so high that you can actually damage your liver with it if you're not careful. Please be careful with energy drinks, especially if you have to take another medication.
But here's yet another example of that. Here's a guy that just told you that he doesn't trust any drug user. Anybody who habitually uses any drug, meh, don't trust him. The next breath, by the way, I'm a habitual caffeine user. Oh, okay. Well, that one's different, though. We've decided as a society that one's different. Provide me the logic for why it's different. Can't do it. But it's different.
Well, we'll see
Trust
if he
us.
does. Well, we'll see if he does. We're only 27 seconds in, so.
Shaming people doesn't help them get off. If I wanted them to get off, I would jerk them off, okay? If I wanted to make broad...
Oh, okay, well, we can talk about that in the DMs sometime, Vaush. Hey, if you like this clip, you might like the full stream, which I do every Sunday, more or less, over on the Pessimist Productions Patreon, link down below. Thank you kindly.
statements saying that I don't trust habitual...
Polymath says, I don't trust tweakers or drunks. Sorry, I'm not the same as Rush Limbaugh. What? What? Oh no! Is it infecting my chat now? Oh, this topic. Woo!
drug users, I would make broad statements saying that I don't trust habitual drug users. I'm not trying to help anyone get off. I'm not talking to a person
I mean, I hate this approach where all drugs are now being treated as though they're 100% equivalent to one another. Right? Like there's no qualitative difference. It's just drugs. Like Vaush basically right here has turned into a 1980s anti-drug PSA.
Oh, that might be a little aggressive, TJ. That might be a little. We're only 39 seconds in.
Where all drugs are just being treated as one blanket thing, and we're going to ignore any sort of pharmacological differences that might exist between them, because that's not what this is about. This is about Vaush feeling superior because his drug is okay. His caffeine addiction, there's no problem there. That's a nice little stimulant. That keeps him going.
directly. I'm just saying that I don't. Drugs, the thing that impede the functioning of your brain. Why are you can say anything to this chat. I swear. Oh my.
Things.
Okay, but that's just. Okay, so I don't 100% agree with the way TJ's approaching it, but saying that like drugs are the thing that impedes your brain is that seems to be the wrong angle of approach, because not all drugs, as Vaush himself just said, you know, he drinks caffeine. Not all drugs impede your brain, and impeding is that's a weasel word right there. That's a weaselly little term to use. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Let's keep listening.
That impede the functioning of your brain. Well, I mean, once again, we got to talk about the drug. I mean, one of the drugs you said you do engage in is alcohol. I would say that on a list of drugs that impede the functioning of the brain, alcohol's got to be close to the tippy.
It's like one of the worst. Alcohol is like it is the ultimate idiot drug. There is almost no drug that I can think of that will make you act like more of a moron in a short term than alcohol. It's like the instant stupidity pill.
Top, right? Now, he didn't say he's a habitual alcohol user. He says he gets drunk once in a while. And I'm sure, you know, he would, you know, obviously point out that caveat. But as far as drugs that inhibit your reasoning faculties,
People are saying habitual is a key word here, but habitual has a broad meaning, right? Because like, I mean, like, isn't that like with alcohol? I don't have a problem. I just have X alcohol, X frequency. Is like the oldest alcoholic joke in the book. It's like the oldest meme in the book about like, oh, nobody thinks they're an alcoholic. That's why like in 12-step programs and stuff like that, you know, admitting that you have a problem is the first step. Not that 12-step programs are the gold standard, but there's a reason why admission is like central to some of the most commonly used, you know, recovery programs, because a lot of people are in denial, like a lot are. And what determines habitual use is fairly important to set down. And I think that this is actually a really great example of like the hot take economy going wrong, right? Because like, if you're not careful with your language, what categorizes habitual use can mean a lot to a lot of different people, and there's been no specification of what he even means by habitual use here. If by habitual use, is it habitual if every single weekend you go and get drunk with your friends? I would argue that is habitual. But I have the feeling that what Vaush means when he says habitual is something more like daily usage. But then also, would that mean that somebody who has a glass of wine with dinner every day is a habitual drug user? There's just a big problem with just leaving it at habitual. You have to be more specific. And it makes sense why people would get mad at the take if the take is left at just saying, I don't trust habitual drug users, and that is just left there with no qualifications. So I'm hoping that we'll get some qualifications. We've only heard, you know, a minute of his clip so far, but let's see.
that one's close to the tippy top of the list. There's plenty of drugs.
Read all theory says people are just getting defensive. I don't think it's just defensive. I think that you know, there's like people are trying to take his argument at face value, but they're all, because it's worded vaguely enough, they're going to insert their own understanding of what the word habitual means. And some people might hear habitual and go, oh, so if I have a glass of wine with dinner every day, I'm a habitual drug user and therefore not trustworthy. And I don't think they're unreasonable for doing that. You know, it might be a little bit reactive. They probably should listen a little more, which is what we're going to do. But I don't think that they're entirely wrong for going, huh?
Drugs that enhance your brain's functions. Look at any sort of pharmacological study of LSD, mushrooms, hallucinogens in general. That broadens your mind in many ways. You can look up at a popcorn ceiling and see an amazingly intricate Renaissance-style painting in full, gorgeous detail on LSD. I know, because I've experienced that. Now, probably wouldn't be the best drug to do my taxes on, but in terms of my visual imagination, my mind has been gigantically and enormously expanded. One of the reasons that mushrooms...
Isn't that just hallucinating? Well, okay, that particularly would be, but also, a hallucination in context is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like if I were to take a psychedelic and know that I'm taking a psychedelic and I understand what the experience of a psychedelic is likely to entail, that could be an incredible experience. It could be an inspiring experience. It could be an experience that prompts reflection, that you know, prompts creativity, that prompts inspiration. So context matters. And yeah, it could be a hallucination, but usually, you know, a hallucination is considered a bad thing because it's an unwanted experience, you know? And also because a lot of times you might not know it's a hallucination, which is part of But in and of itself, a drug giving you a hallucinogenic effect doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. Frank Herbert wrote Dune while high on LSD. I believe that, and Dune is amazing. So,
have been posited as a potential drug to treat depression is that it gets rid of old neural connections and forms new ones. So the very connectivity of your brain begins to change. Now that's already something that kind of happens as a natural process, but a lot of your engrams and your ingrained behaviors are more capable of being changed when you're on mushrooms than they are when you're not. Now, is that a good thing for every single scenario? Probably not. Probably not a good idea to go to the bank and do some things with your accounts at that point. Better drug for that would be caffeine or some other stimulant, Adderall maybe. Things like that could help you in that scenario. Those are the helpful drugs for that task. But if you're going to, I don't know, create a piece of visual art, something like a little bit of mushrooms might help. If you're going to do something like go to a therapy session and try to overcome your depression, something like mushrooms might help. So this is just a very simplistic way of looking at drugs from a guy that's always chastising people about not bringing any nuance to their arguments. It seems like nuance is always weaponized with Vaush, isn't it? When you say something he doesn't agree with, he's got a mountain of nuance. When he says something disagreeable, the nuance well done run dry.
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about the slim wording that's going on here. Like, his take so far, like, I imagine he's going to go more in depth on it, but I can understand why people would, in his chat, would react strongly to his initial statement. He fired very, very strongly out the gate. That was a sort of, I'm going to drop a hot take, let's rustle out the bushes. And if the bushes get rustled out, well, you knew what you were doing with that one. Now, I am very interested to see what the rest of his take will be. So far, I think that, well, we'll have to see. I hope that TJ watches the rest and gives him a fair shake on that. I think that most of what TJ has said with regard to the topic of usage has been fine. But I don't know, I guess we'll have to see if this criticism applies in this particular case to Vaush. I will say that Vaush opened the gate by firing really hard. Like, just being like, I don't trust anyone who's a habitual drug user is a very, it's a very vague but also strong statement, you know?
Wouldn't you know it? Now, we're only 48 seconds in. I might be being unfair here. He might be willing to engage with some of the nuance in this argument, so let's see.
My God, dude, literally anything. Hey, Chad, I've got a banger of a hot take here. Don't you think drugs impede reasoning somewhat?
Some do, some don't. Don't treat drugs like a monolithic thing.
I don't know about that one, Vaush. I feel like that might be problematic. I feel like that might be ableist. I feel like that might be a little bit retarded. Is it though, chat? Is that?
Yes. Yes, it actually is.
Sorry, can I hear that again real quick?
Drugs like
somewhat.
in this argument, so let's see.
My God, dude, literally anything. Hey, Chad, I've got a banger of a hot take here. Don't you think drugs impede reasoning somewhat?
Some do, some don't. Don't treat drugs like a monolithic thing.
I don't know about that one, Vaush. I feel like that might be problematic. I feel like that might be ableist. I feel like that might be a little bit retarded. Is it though, chat? Is that?
Yes. Yes, it actually is.
Is that the thing that I said? Is it retarded? So that's why you hate musicians? Unironically. Weren't you high when debating someone back in 2019?
Okay. I don't understand what he was saying there. The idea that drugs impede your ability to think is just dead wrong. Like, in multiple ways. Now, I can't tell, because that was structured very weirdly. I can't tell if he was trying to say that's what he thinks his chat is that he is saying, or if that's what he's actually saying and he's mad at his chat for thinking that it was wrong. So I'm going to be charitable and I'm going to say I think that that was him trying to parody what his chat, what he thinks his chat thinks that he's saying, which is very fucking confusing. But the idea that drugs just like flatly impede your ability to think is foolish. So I don't think that's what he meant to say. We'll probably find out, but it's very foolish. I want to just give a simple example of this. If somebody is in an extreme amount of pain and cannot think of anything else except for that pain, they're maybe it's a nerve pain, like a pain that your body, you can't do anything about. Your body has been, for one reason or another, basically tricked into believing there is a severe injury when there's no severe injury, except for maybe to the nerve itself. But it's that pain is flaring and you cannot think of anything else. And that person takes a limited amount of a painkiller to take to lower that pain, and that allows them to work on something else. Did the drug dull their mind? Did the drug reduce their thinking capability? Of course not. That's obviously no. The pain was impeding their ability to think, and they took something that allowed them to think more clearly. Yeah. Pathologic men. Nerves? Let's continue. I think that he was, I'm going to be charitable and say I think he was mocking his chat there.
Ironically hates musicians, huh? I mean, I'm pretty sure that his life has been enhanced through music. Even if Vaush is not the kind of guy that will put on a record or something, or turn on Spotify, I guarantee plenty of the anime that he has watched has been enhanced by music.
Oh, I actually had a minor argument with Vaush via his chat. He was doing the same thing again, where he was fighting with his chat, and I happened to be there, and he was talking about music, and he was talking about how it was kind of fun. It was kind of weird. I don't want to mischaracterize his argument, but he was basically saying that like music is like less interesting because there's less like there's less depth to engage with it. It's just music. And I was like, and obviously he kind of changed his position a little bit throughout, but I was just like, oh man, I don't think I can agree with that. It was I think it was sort of my thing was like, I feel like his unfamiliarity with being like the fact that he's not a super music fan, like he's not super into music, sort of meant that he was writing off what makes people super into music. Because if you talk to a true blue music fan, somebody who listens to music all the time, who has tons of opinions about music, there is so much depth in music to latch onto. And I am someone, I love music. I play music, okay? I'm a musician. I actually, amateur musician, but a musician nonetheless. I play music regularly. I love it. But I don't have the same technical love for music or music genres as some of my like partners and friends. And one of the greatest experiences of my life has been learning how to listen and understand what music fans, specifically like smart music fans, are talking about when they're talking about music. So here's an example. My partner is really into music, like more even than I am. My partner is not a musician. She just loves music, and she will listen to tons, almost like she'll listen to album after album after album, and has this extensive knowledge of genres, of like the careers of different musicians, of where they were, you know, what their motivation was, and all of this stuff. And by learning to listen to her I am somebody who listens to music and I go, I love this, and this makes me feel something, and that's going on my list, and I feel like I have fairly good taste in music. But I don't have the ability to talk about music in the same way as someone like my girlfriend. And by learning to listen to my girlfriend, I have learned to broaden my taste in music, and I've come to find music that I didn't know that I liked before, and I went, wow, actually I really like this now, and this does move me because there were things that I wasn't thinking about and accessing before. So, yeah. Basically my take was to say exactly what I just said now to Vaush, being like, I think that you are in a place like where maybe like a lot of people where they listen to music and they go, that sounds good. And then I think it's a mistake to assume that there's not like an unbelievable amount of depth that goes into the experience of music in and of itself as its own medium. And he was comparing it to things like film, but part of film is using music and how music is used. But music is beautiful in its own way, in a very deep way that you can't always access when you're watching a film. I think part of what he was focusing on was the active level, that film and video games are a very active consumption process of art. But I don't think that that's always true. I think there are a lot of films that people watch very passively, and there are a lot of video games that people play super passively. So, yeah. Anyway, that's not this take, but I had an opinion on it, so whatever. Let's continue.
Those musicians, in many instances, were enhanced by drugs.
Yeah, I stopped smoking about 3 years ago. But yeah, I was high back then. You've done several drunk streams? Yeah. Have you noticed any impairment to my reasoning when I do them? Have you? Have you? Have you noticed a correlation, perhaps, between me being drunk on stream and me dedicating 90 minutes of that stream to making jokes that I don't have a water sports kink? Like, what do you want from me? How's the Adderall shortage going? Brutal, as always. Your alcohol stream's the funniest ever.
Oh, so he's on Adderall, too. Okay. I didn't know that. So, dependent on Adderall, a drug. Dependent on caffeine, a drug. Also, do you need 2 stimulants coursing through your system at all times? Like, I choose what I'm going to do on most days. I have ADHD. I take Adderall to help me with it. And I make a choice on most days. Is this a caffeine day or is this an Adderall day?
Girl with the guitar says, I think TJ makes a bad mistake correlating prescribed drugs and recreational drugs. No. Maybe that'll happen, but so far, no. Like, there is okay, so this is that, oh my God, there's like 3 positions that you get, okay? You get the like, this is, I'm gonna unironically make one of those stupid Wojak, curve memes, which are terrible, but whatever. There's like the dumb position, which is like, there's no difference whatsoever between recreational and prescribed drugs. And it's the dumb guy. And then there's the one in the middle who goes, recreational and prescribed drugs are completely different. Don't compare them. And then on the far side, there's the monks going like this with their wise eyes. And they're going, there's no difference between recreational and prescribed drugs. And the reason the monks are like in the correct position is because how we determine the line between a recreational and like a prescribed drug is extremely questionable. It's ridiculously questionable, okay? And this is especially true when you look at things like medical marijuana and self-medding for pain. So there is a fuckload of people in this country who self-medicate, aka they take marijuana recreationally, as far as legality is concerned, because they have a severe pain, could literally be anything from nerve pain, could be a botched surgery, could be a sickness, anything. They take marijuana to deal with that pain because the side effects of marijuana are less bad than the side effects of opioids. And they made that decision knowingly. They said, I don't want to get hooked on opioids. That would destroy my life. So I would rather take weed recreationally, because that's the legal status in some places, than take opioids legally. And their doctor might be willing to give them opioids, and they might say no. And that's sort of the perfect illustrative example of what I'm talking about, which is that the line between recreational and prescribed, between habitual and necessary, is very difficult to define. It's very, very difficult to define that exact line. And it's possible. I think you can make arguments for it, but I don't think that's really happening here. I mean, and there's so many examples of this, of drugs that are pointlessly locked behind prescriptions, or very questionably locked behind prescriptions, and other drugs that aren't at all. Yeah. So I think that I think that there's an application there where I don't think we should fall into the mistake of saying that every prescribed drug is good. Keep in mind that a lot of opioid abuse is what is called prescription drug abuse. They're taking drugs that they were legally prescribed, and they're getting hooked on them and can't get off of them. That is still a form of abuse. The prescription doesn't mean anything. That is just a representation of legal status. You have to go deeper on this, or else you fail the take. And I mean that. It is, you are failing the subject if you just leave it at prescription versus recreational. Exactly. Fortnite says, there are plenty of prescribed drugs that have been fucking terrible, and plenty of recreational drugs that have been very beneficial. Yeah, it's not that simple. It really isn't that simple. Let's continue.
Because I need one of the two.
Ever though? Yeah, being drunk is super fun. I'm a happy drunk. Always happy when I'm drunk and horny. Yes, but only when you're drunk. I don't distrust you as a person when sober because you've been drunk in the past. Dog, are we really doing this? I said habitual drug users, as in people who use them frequently. People who frequently use drugs, either because they have an addiction or because they're seeking the escapism, I have reasons to distrust both. If you don't distrust either of them, you're an idiot. It's okay to be those things while also...
Okay, yeah, so... I think that that's, again, here we have the death of nuance in a really bad way. Like, I don't know, is somebody who habitually smokes weed because it's the only drug they've found that solves their appetite issues, and if they don't smoke it, they feel nauseous and they can't eat, or they vomit, or they gag. Is somebody who habitually smokes weed as a result of that, are they untrustworthy for some reason because of that, in and of that self? I just, and is somebody who only gets drunk every once in a great while, but when they're drunk plows their car into a fucking orphanage, is that person not more untrustworthy than somebody who drinks every week, every night with their wife or whatever, even if it's not like perfectly healthy? This is just a, I feel like Vaush is setting himself up for failure with this take, but because of the way that he's choosing to approach it.
So distrusting them. For example, you could fairly say you distrust people who are overly, like, chauvinistic as a joke. You can say that about me. That's fine. Stop pretending that there's no reason to say that with regards to drugs and reasonability, okay? Why does everyone get offended by everything that I say? You realize...
Well, I'm not offended. I'm not offended even a little bit. I have nothing to be offended of. I almost never smoke weed anymore. I rarely ever drink. I'm on a caffeine holiday, and the only drug that I regularly take is my HRT and my prescribed Adderall. So there's no offense on my part. You can be sure of that. I'll say that much. I know he was talking to his chat, but just to be clear, does Demonmama not have a Discord? I do have a Discord, and you should join it. Discord.gg/Demonmama. We would love to have you in the Discord community. Our Discord community is poggers, is absolutely poggers. okay? And we would love to have you. And also, while you're doing that, you should press like and subscribe on my videos. I would love to have you here as a part of my YouTube community, and you should catch my future banger content. Also, there's a Discord button up at the top of the screen. That's true. On the website. Let's continue. Let's continue. Oh, right. I'll do that afterwards. Actually, no. Now is a good time. If you are watching this right now as a video or live, we need some boosters on our Discord. We only need 2 more boosters before we can maintain our amazing tier 3 status. Every once in a while, people forget about boosting the server, but we need those boosts. Those boosts make sure that we have an absolute overflowing mass of amazing emojis. Our emotes on the server are next level, okay? Most of them are original art, which is really, really cool. So if you have a boost laying around, if you got a Discord Nitro boost, please go hop on the server right now and consider throwing a boost our way. We are a community server, so that just means that, like, it's not my personal server. It is my personal server, but it's not like my personal server. It is my, you know what I mean. Fucking, you know what I mean. We're a community server. It's designed to be, the bonuses are designed for you. It's not like I'm just putting up, you know, horny emojis or something for my own personal use. It's for everybody. So if you have a boost laying around, please go boost the server right away, and it would mean the world. The emotes are banging. They are absolutely amazing. Don't feel too bad about it, girl with a guitar. You didn't. I didn't go that far. Don't worry about it. I don't hold anything against you. Don't feel bad. This is just the downside of engaging with chat about these topics. As we are learning in real time, engaging with chat on these types of topics can be very sensitive.
You could just go any other fucking leftist online who are all pissing themselves and shitting themselves nonstop, trying not to offend their fucking piss crybaby audience, you know? This is
You know, it's funny because I kind of think of Vaush's audience as being totally sycophantic towards him. And on some issues, they certainly are. But it's nice to see them giving him this big dose of pushback on this really bizarrely bad take, where not only is he a habitual drug user himself, and admittedly so. Well, for me, it's treatment, though. Oh, I need the treatment. Oh. Okay, that makes it totally different, okay? Drugs make you unreasonable, except the drugs I do. Those are the reasonable making drugs, and they are, to be fair. But he acts like there's no purpose to any of these drugs. Purpose of alcohol, as we all know, is to get rid of some of those pesky inhibitions that hold us back. Now, for some people, that's a really fucking bad idea. For some people, it's a pretty necessary thing. If you are drinking alcohol on a daily basis, then you have a problem. But I don't think that makes you untrustworthy. I don't think to myself, a person who drinks on a daily basis is not a trustworthy person. Now, there might be certain tasks that I don't trust them with. There might be certain things I would not ask them to do because of that. But I don't think that there is some deep, horrible failing in their moral character at that point. I will add as a caveat to all this stuff that I'm saying, that there are certain drugs that are so powerfully habit forming and so expensive that you cannot trust the people on them because they've become addicts and they're going to do anything they can to get drugs. And if that means stealing from you, even if you're their best friend, they're going to do it. So in that instance, yes. you cannot trust an addict of certain drugs. But someone who microdoses mushrooms every day, whatever, dude. Someone who takes Adderall every day, drinks caffeine every day, who gives a shit?
Yeah, I think TJ is right here. Okay, so two things. One, I think TJ he veered a little bit into dangerous territory, like by mocking the like, oh, I need my Adderall. I mean, people do need their Adderall, like it's just true. But I think he's made the Steelman version of this argument here very well, which is basically like, yeah, there are certain drugs for which abuse can lead to such a disordered way of living that it can damage your social connections, it can damage your ability to be trustworthy. But that's not all drugs. And what you're defining as a drug is a huge deal. And just sort of what, like saying out the gate, I don't trust anybody who habitually uses any drug, is obvious, is an obviously, like, you're self-strawmanning. And I think that's where Vaush has made the biggest mistake here, because I think he sort of self-strawmanned his argument. You know? It's just it's a bad version. It's a bad version of the take. And I think what he was getting at, what he I don't know. I imagine that his position, his honest position. Well, I don't know. It's hard to tell exactly what his honest position is. I don't feel like Vaush is the type of person, like, just from what I know of him and what I've seen of his takes otherwise. I don't imagine that he's like the type of person who thinks that you should be considered like a social outcast or anathema if you take, you know, well, obviously he doesn't think if you take Adderall every day, but even if you have like a minor drinking problem, like if you drink a couple of beers every single night, you know, to calm down after work, I don't think he would believe that that person is like an unreliable person or an untrustworthy person. They might just have a problem they're dealing with. But that's what his take does come off as in the way that he's presented it and in the way that he's sort of restated it within this segment. We've watched 3 minutes of this take and he's sort of restated it a couple of times, and each way that he's restated it has been very aggressive in its conclusions and very vague in its wording. So I do think that I can understand why people had issues with that take, because it's like a self-straw man. And okay, on the Adderall thing, Adderall is addictive. And every doctor will tell you that when you get on an Adderall, when you get an Adderall prescription, they will tell you that. And if you miss your Adderall dose, it impedes you, it inhibits you. I know this firsthand. I've talked about this completely unrelated to this take on Hand. I've talked about how for a long time I would intentionally only take Adderall on days when I was working to avoid the withdrawal effects. By the way, welcome to Tipster. Thank you very, very much for the raid. Come on in, come in and get comfortable. All of you come in and get comfortable. Thank you very, very much for the raid, Tipster. We're happy to have you. We are in the middle of a discussion about drugs. It's been a complicated one so far. But happy to have you all. Come in and get comfy. It's been a spicy one so far. Renophilia says, addiction and dependence aren't the same. Dependence is frequently featured in addiction, but you can have a dependence without addiction. That's true, but that's not how most people are going to be using the term. Dependence and addiction are different things, that's true, but most, like in this conversation, there's a lot of conflation going on. And of course, Adderall is a heavily abused drug. And people abuse it for reasons like, for example, doing better in school, but they're still abusing Adderall. They're taking Adderall in unsafe long-term doses. They're taking it too frequently. They're taking it without a prescription. They're snorting it instead of swallowing it, which changes how it's processed by your body. They're still abusing the drug, but they're using it to be productive. Does that mean that it's any less of drug abuse? Well, that's a question that Vaush's position doesn't address properly. Nerodia with the 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much for the incredibly generous 10 subs, and Midnight Kitty for the tier 2 sub. Everyone's being so generous. Nerodia and Midnight, thank you so very, very much. Mithril with the 5 gifted subs on YouTube. Thank you so very much. Oh my God. Thank you all so much for supporting the show. Anyway, let's continue with the segment.
It's drugs and music, okay? We need to add to a list of stuff that I can't bring up. Vaush, I trust weed heads, but I don't trust like alcoholics. Yeah, that's true. Alcoholics are probably less trustworthy on average than weed heads by a pretty significant margin. Vaush, why if they don't steal or act abusive when high, what's the issue? God fucking damn it, dude. Come on. Apply.
Amazing Atheist says, I am surprised that Adderall is addictive considering how often I just flat out forget to take my, yeah, I mean, that's the ADHD overcoming the addiction, you know? But it's true, like if you've been taking it regularly for a long time and you forget, those fucking headaches will kill you. It sucks. The withdrawal effects really do suck. And if you ever have to go off in a lot for like, if you ever have to go off for a longer stretch, and you go off like you quit cold turkey, those few weeks afterwards are brutal. It's like your focus is like twice as bad as it normally is when you're off of it. Here's the VOD timestamp for when Vaush reacts to this video. Okay, I would love to hear that. I would love to hear that. We're doing it. We're in for the haul today. I told you we were gonna have a lot of fun today. What is it? How many hours have we been going for? Oh my God, we've been going for 4 hours. All right, so we're gonna end up doing this and I'm not gonna get to, okay, I'll make a short segment out of the Meatball Ron stuff. That'll be it. That'll be my promise. I'm keeping my promise to my critics, including TJ the Amazing Atheist, by making a short segment today. Oh, we're doing Dark Souls. No, we're doing Dark Souls today. We are doing Dark Souls 2. I literally can't wait to play Dark Souls 2. It is happening. Even if I have to cut everything, I will stop this right now. By the way, Danny, this should be cut. This part should probably be cut out. Let's continue. Let's continue, okay? Let's do this. Let's get back to this.
Apply some critical thinking. Can you think of any possible issues with habitual drug use? Just any, like hypothetically. Just how about we put to use?
I mean, he obviously did think of some hypotheticals because he built those into the question. He obviously did think of that. He put that in the question itself when he said, if they're not stealing and they're not whatever the other thing was, then what's the problem? So basically he said, like, accepting these behaviors that are obviously a problem, what's the problem? And Vaush is like, well, are you really so small-brained you can't even think of the issues that might come up? He did. He wants to know what besides those issues he came up with could possibly be your issue. I mean, I don't know what the purpose of doing a stream and interacting with a chat is if you're going to get mad at them for just asking a question. And I know who I do a show with, okay? I realize the irony of that statement coming from me.
Some of the faculties that we've developed during the stream, during the time that we've spent together, and you could think possibly, what about the habitual use of a chemical that impedes brain functioning might mean theoretically, about a person or about what they do or how they act? Just could you fill in the blanks? Do I have to explain all of it?
Yeah, please do.
You can this reminds me of that email I got where I said you shouldn't do crack in a subway, and a person emailed me being like,
he's going through an awful lot of explanation about why he's not going to explain his position any further. Is this just an instance where Vaush said something that he knows is indefensible, so now instead of picking up the gauntlet and defending it, he's just going to attack anyone who asks him to? Like, are you really so insignificantly tiny-brained that you can't fathom the plethora of issues that might arise from if someone is taking a mind-breaking substance that just destroys their reason, destroys their ability to understand anything going on around them? If they're doing that on a daily basis, non-stop, every second of every day, can you not see why that person is a problem when it comes to the issue of trust?
Okay, look, I don't have any comment on that, but that was a really, really funny, like cartoonish burn. Like, I'm gonna do an impression of you, but it was, that just made me laugh. Okay, listen, I love it. I'm here for it. Okay, I'm here for it. I don't know if that's 100% what Vaush was doing, but it was definitely a great character that was being played. Okay.
It's like, okay, well, I guess if you
Silent says, I just don't trust those guild navigators. Those guys are on so much spice. They've mutated beyond the bounds of human biology. True, though. Don't trust the spacing guild. Don't trust those motherfuckers at all. Instead, trust the God Emperor of Dune.
lay on the hyperbole that thick, sure.
Listen, the Spacing Guild has completely, their habitual spice usage has warped them into strange, floating brain-like creatures. Unlike myself, who only uses spice as a necessary part of my daily life, I have only become a humble, gigantic human sandworm hybrid, okay? I am beautiful and amazing and productive, unlike those disgusting and venal brains in vats.
I want to debate you on how it's problematic of you to have said that you can't do crack in a subway. Crack users have rights too, and where else are they supposed to do it, you know? Vaush, you're just really fucking weird on this topic. I've known many people who smoke and they're perfectly fine, functional people. Yeah, including you, according to you. The only reason you'd be acting this way is if you were defensive. The idea of habitual use of drugs can make a person...
Yeah, well, people get kind of defensive when you just blanket label them untrustworthy for some superficial reason. It'd be like, man, anyone who's ever had a keloid, don't trust them. You know, like if someone was out there earnestly saying that, you can't trust someone with ADHD, can't trust someone on Adderall, can't trust someone who drinks caffeine. Like, you're not going to be offended by that if someone says that? I think you probably would be.
And untrustworthy. The idea that this is even remotely controversial to you is demonstrative of a problem in your brain, okay? Are you high now? Like, seriously, come on. Jesus Christ. Like, you realize how you sound, right? This is like well, I knew an aunt who smoked for 30 years and never got lung cancer. I have a friend who drinks all the time, and he's... Like, what argument are you making? What are you even saying? What are you saying to me right now? What words are you using? Is this English? Are you using English right?
I don't know who he's addressing here. This is one of those situations where I feel like chat is being addressed as a straw-man entity as opposed to any specific thing that somebody in chat said, which is only going to make the conversation worse, you know, because the people in chat who are pushing back but are being straw-manned as someone doing like apologia for tobacco industry are going to, you know, they're going to respond poorly to that. This is exactly what I was talking about in my last segment about when you make the mistake of like identifying a few bad actors in chat and then addressing the chat as a whole. Whatever. Let's continue. Let's see what happens. Oh my goodness. Deathly Ill with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much for your generosity. And Softest Leftist with the unbelievably generous tier 4 sub. Thank you very much for your donation. Popped in to get my prescribed dose before bedtime. Love y'all. Drink water, take your meds, and name something you like about yourself. That's an order. You heard it from Soft Leftist. You heard it. That was an order. Thank you very, very much to both Soft Leftist and Deathly Ill for the subscriptions. Thank you very, very much. Let's continue.
Now, is this a different language? Is this Portuguese, the fake version of Spanish? What are you saying? There's always going to be someone in chat who's going to...
I think Vaush needs to get more of a curl in his mustache right there. When in lieu of an argument, he just starts belittling and berating his audience, I think he should start being like, are you a child? Are you an imbecile?
Is that what's going on here? Because only an imbecile would say the thing that you have just said to me, sir. Twist up the...
He needs that.
Interpret whatever you say as a
Damn. Props to the editor for that one. That was good.
personal attack no matter what because it happens to hit their particular anxiety. Yeah, fuck, that's always it. It's always people who can't. It's a sign of
Wait, is it Coolman? Is that his editor? His editor is Coolman. Is that his editor, right? It's at the end, right? Is that his name? Coolman, I think. Good edit. Good edit. Excellent edit.
low self-esteem because I can disagree with people, but when people, like when I watch live streamers and they say some shit I disagree with, I never think I'm being attacked. I never think that, even if it's my shit. And like I deal with that a lot too because I have plenty of extremely strong interests and disinterests, so it's not as though I'm not easy to like be disagreeable towards, at least by my definition.
Okay, so according to Vaush, he would not be offended. So I take back what I said. I take him at his word. I don't think he... So I retract that particular piece of the argument.
But I never interpret it as a personal attack. But a lot of people get really upset because they're like, oh no, you know? Like,
I mean, whether it is interpreted as a personal attack or not, it just doesn't make sense. Setting any potentially offended feelings aside, the argument doesn't hold up for reasons I've already outlined. I think that more important than condemning all drugs is understanding what drugs are useful in what scenario. And what are you using them for, and how are you using them? I think that there's always going to be places where a certain drug might be appropriate. Now, there's certain drugs out there I just don't think you should ever do under any circumstance. I don't think you should do crack, probably shouldn't do heroin, or really any opioid. I think the downside of those is just too strong. But there's plenty of drugs out there that are very positive or can be very positive if used in the right context. So I just don't really understand the argument being presented there.
All right, I'm gonna be completely. We're gonna watch the raw segment real quick we're gonna watch Vaush's response to this real quick because I'm invested now. I'm invested in this conversation, and I want to give Vaush the fairest shake possible because I feel like we've given TJ a fair shake, and I want to make sure we give Vaush a fair shake too. So we'll make this, you know, kind of a thing. I think we found it, right? Is his response really long? Is it? Is it though? Oh. He spends a significant time of his response arguing again. Okay, then we'll go. Okay, we'll go for a little bit then. We'll go until I'm ready, and then we'll continue. It was you, Nuts. All roads lead back to Nuts. All uncomfortable chat conversations lead back to Nuts, don't they? What's the weed lemonade incident? What the fuck is the weed lemonade incident? This is lore I don't even know about. How is that possible? What's the fucking weed lemonade incident? Okay, one thing I will criticize Vaush a little bit for that's a little bit funny is that he said that he won't get mad if people are pushing back on him, but then he was getting quite mad at chat, the entity known as chat pushing back at him. And I don't know. It's really hard to tell if he was actually ever responding directly to a specific chatter or if he was just sort of projecting onto chat what he predicted that people would say. Because I didn't see a lot of it's obviously difficult to read someone else's chat while reading my own, but I didn't see a lot of people in the chat who were like doing the straw man that he said. Like a lot of people were taking issues with his wording, which I think is totally fair. And chat can be really fucking annoying sometimes, but I feel like if you respond to an individual in chat and you keep it at that, that's a lot better than sort of agglomerizing. That's not a real word, but whatever, I'm inventing it. Like taking one person and making them the head of the entire flesh monstrosity that is your chat. That's terrible, Bakamono. Do you know how many dumb fuck people are in Vaush's chat the last few weeks? I think it's perfectly reasonable the way he reacted. Well, okay, but it's a two-way street, and at the end of the day, the streamer is the pilot, you know? I'm not like I already said this a million times, and I said this in the last segment. So just for the sake of posterity, since this is going to be its own video, I'll say this again. I haven't Vaush's chat has been incredibly combative for a while now, and I have an incredible amount of sympathy for having to deal with that and finding that to be unpleasant. And with all of that acknowledged, it's also really important if your chat is being really goddamn annoying to I just had a complete blank out. ADHD moment. It's really goddamn important when you are in the seat of the streamer to not continue to build a bad, chat interaction by basically rewarding people who are trying to get your attention in the most negative way possible by misframing you and shit like that. You never want to, incentivize that. And I think that there's a certain degree of that might be going on here. Like, some of these chat exchanges don't seem like they're fun for anyone involved, but especially for Vaush. And I can completely sympathize with that. But also, it might be worth just, getting rid of those people or ignoring them for a significant amount of time so that they don't prompt, an ongoing negative relationship with chat, which I think is probably a really terrible state to be in. I would never want. Maybe it's impossible. I acknowledge that, my channel is much smaller. My chat is very active, but my chat is much smaller than Vaush's. And it might just be difficult that once you get to a certain point, there's enough haters in your audience that it might not be possible to maintain a healthy relationship. But also that you got to be careful because your takes still matter. If you're putting out takes on your platform, there's got to be a way to separate the chat from the take, or your feelings about chat from the take, because some of the way that Vaush was wording a lot of that take, I felt was, I understand why people would go, that seems, I don't like that, or I mean, I explained myself in this section already. You already heard my arguments about it, so. Still, nobody explained to me what the fucking lemonade is. What was this shit with the lemonade? Amazing Atheist with the $10 says, I have not watched Vaush's response yet, and I may not ever, but in case I do, I should check out at this point. If I do watch it, I'll want to react authentically in the moment. Hey, that's all right. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hiring me as your mercenary in the war. Appreciate it. But also, I appreciate you coming by. Seriously, it means a lot to have you here, and I'm sure everybody else feels the same way. And this has been very interesting to me, regardless of everything else. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Lemonade with zero warning had like 400 milligrams of caffeine, and someone with a heart condition died of it. No, that's not it. Somebody said weed lemonade. Anonymous Platypus says, apologies for sending this again, but in my opinion, that's the chatter's opinion, not mine. Vaush is reactionary on this topic, but when I say reactionary, I mean in a very literal sense. He lives and exists in queer space, and I think he sees how many people are struggling in our community and use drugs and other methods to cope. He reacts to this, and thus he has takes which take very darish. I don't think it's that. I think there's a lot more. I think it's a lot more. At least on this topic, I think it's a lot more to do with his relationship with chat, and I think that he has a tendency to want to bother the people in his chat who annoy him. Like, he wants his take to get under their skin. And so he has a tendency to word it in certain ways. Because I don't know. I mean, we're going to find out in his response here, or hopefully we'll find out in his response here, what his non-clipped opinion is. And we'll do our best. I can't promise that I'll watch all of it, but I want to see at least some of it. All right, let's do this. Let's get into it. His response is that someone brings up Vaush and chat acts like they were calling him a grifter. I didn't see that, but maybe it did happen. I believe it. Sometimes chat is really, really terrible.
Oh yeah, someone said TJ Kirk made a video about my drug takes. I don't even know what my drug takes are that he's criticizing.
Crystal Keeper says, the problem I have with this, Vaush has no problem with drug use broadly. Maybe. Just with the use of it for coping / using it to numb yourself or escapism. And a lot of people get really personally offended, as well as many in this chat right now. I think many people are not honest with themselves in terms of their relationships with drugs. So when people start misinterpreting and strawmanning him into oblivion and back, of course he's going to get mad. But to a certain degree, he's like, I hear what you're saying, but I have to maintain my consistency in saying that I think that at least with the clip that we just watched, there was a self-strawmanning going on there. And I don't think that people responding negatively to a sort of very, very strongly worded opinion is wrong of them. I don't think they're wrong for that, you know? But also, I do agree with you that there are a lot of people who aren't honest. In fact, in my other segment that we never even uploaded because it got demonetized to hell, and this one is probably going to get demonetized too. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we can censor it out. But in the other segment we did on this, I acknowledge that I think he does have a point with that. I think there are people who don't have a realistic relationship with like their use of drugs, and I do think that's a problem. But that's very different. That's a very different take than saying I think that habitual drug users with very little, like with no qualification of what that means, are untrustworthy people, which is what the take was in this particular case. SMFTX says, he claims to not smoke weed because it gives him too much anxiety. There was an incident where he did a weed-infused lemonade on stream, and it was an experience. Oh, I didn't even know about that. One time, this is a random story. One time I had a weed-infused soda, and it gave me like one of the worst panic attacks I've ever had in my entire life because it was way more than I thought it was, and it was an edible, so it takes for it lasts for a really long time. And there's been 2 incidents like that. Edibles, if you misdose on edibles, they can be very unpleasant. Literally the worst drug experience of my life was an edible that was way higher dose than I ever thought that it would be. It was just a miscalculation, and the edible ended up having like 200 milligrams in it or something. Literally the worst drug experience I've ever had in my entire life. It was a brownie that had way more than I thought, and it just gave me like an 8-hour panic attack. It was terrible, just absolutely terrible. Yeah, you got to be careful with that shit. But also at the same time, oh, I don't know about that, Silent. I didn't know that, but possibly, yeah, that might have been the one where it was the one that was the math was done. Yeah, it was just the math was done wrong. It can happen. It's not gonna kill you, but it's certainly an unpleasant experience. I also, for the record, I used to smoke more weed, and I don't anymore. And part of the reason is I just feel like it gives me a little too much anxiety to be enjoyable. And I know that personally, a lot of that isn't even like, that's just my life changing and my needs changing. I used to quite enjoy weed a lot more, and I still do from time to time, but I don't smoke it very much anymore, just because of that. And that's fine. Anyway, let's continue. Let's get into this. Let's do this. Let's fucking do it.
I saw it mentioned on my subreddit, and people were going, yeah, I agree with TJ Kirk, and I genuinely don't remember what my drug takes are, apart.
Mirror Ashes says, I'm a little older, in my 40s, and I think people like me are frustrated because the most trustworthy people I know in my life do habitually smoke weed for pain or to calm anxiety. The way that Vaush speaks about it so authoritatively feels disconnected. I can understand that, and I think I understand where people reacted badly to that take. But, like I said, out of a desire for fairness, I want to hear what else he has to say on it, if we can.
For me saying that a lot of weed addicts are coping.
Okay.
Why they suddenly get weird? I don't know. I don't know. I already agree with TJ. I'm sober right now and it sucks. Yeah. Bro, offline chat argued about weed for over 2 hours. You know, the statement, weed users overreact when told that they're addicts is such a great statement because it proves itself right if you say it around weed addicts, you know? It's fantastic. It's undefeatable because they just immediately leap to prove you right. Which is, I appreciate. Fine, I'll see a bit of it.
I mean, I just think that it's more like, I don't know. I think there's a more complicated thing going on here, but obviously, I don't know. This kind of puts, you know, to my point about like that I think this comes from like an ongoing feud with chat, basically. Chat as an entity versus any individual chatter. Like, if you call somebody something over the internet, somebody you don't know, and you say they're like a weed addict or whatever, of course they're going to respond negatively to that, like obviously. You might even be right, but it's, you know, you don't know people. And if you label people who are disagreeing with you as weed addicts, even if they're not actually disagreeing with you on those fronts, they're probably going to feel bad about that too. So there's like a compounding issue where it's like a bunch of people who were disagreeing with the way he was approaching it get called weed addicts, and then now there's like a meme to call them weed addicts and say that they're like triggered weed addicts. And that sounds like a pretty annoying experience, and that it would probably drive some chatters crazy, you know? Anyway, let's continue. Let's keep listening.
I really don't have the stomach for this beefing stuff, you know? I don't take any joy.
I mean, I think TJ made fun of him a little bit, but not that hard. I think TJ's video was pretty fair, all things considered. He was a little mean, but not super mean. I think that's pretty normal for TJ's style overall.
Weirdness from TJ Kirk.
Vaush argues with chat about weed addiction and bans angry chatter.
He's gonna watch and react. We can't do this. We can't do a reactception. I thought he was just gonna talk about it. How do we get to the part where he actually talks about his takes? Oh, we can't do that. Oh, it's the whole thing. Oh, it's literally. Oh wait, here we go. Here's the end of it. Okay. He summarizes at the end. Doesn't really? Okay. We might not be able to do this.
Blazed out of my skull while doing like a charity function at a church the next day because it just would not make me high no matter how much I did it. Gotten high, and then I would just have then I'd have the quesadillas. I remember the time getting high is I hadn't gotten high from attempts to smoke weed before because it just would not make me high no matter how much I did it. Probably because I was smoking it incorrectly. And I took an edible and it fucked me up so bad that I was still blazed out of my skull while doing like a charity function at a church the next day. I was going with friends. They were doing some kind of like youth outreach big dinner. There were like 40 people in the church with the like benches out, and I was sitting at one end of it just like smiling, like staring directly forward, and my friends were like bodyguarding for me because if anyone came up to me to ask me a question or like say, oh hey, I remember you from class or whatever, they'd be like, oh hey, good to see you, 1 second, he's got heg or whatever. It's fuck. So I appreciate my friends looking out for me in those dire times. Pancakes were great. You literally, like, these edibles ain't shit. Yeah. I swear these people not only want to take drugs, they also want to feel good about it and get a pat in the back. It's so annoying. I just want people to accept, because like, again, I don't have an issue with a person being drunk. The thing that makes people who are drunk insufferable is when they start acting like they don't know they're drunk. Drunk people know that they're drunk. And drunk people know somewhere in the back or front of their mind that they are at a higher risk for being an annoying piece of shit. Usually. They should, at the very least. And the worst drunks are the people who overcompensate, you know? The kinds who lean in on you, who are overly familiar, who stumble over you, who, like, knock your drinks over, and they're like, oh, sorry, that my bad. And they try to, like, charisma their way through everything, but they can't because they're too drunk to understand how they sound. This is a detestable character archetype, you know? This is what I'm seeing in some of the weed users in chat. If you could just accept, yes, being high makes you high, you've got it. You're fine. No condemnation from me. Just fuck, you know?
I mean, but I don't think that's an honest representation of his position on this particular topic. But I don't think it's just about saying, like, I don't think anybody ever once said that they weren't high when they're high. Not that we saw. Maybe there was somebody who said, when I smoke weed, I'm not high. But I don't think that's true. I think the problem that people were having and that TJ had was lumping all drugs together and being very broad with the term habitual.
I wouldn't want to go to a bar with somebody who did that too. I remember really upsetting a friend once when I was acting that way while drunk. This was like a long time, like 8 years ago or something. And since then, I basically just stopped. I tried to give him like a, oh, you're not mad at me, haha, hug. But I like stumbled and basically like hit him against a wall, like with my shoulder against him. And I'm much larger than he is, so it kind of hurt him a lot. And after that, I felt really bad. And I just stopped doing that. It was a skill issue, and I willed myself into not acting like that while drunk anymore. So Vaush's hatred of drug use is a trauma response goal. No, I'm delightful when I'm drunk. Thank you. Being high helps with focus and helps you get work done, Vaush, saying it's the same as alcohol as cope. You capitalize every letter that you type, okay? Why should I trust you? No, I'm sorry. You're coping. I don't care. I'm not going to argue with you on this. Like, what am I even going to argue? How do we... Vaush saying it's the same as alcohol as cope. You capitalize every letter that you type, okay? Why should I trust you? No, I'm sorry. You're coping. I don't care. I'm not going to argue with you on this. Like, what am I even going to argue? How do we test that? You know? Do you drive better drunk? Nobody does. Nobody does. And nobody drives better high. Why do stoners think you can drive while high? What made them think that? You realize you're not fit for the road just because
most stoners don't think that. I don't know many stoners who think that. I know that there are stoners who say that they think that they feel like they can drive better while high than they could while drunk. But I don't know any stoners who think they can drive while high just fine. Like not since like high school. Some idiot being like, I'm fine. I don't know that. Lots of people were saying they could. Well, I don't know. I can't speak for them then. I guess that's a lot of really dumb people.
You're driving at 6 miles per hour on residential streets and avoiding other cars in the opposite lane with a 10-foot berth, right? You realize being careful doesn't necessarily mean you should be driving.
Also, let's just be real. No, let's just go. Let's go. Yeah, and the truth is there are people who think they can drive fine drunk too. Those people are stupid. It's easy to be able to go, okay, if you think that you're gonna like drive a vehicle under the influence, that's not healthy. That's not good.
Well, there you go, Belgian Tea. It's because we wait for the stop sign to turn green. Yeah, exactly. Vaush, the only person I know who says I do my work better high only said that because they're addicted. That is like a big addict statement. Yeah, you need weed to do like your work, you know? Like, I don't know. That to me is like, because that's like the end stage of the insufferable and genuinely quite sad weed addict when like you can't do anything high anymore. Like, why fall asleep sober when you can fall asleep high? Why have a meal sober when you can have a meal high? Why do anything sober when you can be high? And at that point, like the dependency is pretty crazy. It's past the point of alcoholism to a large extent, at least in terms of like proportion of your life taken up by inebriation.
Oh, absolutely not. I don't agree with him on this. Okay, at this point though, this is really rambly, and I don't know if we're actually getting to the bottom of anything. I'm not going to do this much longer.
Because with some exceptions, like very rarely, I guess, like if you have a job or whatever, I feel like it's pretty difficult to be drunk all the time. but I've just, a lot of people are like high all the time. I guess there are people who are drunk all the time. Maybe in like Alaska or something. You'd have to hide it in a different way. Also,
I feel like, now I don't know, but I feel like with this particular moment here, I feel like Vaush may not have had all that much experience with alcoholics. Yeah. Westside Tyler, thank you so much for the raid. Come on in and get comfortable. Happy to have you. Come in, get comfortable. All of you join and get comfortable. Please, 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 please. Please come in and get comfortable. We'd love to have you. We are sort of talking about alcohol usage and health and all of these kinds of things. Come in and get comfortable. It's really great. Thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you've ever had to deal with an alcoholic, they're often drunk all the time. They're often drinking. I shouldn't say often, but like somebody who's an alcoholic, somebody who's addicted to alcohol, they drink constantly. They need it. Like a functional alcoholic is the worst stage where it's like they need to be drunk, not just drinking. But if you've ever engaged with an alcoholic, the idea that they're like a weed addict is somehow worst. The worst stoner I've ever met is not struggling, like did not struggle to the same degree as like the lowest level alcoholic when they were drinking, you know? Like obviously people can, you know, quit and whatever and do just fine. But no, I don't agree with him on this. I don't know. It's hard to it's hard to like quantify this with any sort of data or anything like that. But the idea that like somebody who's smoking frequently or whatever is like functioning less than somebody who's drinking constantly, I just don't agree with that at all. I just don't agree with that. Just don't think so. But this is getting very out in the weeds, and I don't know if I'm going to do this for a while.
people can usually smell alcohol in your breath, whereas with weed, you can cover up the smell with the smell.
Yeah. Oh, true. This is another great example. A Striped Kidder says, my dad was a pretty bad alcoholic. We got into it once, so bad that he said he would stop drinking. But literally 20 minutes later, he was sweating bullets because he hadn't had any alcohol. Weed is not on that level. Also, I'm sorry, but alcohol withdrawals. Okay, let me just to drive this point home just a little bit. Okay, let me just give you this. Okay. Have you ever heard of the term delirium tremens? DTs. Okay. DTs are a thing that happens 2 to 5 days after somebody who's addicted to alcohol. Usually it needs to be a fairly severe addiction, like a daily drinking to a significant degree type thing, okay? But DTs are basically, it is a withdrawal-induced delirium that includes severe body shakes, loss of consciousness, and severe hallucinations. And they're so bad that they can actually kill you. This is why alcoholics can't just, like severe alcoholics cannot just quit cold turkey. This is why like severe alcoholics have to wean themselves off of alcohol because they can literally die from the delirium tremens. And delirium tremens are so bad. I have read and heard the stories of DTs that are so bad that like it leads people to become a danger to themselves because they are so the delirium sets in so severely that they can't tell the hallucinations from reality anymore. And that's from quitting alcohol. To my knowledge, there is no level of weed addiction that can get you to have anything even close to that. No matter what. Even if you quit cold turkey. Okay, so this is you say this is where his summary is. Okay, let's maybe jump forward to that then. I'll take. It's very very common among people who are addicted to alcohol and go off of alcohol for them to begin encountering delirium tremens. It's something that's being overlooked here that I think is like there is a huge flattening of nuance going on in this conversation. And okay, I think this is really I think this is I think that this is a sort of good summary of what's going on here, which is that there's a lot of fixation on weed. There's a lot of weird antagonizing of people who are being perceived of as weed addicts, and there's a lot of flattening of the actual experiences and needs and risks of weed. And that doesn't help the conversation in any way at all. The reality is that some people, in fact, quite a decent amount of people, that by the language that has been used, I'm not talking about in Vaush's heart of hearts or whatever, but in the language that has been used here, would be qualified as weed addicts, are basically being equated in a unhelpful way to people who are severe alcoholics, to people who are heroin addicts. And also there's a antagonism towards them that I think is lacking in understanding. If someone has, if somebody is using weed to deal with chronic pain that makes it impossible for them to live their normal life or to do work, that person is not an addict, okay? That is not correct to call them an addict. In fact, I would argue that they are doing probably the most responsible thing that they can do. They are taking a drug to improve their quality of life in a significant way that also allows them to feel more socially connected, to meet the needs of their life. And I think that basically that position is being ignored in the name of hot taking that trigger the weed addicts in chat, quote unquote. And I think that that's led to this discourse being unfortunate, you know, to this discourse being bad and toxic and negative. And I think that it would be fairly easy to just sort of drop the need to trigger quote unquote weed addicts, which again, calling somebody an addict over the internet is you're gonna bother some people, obviously. Even if they are actually a weed addict, like, you're just calling random names in chat a weed addict. So obviously it's gonna trigger some people. And I also don't think it's a very good thing to do because it doesn't make your point very strongly. All right, this is the last thing we're gonna watch before we move on from this. Gyoza Baguette with the $8 super chat, your first super chat ever. What an honor. Thank you, Gyoza Baguette. Thank you. Where's the Dark Souls? P.S. Couldn't King TJ just rehash his old amazing atheist content hiring production company to Joker pill each VOD? I don't know. Yeah, I suppose so. Enjoy your music, Yak Daddy. Thank you very, very much, and thank you for the honor of me being your first super chat ever, Gyoza Baguette. And Dark Souls will be coming very soon, don't you worry. It is armchair. It's armchair diagnosis, and I think it's unhelpful. So this is supposed to be his summary, and I want to.
Vaush again refusing to admit this live stream was on caffeine. Why are you? I can't even tell how much of it is a bit anymore. I don't even know. This subject really does attract a truly extra. Wait, no, you're not doing a bit. Hold on, wait. We're looking at this person's chat messages before I inevitably fucking ban them. Vaush is hard coping right now. Caffeine and weed have the same addiction rate. Vaush, facts don't care about your feelings. CDC.gov marijuana health.
Vaush did not insult people. No, he definitely. Wait, what? Oh, wait, hold on. Is this the... Wait, what? This is the entire thing? What do you mean this is the entire thing? Huh? Oh, you relinked me the same thing. We've already watched this part. Okay, hold on. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Let's continue. Let's see.
relevant.
Oh, it epitomizes the entire thing. God damn it. God damn it. I'm getting mixed messages here. Now I need that damn link again. Here we go. All right, let's listen to this one. Okay, I see. I misunderstood what you were saying. Let's watch it then. Let's watch it and then we'll call it good. It's okay. You're fine. I'm just confused.
Vaush again refusing to admit this live stream was on caffeine. Why are you? I can't even tell how much of it is a bit anymore. I don't even know. This subject really does attract a truly extra. Wait, no, you're not doing a bit. Hold on, wait. We're looking at this person's chat messages before I inevitably fucking ban them. Vaush is hard coping right now. Caffeine and weed have the same addiction rate. Vaush, facts don't care about your feelings. CDC.gov, marijuana health effects, addiction.html. Here's another article. Vaush keeps moving the goalpost. He first claimed caffeine is different from weed. He understood the addiction rate is the same. Now he's talking about how insufferable high people are. Vaush again refusing to admit that his live stream runs on caffeine. Bro, you are an addict. Only an addict would be this insistent on misinterpreting what I say on a live stream to defend their chosen drug. You haven't chatted in 2 years and you come in here getting angry about this. Get help. Unironically, I'm not joking. I'll give you a month with which to improve your life. Good luck. What if the detox kills him? You're right, with how much weed that guy smokes. Admitting the occasional use of drugs can give you a creative boost isn't the same as being Charles Bukowski, Vaush. I don't even know what position I'm meant to defend in response to that. I don't even know what's being argued about anymore. Hey, those are supposed to wake you the fuck up, Tempest. I don't know. Hold on. Vaush wants this guy to get off drugs, but if Vaush got off water, he'd be dead within a week.
Good night,
yeah,
Softest
water
Leftist. Thank you very much for supporting the show tonight, and have a great night.
cells be like, okay, guys, just one more drink. I can go a while without it. I just... Oh, fuck, that's good. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Yeah. Good hit, bro.
Your brain's functions. Look at any sort of pharmacological study of LSD, mushrooms, hallucinogens in general. That broadens your mind in many ways.
Yeah, that's kind of this kind of sort of sums up the interaction. I don't think there's like, I just feel like it's like, I mean, at least here he was addressing a specific chatter. I do think that's better. If you're gonna get mad at somebody, at least get mad at somebody who said something. Anyway, I don't know. I'm interested to see if he says anything about what TJ says here real quick.
First of all, being high on shrooms and the other stuff or whatever, it definitely can have like an interesting and expansive psychological effect, but it also does impede you from doing stuff. I don't think that's really a thing. How many people are like day to day using shroom? I guess that's possible. I just don't really hear of it. I don't think those drugs have the same effect on the electrochemistry. Yeah, I know about the microdosing thing, but I mean
The electrochemistry, huh? Did we just fall into Disco Elysium? Oopsies. When I get my drug takes from plays Disco Elysium one time. Oh. Now that's really good, honestly. That's a hell of a word to pull on when you're talking about drugs and shit. To pull out the fucking Disco Elysium electrochemistry. That's actually incredible. Oh, man.
To the point where they're like always tripping, like fully doing it. Like they're doing the shroom tea, banana, peanut butter sandwich thing like all the time. Or I don't know how much of a thing that is. I don't usually think of that when I say habitual drug use. You know, I don't really, those aren't really drugs that I think about. Isn't it dangerous? I mean, probably. I don't know.
It doesn't seem
But like
he's familiar
obviously
with
being high on
microdosing.
shrooms or LSD or whatever, like that can expand your thinking in some respects, but it does also limit your ability to do other stuff, obviously, right? Like it doesn't.
Right, but okay, so this is the thing that we keep getting to, is that the issue gets talked around. Okay, so all right, so it's time to wrap this up. I've had enough of this topic. This isn't really going anywhere. Problems with the conversation that is currently having around drugs. People are way too vague about what they mean when they say drug. They're way too vague. And I should say Vaush specifically in this particular case is in my opinion, but it's not just Vaush, because obviously this discourse has flowed into chats as well, including my own chat. People are way too vague when they're talking about drugs. They're way too vague when they're talking about what they mean when they say habitual usage, and and they have a poor framing with like how to judge the value or the danger of a drug. There seems to be a and this has been through all of this. There's been a weird fixation on productivity as the central value that's going on here, and I find that to be very, very interesting, perhaps very telling about the framework that this is being approached from, which is that productivity isn't everything. It isn't everything. It's important in some regards, but it isn't everything. A drug that makes you unproductive isn't necessarily bad, because it might be serving another purpose. For like, there's so many drugs that exist that make you unproductive that aren't necessarily bad. And also, some drugs make you productive in a different way. Like I said, the prime example of this being, if someone is in chronic pain and they choose to habitually take marijuana instead of habitually taking an opioid because their pain makes it impossible for them to do anything, then weed is actually making them more productive anyway. So this argument fails on its framing, and it fails even on its own grounds, even within the framework of productivity. And I think that's bad. Drugs are a fairly important issue. It's an issue that will get you demonetized on YouTube, even for talking about it. And a lot of people struggle with drugs. A lot of people, throughout any person's life, we are going to take a lot of drugs. No matter who you are, no matter what you do, you will take a lot of drugs throughout your life, objectively. And it's fairly important that we have a reasonable approach to this. Caffeine has a lot of problems associated with it, but its downsides are, for the most part, easily manageable and not particularly risky. The same is also true of weed, as it turns out. Some people, that leads them to being ridiculously cavalier. And I actually think that the person who was comparing weed and caffeine, while they were being annoying, and I'm not going to defend that person individually, they bring up a good point, which is that there are a lot of comparisons. Which is that people, for every person that is in denial about being addicted to weed, there is probably 100 people that are in denial about being addicted to caffeine. And caffeine has significant risks. And yet, nobody's out here raging about the fucking raging caffeine addicts, because it's normalized. Even if people fucking kill themselves with that shit, even if people destroy their livers with caffeine, people are super cavalier about it. People slamming down fucking energy drinks, and they don't think they've got a problem at all. But the reality is, they got just as much of a problem as somebody who smokes too much weed. Yeah. It's a lot. And while obviously I believe that basically every single drug can probably be used in a problematic way, in fact, I'm quite sure every single drug can be used in a problematic way. I think if you're going to talk about that and make a significant argument, you should build out an argument for that and be careful with your wording, because otherwise you end up catching innocent people in the blast. And of course it's going to piss people off. On a bigger level, I think this discussion has just triggered a lot of people. And I don't think it's just chatters. I think that this topic has become a flashpoint for a lot of irritation. And, you know, I understand why that happens. Chat members of chat can agitate you. That can make you feel hostile towards chat generally, because from the streamer's perspective, chat is a box on our screen, you know? We don't actually really get to engage all that much, or at least it takes a step of effort for us to engage with individuals as they are in chat, as opposed to the box on our screen that makes us feel mad or feel sad or feel happy. Yeah. Were you ever deeply addicted to something? Yeah, actually, and it's gonna make you laugh, but it's League of Legends. I'm not even joking with you. That's not a chemical addiction, but it was a habitual addiction, to the degree that at my worst, when I would basically in severe depression, I would just chain queue League of Legends for this was like this was in a pretty bad period of my life, and I would just chain queue League of Legends over and over and over again for hours. It was basically all of my free time was sucked up by League of Legends, and it made me feel terrible. And while that wasn't a chemical addiction, obviously it was life ruining. And that's why I don't play League of Legends anymore. First of all, I quit the game one time, and then I went back and played a little bit, and then I realized I just didn't like it anymore, and that it was encouraging me to do the same things. But I was severely addicted to League of Legends at one point, to the degree that, like I said, it was like almost ruining my life. Now, obviously, there was a fuckload of other shit going on in my life, but that's true for all addictions. I was addicted to spending money on League. That game had an unbelievable manipulative hold over me, which I'd be willing to go more in depth about. I've talked about this in the past, but yeah, that was something that I was unironically heavily addicted to the point that it was negatively impacting my life in serious ways. They are way more addictive than people like to admit. That's a big one, you know? It's not even a drug, but it's those games are designed to prey on certain types of behaviors. They especially prey on you if you're the type of person who has a desire to improve, but you don't have a whole lot of other outlets in your life. So it promises itself as like, hey, this is a game that you can hone your skills on. But in reality, they're just getting you to play their game more, and they rope you into spending all kinds of money. It's like a gambling addiction. It's very similar to gambling addiction. And it can be extremely debilitating. And I'll be honest, at the worst points, it was damaging my life negatively. It was damaging my social life. It was damaging my mental health. So. But anyway, there are drugs is a complicated topic, okay, and it requires a nuanced approach. It's the type of conversation that doesn't lend itself well to hot takes, because hot takes will hurt people, and they will potentially misinform people. Now, I don't think that there's been too much on the misinformation front here, thankfully. Otherwise, I would be a lot more angry. But I do think that there's room to grow from these positions, and I do think that there's areas where I would disagree strongly with some of the things that, I don't know. Sometimes when I hear what Vaush is saying, it sounds like his position is fairly reasonable, but he couches it in a lot of like memeing on chat, and so it becomes hard for me to know exactly what his actual position is. And sometimes when he's giving his actual position, he seems to center it around productivity a lot, and I think that argument in and of itself is flawed. I don't think productivity is the only thing that matters, and I don't think that you can measure the usage of a drug as good or bad just because of its productivity. And also, productivity is highly personal. What makes one person productive might make another person unproductive. And also, sometimes you can take a drug that makes you very productive but is otherwise destroying your life. Case in point, cocaine. Tons and tons of people were very productive on cocaine and were about to fucking die from their hearts exploding. In fact, if I remember correctly, Stephen King, one of the most famous authors, wrote like multiple of his most famous novels while blitzed out of his mind on cocaine and only finally stopped because he was literally going to die and it was destroying the rest of his life. Productivity is not a good margin for measuring this, and I think that we ought to be more careful about this conversation. So, I understand that's probably going to be slightly disappointing to some people who wanted to hear me rip this whole thing apart, but I feel like I had a good time talking about this, and I feel like it produced a good and encouraging conversation. Blitz on cocaine sounded amusing until you say he almost died. Listen, all I'm saying, okay? All I'm saying is that, wait, what was I saying? I can't remember. That's all. That's all there is, folks, for this particular segment. Keep watching, though, because I got to talk about a couple of news, politics, nonsense. That's right, coming up here in just a goddamn second. That's right. We are going to be talking about some tragic news from the political world, some scary news from the political world, and then we're going to play Dark Souls 2, which is going to be amazing. So don't go anywhere. I have to use the restroom real quick, so don't go anywhere at all, okay? Don't you even consider leaving. I'll check your clip in just a moment, Tipster. I'll check your clip in just a moment, all right? But first, I have to go to the bathroom really bad because I've been hydrating properly, so don't you leave. I don't want to see that viewer count drop because I'm in the bathroom for 1 minute. Bathroom song, incoming. Enjoy the amazing, incredible bathroom song. BRB.
Hey chat, Demonmama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demonmama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demonmama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break.
That's right, everyone. I'm already back. I'm already back. And we only lost 30 people. 30 cowards fled. 30
Jesus
30
fucking
cowards
Christ,
fled.
Can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it.
Only 30 fools fled the stream. All right, Tipster, let's see what you got for us. We got a couple of memes to do real quick before we do the politics. Let's hit the memes. Let's hit the memes, all right? First meme, Tipster meme. Let's see the Tipster meme. Tipster, what happened?
Scandal? That's crazy, dude. Oh, God.
Why is
Oh, ultimate reactception. We got Tipster. I am reacting to Tipster, reacting to Hassan, reacting to Phil DeFranco, reacting to Hassan. Woohoo!
That crazy. That's exactly what you did. Oh shit.
Whoa!
Oh shit. We're having an earthquake. Did you guys see that?
Oh my god!
It's still going. Did you guys see that shit? Holy shit. Hold on a second, chat. I'll be right back. I gotta go make sure my wife's okay. 1 second. Holy fuck.
Oh, that's scary. Oh shit, that's fucking spooky. I'm glad you're okay.
Are you okay? Okay? Are you fine? Oh my god. It's okay. I know you don't like me. It's okay. It's okay. You want to come in here with me? You don't have to say anything like that. Because you want to be alone.
Damn.
Did you guys see that shit? What the fuck was that? Did any of my shit fall down? Oh shit, chat, hold up. My collectible Game & Watch fell down. It's Jover. We will rebuild, chat. We will rebuild. Anyway.
Wow, that's incredible.
I assume the wife didn't croak. No, the wife's fine. She was scared. She was scared. I won't get too much into it, but yeah, she got pretty scared. She does not like earthquakes, which she lives in the wrong place if you don't like earthquakes. Let me see if one second.
Earthquakes are fucking terrifying.
Let me see if I can geez, I'm not gonna lie, that one was big enough that it kind of startled me. I subscribe to a Twitter account that talks about earthquake magnitudes. It was a 4.5 magnitude earthquake, 1 mile surface depth. Jeez. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. How well could you see that on stream? Is my
Oh, really well. I mean, obviously you know that now, but really well. That was
okay?
crazy.
Yeah, she's fine. She got a little bit startled, but she's okay. How well did that show up on stream? The thing is, like, I live in hills too, so like when we have an earthquake, it's a little more extreme compared to people who are on more flatland. Oh God.
Wow, that's incredible. What a wild clip to see. I'm happy we don't get as many earthquakes up here. Apparently we had one the other day, but I didn't notice it. That's spooky. How big was it? Pretty shaky. It's a 4.5. Wow. That's scary as fuck. All right, we got a meme from Mr. Krabs. Oh, great. This already looks so cursed. I'm glad you're okay, Tipster. But are we going to be okay? Let's find out. All right, now we're talking. Now we're talking. All right. That was, look, the ending saved it, okay? The ending saved it. For real. The ending saved it. By the way, you guys remember when I said, hold on a second, 1 second. You guys remember the other day when somebody came in here and they said, I promise this music isn't copyrighted. It's Nexpo or something? Guess what? I got fucking copyright slapped. The video fucking, the VOD is fucking toast. You guys fucking killed it. I'm never trusting any of you ever again. Ever. I'm so fucking tired of it. I lose so much you know that fucking cost me money? It fucking literally like stealing money out of my pocket. Imagine if right now I could just say something to you and I would say, trust me, bro, it's gonna work. And then 50 bucks would disappear out of your fucking pocket. How would it make you feel? God damn it. Never, I can't just, I have to be a professional streamer and recognize that chat never knows what the fuck they're talking about, ever. You guys don't know shit. And you will lie to me because you want to see something funny on the screen. Speaking of something funny on the screen, let's see what this dude's all about. Also, David B, thank you so much for joining the channel as a member. Thank you so very much. Mr. Tiger. Whoa! Pole break. The reversals. Man, that's pretty sick. All right, those are pretty goddamn good. Again, always the Kaneko man. Always with the Kaneko man. Always excellent. Always absolutely excellent. All right, and now we have a Metal Gear Solid meme. All right, let's do it. Metal Gear Solid meme. Final meme, and then we gotta do shit.
Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy thick, and the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards.
A classic. A classic.
Snake! Snake!
Legendary. Fucking legendary. What a throwback. Oh, you got a meme for me? All right, we got Danny's meme. Okay, we'll do one more meme. All right, let's see it. This is Danny's meme. That was a legendary one. Obviously, the ass cheeks is great. Incredible that Fortnite's version of Solid Snake has no ass. A sin, a genuine slap in the face, but I still unlocked it anyway because, you know. Speaking of Fortnite. Whoa!
I got no scope. Bro, am I trolling? You put your right foot in.
Peter Griffin playing as Peter Griffin beats the fucking shit out of Ninja. Absolutely incredible. Genuinely beautiful. Absolutely incredible. Okay, everybody. It's time. It's time. Attention. My lovely, lovely meatballs of America. Unfortunately, our meatball have some terrible, terrible, terrible news to tell you today. It is with a heavy heart that I tell you that our dreams of having the first anti-LGBTQ meatball as president have been finally and utterly stormed. I can barely handle it out here. I'm suffering. That's right, Meatball Ron has finally dropped out of the presidential race. And I just can't handle it. I thought my people were finally gonna have a chance at representation. But it wasn't meant to be. And now I'm sat out here in the cold. None of us meatballs are ever gonna see somebody in the White House that represents us, especially for being anti-LGBTQ. I just can't handle it. I just can't do it anymore. I can't hold on. Ron DeSantis, this is an ode to you. You who tried to represent the meatball people with your high heels and your sensitive skin and your allergies to sugar. I needed you, but you'll always live on in my little meaty heart. Please come back. Don't leave us, Ron. Don't give up on us. This is so much for me to handle. Yes, everyone, it's true. As Meatball just told you, Ron DeSantis has officially dropped out of the race. And he officially endorsed Donald Trump, which nobody really saw coming, for sure. That was a real surprise right there. From the beginning of his ill-begotten campaign to the end of it, Meatball Ron DeSantis, really, you know, he really put in his all. You could see how hard he was trying to smile in every single picture. You could see it. You could see every muscle in his body trying to work out that smile. And 8 months on the campaign trail in heels? I mean, that's impressive, you gotta say. You gotta say. It's impressive. But he's done. He's out. He gave up. The party goes to Donald Trump, as everybody expected. But, Make America Florida. Yeah, who could have predicted that Ron DeSantis wouldn't be able to win with a campaign slogan like Make America Florida? Incredible. You know, I told you, I saw one of those in real life. I'm not even joking you. I saw a truck that had a Make America Florida bumper sticker. I live in fucking Washington, and somebody had the gall to drive around with a Make America Florida bumper sticker in fucking Washington. Now, I'm not gonna rule out the possibility that it was, you know, somebody who was trolling. However, the people who were driving the car looked pretty goddamn old, and I get the feeling that they might have actually forgotten that they lived outside of Florida. That's all I'm gonna say. It's yeah. It's been a wild ride for Meatball Ron DeSantis. And I gotta say, rippin' bozo, piss in peace, and what else do I want to say? There's nothing else really to say about him. He sucked. Can we just be honest about that? Like, all goofery aside, the man just sucked. He sucked at campaigning. He was the most unlikable person that's ever walked on the presidential stage in recent memory. He can't smile. He has the Joker laugh. Every single time he tries to laugh, he laughs like 4 steps too loud. It's like he's attacking you with his laugh. He got completely owned at the very beginning of his race by getting called Meatball Ron. Like, you can't beat that, you know? No matter what Meatball said at the beginning, okay? I didn't know Meatball was into the anti-LGBTQ stuff, but now I know. The lifted shoes, the uncomfortable laughing. Do you guys remember that clip of him telling, like, a kid walked up to him with an ice cream cone, and he goes, whoa, kid, that looks like a lot of sugar. You guys remember that? Like, why would that occur to you? To be like, yeah, I'm running for president. I'm gonna tell this kid he's eating a lot of sugar when he's enjoying an ice cream cone. Like, dude, come on. Just pathetic. Anyway, as we all expected, Ron DeSantis didn't stand a goddamn chance in hell against Trump, and now he's out of the race. And I hope that he has a successful rest of his career, counting the dust motes on his ceiling. Honestly, it would make me happy if Ron DeSantis was never able to get a single foothold in politics ever again. Unfortunately, he's going back to Florida, where he still has political power. So we'll have to wait for the true celebration of the end of Ron DeSantis for some time. I think Ron DeSantis is a malignant toad. I think it's an insult to call him a meatball because at least meatballs taste good. I think it's hilarious that he had to endorse Donald Trump after Donald Trump spent the entire year calling him a cuckold, saying, oh my God, did you guys see the fact that Donald Trump thanked his wife? He was like, Donald Trump was like, Ron DeSantis, you know, it's not easy out there. It's tough to run a campaign, but you endorsed me, and I want to say thank you. Your wife has been helping me a whole bunch, and I really, really appreciated it. It was incredible. The man is like one of the most cucked guys I've ever seen in my entire goddamn life. That's real. He literally thanked his wife. It's incredible. Anyway, there's not much else to say about it. We always knew Ron DeSantis wasn't going to hold a candle to Donald Trump, and now we've seen reality unfold exactly as we predicted, the easiest prediction ever. And in fact, he even got licked by Nikki Haley. In fact, Nikki Haley's doing pretty okay right now. She's still not even coming close to Donald Trump, except in New Hampshire, which kind of makes sense if you think about it for a minute. But yeah, I'm sure she'll be dropping out soon enough as well. We all know the truth. Donald Trump is the Republican Party now, and there are still a handful of power-hungry Republicans who are coping about the fact that they're trying to say, oh, it's not true, but we know it's true. The Trump cult runs the GOP, and that is the world that those motherfuckers have to live in, and unfortunately, that we have to live in as well. So, bye-bye, bye, goodbye, bye to Meatball Ron, bye. It was nice knowing your wife, Ron. It's been a pleasure. For me, mostly, and also for your wife, if you think about it. Anyway, bye, Ron. Bye. Thanks for watching. Make sure you hit subscribe. There we go. Banger. Short segment. That was like a 5-minute segment, right? That was like pretty good, right? I did good, right? That was like 5 minutes. That was funny. It was short and sweet. It was beautiful. Nasty, make sure that Meatball is in the thumbnail of this one. That was fun. I had fun with that. How was the Meatball impression? It was pretty good today, right? Play this little meme. All right, let's play the meme.
You know, Ron's just Trump really kept him on his toes in this campaign. And he's got to get sent to MAGA boot camp and come back. And yep, and you could say his campaign really reached new heights.
Oh boy, everybody wants in on the I gotta say, like, all those jokes in the headline came from both.
Well, no, that you started it,
a-
but I thought
There
of
you
a
go.
few more during
well.
headlines.
Ron DeSantis can stand tall after everything, so let's just say. Oh my God. I was about to have a stroke.
Okay, that's legendary. Good job. What a vibe. I gotta watch Majority Report more again. My life was better when I watched Majority Report regularly. It really did. Really did. Maybe we'll watch that meme a little bit later. We got one more thing to do. Let's see. All right, everybody. One more thing, okay? One more thing. All right? One more thing. And then we're going to do Dark Souls 2, which is going to be really awesome. So you should stick around because I'm starting Dark Souls 2 for real tonight, and I'm very excited for it. I'm extremely excited for it. But I have one more thing I want to talk about, and this one's a little more serious, okay? All right. My lovely, lovely imps. Something very, very weird is going on in Texas. Yeehaw! Just kidding. Okay, I got to do an actual serious one for this. That was I couldn't resist. I had to do the yeehaw, but we got to actually get it serious now, okay? For real. My lovely, lovely imps. No! No, god damn it. Okay, hold on. For real this time, for real. For real. My lovely, lovely imps. Something strange is going on in Texas. Some of you may have heard that Governor Greg Abbott, who is a total piece of shit in my opinion, and I don't really care. Some people might say, oh, that's a great way to start your segment. Real impartial. I don't actually care about quote-unquote impartiality with Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott is a deranged psycho who thinks that he can stuff his nose into the private lives of people, who thinks that he can tell his loyal members of his Department of Human Services that they can ignore the courts of his own state and the courts of the nation in order to persecute trans people more. And he is a disgusting and vile racist, in my opinion. And Governor Greg Abbott, you may have heard, has been let's just say he's had a history of disagreement with basically everyone who tells him he can't do whatever he wants, but specifically with the Joe Biden administration. There has been an ongoing disagreement over his handling of the so-called border crisis, and how strange, deranged, aggressive, and downright inhumane he and his loyalists have been behaving, and what they have been essentially engaging in. And of course, some of us have seen the previous flare-ups of this, whether it's the proposed usage of literal like bladed traps that are designed to trap migrants, in the water, basically. Like, I don't know if you guys saw this, but there was a proposed use of buoys that have moving saw blades on the bottom, so that if you're swimming across the water and you attempt to hold on to the buoy, you know, to rest, you will get cut up by the saw blades on the bottom. Which, if that sounds like something that only a evil medieval king from a cartoon would come up with, unfortunately, no, it's actually something that was proposed and considered by people like Governor Greg Abbott and his evil cronies. But now, Greg Abbott has decided that he has the sort of universal right to override even the federal government. And we're going to read his statement in which he essentially declares that Texas is going to be going their own way, like a Tug Tao, you know, like a MGTOW, but Texans going their own way. They're going to defy the direct orders of the federal government in a pretty outstanding and brazen way. And it's kind of strange to know exactly where this will go. And it's also very telling of the current state of affairs in the United States, which is basically that the standard rule of law has completely and utterly dissolved in the United States, if it ever existed in the first place. And I do believe that there's a good argument to be made that the sort of the law of the state is illusory at best. You know, that basically the state grants itself the right to make the rules, and it also allows itself to break the rules whenever it wants, because who else is going to tell them otherwise, you know, right? Like, and that's patently true. For example, think about things like the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act, you have the right to privacy, except when the government decides you no longer have the right to privacy when it's convenient for them. You see what I mean? There's a problem here. But of course, this is accelerated to a drastic degree where, you know, the sort of assurances from liberals all over the country that the rule of law will always be victorious. Trust the process. You got to do everything according to the electoral process. Well, this incident with Greg Abbott kind of just throws a giant wrench into all of that, doesn't it? Let's take a look at his statement, okay? Governor Greg Abbott, January 24, 2024. That's today if you're watching this live, and probably a different day if you're watching this as a video. The federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states. The executive branch of the United States has a constitutional duty to enforce federal laws protecting states, including immigration laws on the books right now. President Biden has refused to enforce those laws and has even violated them. The result is that he has smashed records for illegal immigration. Now, just a real quick, just a real quick fact check, That's a load of bullshit, obviously. The idea that President Biden has not enforced immigration laws is patently absurd. In fact, Joe Biden has been a fairly anti-immigrant president as far as Democrats go. I mean, he even caught flack for continuing the work on a wall building project that was started by Donald Trump. He was criticized by Democrats for doing that. So yeah, this is kind of just a giant load of hooey. It's a bunch of nonsense. Despite having been put on notice in a series of letters, one of which I delivered to him by hand. Hilarious, by the way. I sent you a strongly worded email, good sir. Literally, this reminds me of sovereign citizen shit. You know the like sovereign citizen guys, the guys who will drive drunk and then when they get pulled over, they pull out a pocket of the Constitution and then they say to the cop, they're like, this thing right here says you can't do shit against me. I have a constitutional right. And my right is given to me by the Constitution, and I don't have to follow any of your fucking laws because the Constitution says that I can be a fucking citizen. You know those guys? Those kind of guys? This is exactly what he's doing. He's being like, I gave you these strongly worded letters. Anyway. President Biden has ignored Texas's demand that he perform his constitutional duties. Or wait, I guess that wouldn't be a sovereign citizen. I guess that would be like a constitutional extremist, right? Because the sovereign citizens are like, I didn't agree to the Constitution. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. You got the picture. Doesn't really. Who cares? Don't fucking bazinga me. President Biden has violated his oath to faithfully execute immigration laws enacted by Congress. Blatantly not true. Instead of prosecuting immigrants for the federal crime of illegal entry, President Biden has sent his lawyers into federal courts to sue Texas for taking action to secure the border. What's actually happened is that the federal government has said, oh my God, you guys are being psychos and you are creating a humanitarian crisis within the borders of our nation, and we don't support you doing that. You should follow the rule of law. And of course, Texas goes, we should be able to kill whoever we want. As long as they don't look like us. Or agree with us politically. Or maybe if they have a different gender. President Biden has instructed his agencies to ignore federal statutes that mandate the detention of illegal immigrants. The effect is to illegally allow their en masse parole into the United States. Again, load of bullshit, okay? He's trying to claim, this is like, Governor Greg Abbott is not a judge. He isn't actually able to make these calls very well anyway, and the reality is that there are likely significantly different paths that can be taken. He's just mad that his path isn't being approved of. He's just mad that he isn't allowed to kill people on sight or torture them or chop them up with fucking saw trap buoys. By wasting taxpayer dollars to tear open Texas's border security infrastructure, citation needed, President Biden has enticed illegal immigrants away from the 28 legal entry points along this state's southern border, bridges where nobody drowns, and into the dangerous waters of the Rio Grande. What he's saying here, when he's saying that they're tearing open Texas's border infrastructure, he's saying that President Biden didn't let him put up the saw buoys. And so he's saying that not allowing people to put up the saw buoys is inviting them to swim across the Rio Grande. Under President Biden's lawless border politics, more than 6 million illegal immigrants have crossed our southern border in just 3 years. That is more than the population of 33 different states in this country. Massive citation needed. My
source is that I made it the fuck up.
Moment. This illegal refusal to protect the states has inflicted unprecedented harm on the people all across the United States. James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and other visionaries who wrote the U.S. Constitution foresaw that states should not be left to the mercy of a lawless president who does nothing to stop external threats like cartels smuggling millions of illegal immigrants across the border. That's why the framers included both Article 4, subsection 4, which promises that the federal government shall protect each state against invasion. This guy is literally trying to make the argument that random people trying to cross the border is an invasion. Now, obviously, any rational and thinking person would acknowledge that the Constitution is referring to a military invasion. But it's very interesting. It's an incredible display of that sort of fascist doublethink. You know, where the enemy must both simultaneously be weak and strong. The enemy is weak enough that they will drown in rivers if you don't install, like traps that are more cruel than what would be used on wild animals. But they're so strong as to be considered an invasion. Quite a perfect example of that fascist doublethink. That's why, oh yeah, here we go. And Article 1, subsection 10, clause 3, which acknowledges the state's sovereign interest in protecting their borders from invasion, which is not what's happening. Migrants and illegal immigration is not a fucking invasion. This is just, it's just so blatant how insane you'd have to be to even think this guy has a point. The failure of the Biden administration to fulfill the duties imposed by Article 4, subsection 4 has triggered Article 1, subsection 10, clause 3, which reserves to this state the right of self-defense. For these reasons, I have already declared an invasion under Article 1, subsection 10, clause 3 to invoke Texas constitutional authority to defend and protect itself. That authority is the supreme law of the land and supersedes any federal statutes to the contrary. The Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and other Texas personnel are currently acting on that authority, as well as state law, to secure the Texas border. Signed, Greg Abbott. So what he is saying is that he is directly ignoring federal mandate. He is directly ignoring federal law. He is ignoring federal judges. He is ignoring basically everything in order to falsely claim and declare that an invasion is happening in Texas. And following from that, he is taking executive control of the Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and basically any Texas-related state power to personally wield them against an invasion of illegal immigrants. Absolutely psychotic behavior. And an incredible attempt at Republican rogue stateism. Basically, this is a functional declaration of pseudo secession. He's basically saying that Texas has been abandoned by the federal government, and so we're taking the law completely into our own hands. It's a wild ploy. And I wonder how it's going to play out for Greg Abbott. Because, I don't know. I don't know when the last time we saw a state do anything like this before. We've certainly seen states like not agree with federal rulings. We've certainly seen states choose different paths versus federal recommendations. But I don't know when the last time we saw a state just assume total control of their National Guard to wield against the United States federal government and in the name of persecuting migrants to a harsher degree. It's pretty wild, and it's a little spooky in certain ways. Certainly for the people of Texas. I'm not, obviously, if you don't live in Texas, it's not all that. Not amazingly scary in and of itself. But if you live in Texas, that's a weird state of affairs to be in when you have a psychopath like Governor Greg Abbott, who basically is saying, well, I am now the supreme authority and I can use all of the forces of the state, including the National Guard, to do basically whatever I want because I've declared that we are being invaded. It's a soft version of declaring martial law. Very strange, very, very weird. And of course, everybody has seen the sort of videos going around of him ordering his state National Guard to spend all their time rolling out giant bales of razor wire, which is always a good sign. You know you're in a very good state of affairs when you call in the extra help from the National Guard to set up more razor wire. Always a great sign. It's not good. And of course, if you combine this with his previous deranged behavior, like his defying federal judges and going under the table to allow the Texas State Department of Human Services to persecute trans families, conveniently only while the organization itself was complying to federal law, he personally was urging them to use their personal cellular devices in order to avoid getting caught so that they could persecute trans families with trans people in them. It's a bad sign. And it's a bad sign for the direction that the Republican Party and the adherents of the Republican Party are going. I don't know how it's going to play out for Greg Abbott. I have the feeling that the federal government is not going to play particularly nice with this ploy. But then again, also, Joe Biden hasn't exactly been the most you know, he's not exactly been amazingly progressive when it comes to immigration. He's been fairly anti-immigration, which means, you know, who knows? Maybe he won't take this all that seriously. But it does seem pretty shocking to have a state do this, to particularly to do it in the way that they're doing it. Declaring an invasion and taking full control of the Texas National Guard in order to combat an invasion that is not recognized by literally anyone else in the world, because obviously no one else in the world is saying, you know, no one else will say Texas is being invaded. That's a Texas thing. They're trying to claim that they're being invaded, and everyone else is going, dude, please stop. Like, you know, if you weren't acting this crazy, maybe we could have a discussion. But to me, what it sounds like is a ridiculous power play. Greg Abbott wants to be a little dictator, and he's doing that. He's doing that by taking advantage of war powers, by taking advantage of a little concept called the state of exception. And yeah, it's pretty bad. Interesting how quickly the law just doesn't matter anymore when it disagrees with the whim of a particularly powerful individual. Yeah. Killjoy 40K says, U.S. borders are federal jurisdiction that is delegated down to the state, but the Fed has oversight, and he's going to get clapped, in my opinion. Yeah, I think there's a good chance that he's going to get clapped from this, but I wonder to what degree. Are they going to clap him in irons? That would be amazing to see. I'm not going to lie. I would think it's very funny if Greg Abbott ended up in prison because of this. I doubt that's what's going to happen, but who knows? He's a pretty desperate guy right now, and he seems like he's really gunning for power. I didn't have Texas declaring a soft secession on my 2024 bingo card. But I probably should have, to be honest. I've talked about for a long time on this channel that I believe that we are in a very strange state of affairs in the United States, that we are in the process of an American balkanization, that America as a country, as we understood it, is breaking up into irreconcilably different regions. Red states and blue states are spinning so far out of you know, I don't even know what the right word is, so far out of comparison as far as laws are concerned, that from state to state you have a completely different expectation of basic civil and human rights. And that's especially true now when you have Texas saying, yeah, actually, no, we're being invaded, bro, totally. If you come in here, we have the right to use the military to interrogate you for your papers. Crazy, genuinely crazy. This is interesting. Governor Greg Abbott is using the Texas National Guard to obstruct and create chaos at the border. If Abbott is defying yesterday's Supreme Court ruling, the President of the United States needs to establish sole federal control of the Texas National Guard now. Oh yeah, here's the pictures he's been posting, okay? He's been posting these military pictures of Texas National Guard guys just standing around next to giant messes of razor wire. Actually incredibly fun. Terrifying, but also incredibly funny. This is just a hell of an image, isn't it? Like, this right here is like, this is the most Texas image I can imagine. They're like, we're keeping ourselves safe! And it's two guys standing on a rusty barrel, pointing randomly, and then an unimaginable fucking tangle of razor wire. Just horrible. Actually embarrassing. And embarrassing to even live in a country that remotely associates itself with this. Although I should know better, you know. Sucks to being an American is a exercise in learning to recognize is not investing in your American identity at all. In fact, I think you're an idiot if you invest in American identity in any way. Like, especially at this point, there is no American identity except for embarrassment. That's the only thing. Just genuinely terrible. Anyway, we have to see how this is going to unfold. It's hard to know exactly how this is going to unfold, but it does speak to the state of the mental state of Republicans in America. Increasingly, American Republicans are deranged. They're completely deranged. They have secessionist fantasies. They have militia fantasies. They want to pretend that Joe Biden is like personally clamping a vice onto their testicles every single day, and it's just not based in reality at all. More and more, the Republican Party just seems to be spinning off into its own completely deranged reality, and this is what it looks like, by the way. This is what you can expect from the GOP. This is their idea of ideal. He's celebrating this. In this image right here, he's like, the Texas National Guard continues to hold the line in Eagle Pass. Texas will not back down from our efforts to secure the border in Biden's absence. Yeah, it totally looks like an invasion, dude. Oh man, there's not even anybody visible. Wow, it's amazing. Where's all the tanks? Where's the planes? Where's the guys with guns, my man? Incredible. Actually incredible. All right, everybody. That's all I have to say about the psychopath Greg Abbott doing a mini secession so that he can be a little dictator, the king, so that he can be the king of Razor Wire Mountain. But if you're a human being with any soul remaining, if you don't like sleeping in a pile of razor wire, if you don't like this fake delusional rah-rah bullshit over an invasion that isn't happening, you should consider opposing the Republicans with every single ounce of your being. The Republicans are genuinely insane. The state of the Republican Party is insane. There is no reasoning with people like this and people that support like this, and this is more and more characteristic of the Republican Party. Anyway, fuck these people. And if you enjoyed this little segment talking about Greg Abbott, make sure that you press subscribe down below, because I talk about all kinds of cool stuff. You could see it if you become a subscriber today. Smack that subscribe button. Thank you very much. Keep listening for the segment. Isn't that wild? Hey, we've successfully boosted up to level 3! Hell yeah! Everybody who boosted the server, thank you very, very much. We have successfully boosted up to level 3. Balkanization, huh? Yup. Gayfesh says, Demonmama, how's your night been? Hey, Gayfesh, good to see you. It's been good. It's been a lot. We started by watching TJ's critique of me. Then we got into the drugs discourse, which was an interesting thing to get into. Then we talked. Meatball had an ode to Meatball Ron, since he's no longer in the race, and now we just got done talking about the would-be secessionist Greg Abbott. Been an interesting night. We're about to do some Dark Souls 2 here because we got a few more. I got a few more hours of stream in me. Not too much because I got a lot to do. Remember, on Friday, everybody, on Friday, I'll be going on to Deep Fat Fried with TJ and Paul's Ego to debate about Trump versus whether Trump was worse than George Bush. So. Sorry about that, Gayfesh. It's probably the ad blocker. Other than that, I don't know. History has never been more Jover than it has been now. Oh, weird. I don't know what's going on then. That's really weird. I don't know what's going on. Straw Hat Monty, Dark Souls 1 is done. We finished Dark Souls 1. We're on to Dark Souls 2. What time is the debate? The debate's going to be around just around 5 p.m. PST, but I'm going to start my stream at 4, so we have a little bit of time. You can make that argument on the Supreme Court alone. Yeah, I have a couple of, I don't want to give away my tactics, you know? I don't want anybody leaking it to them in advance. I have a couple of points that I'm going to go over, so. Never underestimate. We marched all the way to Mexico City in the Mexican-American War. If Trump wins, don't discount anything. Look, I think Trump would be a terrible president, but I do not believe they're going to fucking invade Mexico. I do not believe Texas is going to invade Mexico. I just don't think that's likely. I really don't. And I don't think it would be very successful either. I don't think most American troops are going to be particularly passionate about that. In fact, I can't imagine the amount of yeah, I don't know, invading your neighbors like that is a huge risk. Gayfesh says, did you see that racist white liberal LA Times op-ed that was mad Margot Robbie didn't get nominated for Best Actress? Oh, I didn't see that part. Holy shit, that's terrible, Gayfesh. I heard of that, but I didn't see that particular line. That's fucking terrible. Cornella says, I wish you could take Westside Tyler to you to the debate. He does great Trump impressions. That sounds great, but fortunately, I gotta do it. I gotta just do my own debate. I gotta do my own thing. I will say that Abbott has a very real chance of violating international law by sending soldiers under his command illegally over the border, causing an international incident with Mexico. That would be absurd. It'd be very interesting to see. I hope that he treads very carefully, because I would hate it if something bad happened to Greg Abbott. That would be terrible. I would be so sad if something bad happened to Greg Abbott. Oh my God. All right, everybody, we ready? I want to play games, and I want to talk to you while I play games. All right? I want to play games. If you are here and you enjoy my political content, you should stick around, okay? You should stick around, because we're about to play Dark Souls 2, and I always end up talking about all kinds of different things anyway. So you should consider hanging around and checking it out, because I promise you're going to have a good time. We're about to have an absolute blast, because I haven't played Dark Souls 2 in a gajillion years, and so I'm going to be bad at it, but I'm also going to be doing a bunch of fun things, which is cool. So you should stick around while we play Dark Souls 2, because I'm about to... Let's do this shit, shall we? Let's do this shit. Let's Dark Souls 2 it up. Oh yeah, I gotta read my donuts. Hold on. Let me read my donations real quick. I might have missed a couple of donations. Oh my God, Lefty McLefterson with the $50. Sorry for the copyright. It said it was copyright-free music. Rip. I present this hellish offering as penance. Headphone warning. Lefty McLefterson, thank you very, very much for the $50. It's incredibly generous of you. It's okay. I was a little mad about it, but it's fine. I just gotta be more careful because a lot of things that say they're not copyright actually are anyway, which really stinks. Basically, it's gotta be video game music. That's basically all I can listen to, or my own original stuff, like made for me. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I'll check out that video later. Fefella with the tier 1 sub, rest in piss, Meatball. Indeed, rest in piss. Indeed, rest in piss. That's all of our donos. Sorry for missing that. Somehow I didn't see it. Thank you very, very much for the reminder. All right, everybody, let's do this. Dark Souls 2. Woo, that's loud. Scholar of the First Sin. I wonder what build we're gonna do this time. I'll show you. It's time. We are going to be playing a bow and dex build. Wait, did we actually pick that? We didn't pick yet. No, we have to go inside. We didn't pick yet. Because we didn't exit the game properly last time. Because, woohoo! That's not good. Got a claw grip up. How's the audio levels? I gotta turn this down just a little bit, probably. The audio seems just a tiny bit. Okay, it's not too bad. Will I do PvP battles? Abso-fucking-lutely I'll do PvP battles with chat. I'm happy to do PvP. In fact, I want to do PvP. Fuck, why no mundane ladle? Because I don't want to do the mundane ladle. That sounds too much. I want to actually have a little bit of fun. I want to do a little bit of fucking... I want to have a little fun. Mundane ladle sounds sounds fucking painful. Death counter's fucking busted, so don't worry about it. Wait, oh, did I miss one from you, another board person? I'm really sorry. Another board person, thank you. It must have cleared out of the YouTube cache. What the? Little monkey. I'm really sorry about that, another board person. In fact, let me just go double check on it. Hold on, let me just look at it. Hold on. I'll double check. Sometimes YouTube is very finicky and it clears out the YouTube cache, and it really stinks when that happens. Let's see. Where are they? Hold on. Let's see. Activity feed. Oh, there they are. Another bored person said Trump's response to Ron backing out was, let's give Ron a round of applause. I've gotten to know his wife so well over the last few months. Yeah, exactly. Crazy. Actually crazy. Thank you very, very much. It was absurd. Yeah, I've really enjoyed his wife, and it's been my pleasure. We will be doing Sekiro. Sekiro will be a little ways down the road. All right, let's go in and talk to the old ladies and build our character.
What seems to be the ruckus?
Oh my, your face. The face of the curse. It's an undead. An undead has come to play. They all end up here. All the ones like you. You spoke to that kind old dear, didn't you? You're finished.
you'll go hollow. Yes, you'll become one of them. Hollows prey upon men, feast upon their souls. This is the fate of the cursed.
Sus.
What
Mega
is
sus.
your name?
Oh yeah, I gotta put my name in now. Try to recall your name. I remember my name. That's my name.
At least you know your own name. Here's your reward for sharing. It's a human effigy. Take a closer look. Who do you think it's supposed to be? Think back, deep into your past.
I really like the human effigies in this game. They look cool.
Yes, it's an effigy of you.
All right, everybody. Time to make our character. We're gonna go with an athletic build this game. I'm convinced this area is connected to Elden Ring somehow. There's some theories about it, but the truth is just that Dark Souls 2, I can't remember if, I think it was the director of Dark Souls 2 worked heavily on Elden Ring as well. Oh, it randomizes the faces. Homeland, it doesn't say. Why doesn't it tell me what homeland it is? Ooh, I like that. Well, that's kind of cool too. This one's kind of nice too. This one's pretty cool. It's got a very like, I don't know, Viking warrior type. But I also like this one too. This one's fairly simple, but I kind of like it. I think I'm gonna go with this one. Do like the reddish brown. Reddish brown looks good to me. Brown eyes looks good. Oh, you can get a facial tattoo. That's kind of cool. Not many options. I don't think I'm gonna do it. No facial tattoo this time. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Hormones. Damn, we got her on the full mask. What happens if we go the other way? I kind of wild. That's like, oh my god. Oh shit, it has to reload. I think I liked her better with on the mask side. Wait, she looks so good right now. Why the fuck does she look so good already? Normally the defaults never look good, but in this game she looks really good already. Ah! Oh no, we're breaking it. Oh no, we're breaking it! We gotta be really careful here, because this thing is, yeah, I know, tampering with the diamonds. Yeah, but I want to refine. I want to refine this ever so slightly. Honestly, she looks really good. I kind of don't know if we gotta change anything. She's looking so good right now. What the fuck? She's like actually really great looking. We don't need to change much. Oh, you can change. Oh, this is a body tattoo. No, wait, this is a facial tattoo. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not touching this anymore. She looks fantastic. She looks actually fantastic. I don't know how that happened, but she looks really good. Like, look at her. She's beautiful. I never do this. I've never once just like, I don't think I've gone with like a default character in a video game in like 100 years, but the game just generated it like a good one. Just wow. All right, we're sticking with that. All right, class and gift. Class. Okay, we want the one with the higher dex. Help. Okay, I can't remember. Wait, is Chariot here? I can't remember what you said to pick. Shit. I think it was the, I want to say it was the warrior or the knight. Knight was more forgiving. It's good to go bandit. I do want to go for the bow build because I've heard the bow build is really fun. You start with the bow, but I think that if I remember correctly, Chariot said that the knight, or maybe it was swordsman. Oh shit. Swordsman has 16 dex. But the thing is, I don't know if dex is what you want to start with to begin with. And I think that you can get a bow really early on. We have to get a lot of adaptability up because you have to get the roll time. You have to get like 27 points in adaptability. Yeah, I think Chariot said knight, but knight starts with low dex. But the thing is that the knight starts with high vigor, which is a big deal. Oh shit, swordsman only starts with... He only starts with 4 vigor. Holy shit. Swordsman is not what we want. Knight starts with 12 vigor. Maybe we should... Ooh, this is rough. Ooh, this is rough. This is a rough choice. I feel like I could survive with 9 vigor. I don't think I can survive with 4 vigor. That sounds very difficult. The knight does look cool too. Bandit for bow-only builds. Warrior and swordsman can be good for min-maxing, but I use knight. All right, bandit it is then. Starting gift. Human effigy. Healing wares. Lots of healing items. Homeward bone. Seed of a giant tree. Bonfire ascetic. Petrified something. What's the petrified something? Is there a way to use the main site on your phone? Yeah, if you're on Apple, you can actually set the website. There's, oh my God, I don't remember the exact way to do it, but you can save a website as like an app, and that works really well. Just look up there should be a tutorial for how to do it. If you're using mobile a lot, it's a really good idea to do. You basically set the live page as like an app shortcut on your homepage, and it'll work really well. I think you can still do that on Android. I just don't know how to do it as easily on Android. The human effigy is really helpful, isn't it? All right, I feel like the petrified something seems like a good idea, but I don't think I need the life ring. I never play with life rings. 1 humanity is a good start. Let's do the effigy. All right, effigy, it's time.
All people come here for the same reason, to break the curse. You're no different, I should think.
You're good, you're good. I got the effigy and I started as the bandit.
Doesn't stand a chance.
Bullshit, I stand a chance. I do stand a chance.
You never know.
These old ladies, they think they're way too funny. They're way too confident in their comedy
Go
ability.
through the door and trot along to the kingdom. But remember, hold on to your souls. They're all that keep you from going hollow. Oh, I'll fool you no longer. You lose your souls. All of them. Over and over again.
No, you fucking won't. Don't you do it. Hold on 1 second. Also, David says, I'm watching from back in time, but came to say I love the long and thoughtful content as an artist, and Demonmama is one of my favorite channels up there with folding ideas. Oh my God, that's way too kind to me. Thank you so much. I am not that talented, but thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you, David.
This is a limbo. A link between Drangleic and the outer world. For why else would you visit such a place? This lost, decayed kingdom.
Okay, the music is a little loud. I need to turn the music down just a little bit. I'm noticing music is just a tiny, tiny, tiny bit too loud for me.
My name is Millibeth. I am here to look after them. It is what my mother did, and her mother before her, and so on. The old women were keepers of the fire. But now, the fire shows signs of fading. And the kingdom is beset by hollows.
So these are fire keepers, but in another
The old
in
women
another
were
kingdom.
sisters. I am told there was a fourth. Long ago, fire keepers were commonplace. but now they are lost, scattered to the winds.
Okay, I'll turn the audio down overall then. Yeah, I always have trouble balancing both of them. Hey, treasure chest. Let's open that shit up. Pop that shit right open. Human effigy. Woohoo! Extra.
The old women are sisters, long ago, but now they are lost, scattered to the winds.
I know where they all are.
Well, I suppose if you find yourself at an impasse. But if your will is yet unbroken, then you may return here to start again with a clean slate.
Yeah, these guys love pushing the fourth wall. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Bonfire lit. First bonfire of Dark Souls 2, everybody. That's right, we made it. We made it to the first Dark Souls 2 bonfire. Bonfires are places of respite, but you may also light torches on them. Okay. Thank you. Soul of a Lost Undead and torch. We don't have a lot of arrows, so we gotta be careful. We're gonna play with the axe for a while. I know there's a crow here somewhere. I don't remember where the crow is exactly, but I know there's a crow here. Oh, the torches, we gotta light those things. I see. Okay, I'll go back and get a torch then. I don't remember everything about the starting. I remember almost nothing about this game, so if I'm doing something stupid, you're just gonna have to deal with it. Oh, do I have to equip the torch? Probably do. Torch, 5 minutes. Why, how do I have a torch for 5 minutes? It's a bone of order. Press Y on the oh, toggle. Oh, okay, I didn't even see the toggle. I'm so used to like not touching the toggle thing. All right, so we gotta light all these things and it'll last for 5 minutes. Torches are a weird thing. All right, let's light all these. Hey, it's the gender. I mean, shh. Over there, there's a that I remember very well from this game. Over there is a coffin you can climb into. That coffin down there, guarded by the ogre, is the gender change coffin. If you climb in, it'll change your character's gender. Pretty fucking cool. And they said that you couldn't trans your gender in Dark Souls. It's actually easier to trans your gender in Dark Souls. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chariot. I went with Bandit. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's okay. We'll make do. I promise I'll do my best, all right? I'll fight my best. How do I put the torch away? Is that possible? Is it still alive or do I lose the torch? Okay, I still have the torch, so I'll be able to light it again when it's time to light the other ones. Oh, you're all good. Don't worry at all. It's okay. I'll play Bandit and I'll cope. This is what I get for not being 100% there. Don't worry. I'm strong, okay? I'm strong and resilient. Oh yeah, this is the tutorial area. I don't remember if there's any benefit to lighting all these things in the first area, but I'm gonna try it. Okay. Two-handing the axe seems to be fairly effective. Oh man, there's a lot of these torches. What? Excuse me? What the fuck was happening there? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, okay. So it's trying to teach me trying to get me to do the backstab, but I was fucking it up apparently. There is kinda, but you'll want to be very prepared. Only an end game thing. I can beat it. Wait, did I just auto block? Do you default auto block when you're two-handing? What the fuck? I don't remember that at all. Did I just auto blocked and it severely reduced the damage. That's kind of fucking sick, honestly. Oh, you don't normally? There's a button? Is my button getting pressed? There's a button that toggles block? I'm two-handing the axe. Button that toggles block. I hope my LB button isn't broken. Is that what's happening here? No? No, it's just auto blocking. No, there's a keyboard shortcut. Lock guard, M. Oh. Oh, that's fucking weird. Okay, well, done. Camera. Hey! Hi!
You! Give us smooth!
I love you!
Yes, you! Give us silky!
Yay! I think I have something to give them. Yeah, small, smooth, and silky stone. Take it.
Yeah! Silky smooth!
Poison stone?
You! Give us smooth! Yes, you! Give us silky!
Okay, I'll give you more when I can. I don't have anything else for you right now. I love them! They're so cute! They're so cute in this game! Listen, no matter what you say... Oh, wait, hold on. I can jump down there and get that item. No matter what you say about Dark Souls 2, you gotta say the crows are fucking poggers, okay? Fucking Smooth and Silky is like, they're so cute. Light sconces with a torch. Oh, God, this is gonna be challenging. I want to light the sconces with a torch. Yeah, the stone that I got before. What if I told you that the crows are actually Zionists? Oh, that's fucking mean. Don't say that. They don't give a shit about our real world politics. They just want Smooth and Silky. I can convince them to not be Zionists by giving them Smooth and Silky. Torch. I'll come back with the torch. I'll come back and light everything with the torch in a minute. I gotta finish the tutorial area. Okay, I got my weapon two-handed. Alright, gotcha. Got him. There's a lot of torches to light in here. I'm curious now. Jump. LS while dashing. LS, not RS. That was stupid of me. That was absolutely idiotic of me. The lighting all the torches summons an NPC invasion. You only get one shot to kill him. What? You get one chance and that's it? That seems cruel. So you have to, so I won't be, so if I die to him, I'll lose. He's probably really strong, huh? All right, fine, I'll wait then. I'll wait. I'll wait. Much better, much better. Amber herb. Amber herb. I heard about that. Didn't she have a really fucked up situation with Johnny Depp? Oh, I need a fragrant branch. Okay. Whoa, hey. Whoa. Click LS plus RT LT. Not working. Wait, so maybe I have to go like this? Didn't work. Oh, it's snapping it directionally? Oh, plus RT, so it's like... There we go! Okay, good to know. Alright, good to know. Cracked red eye orb. Oh, that's sus. That's fucking sus. For those who don't know, cracked red eye orbs are like the most heinous evil PvP invasion items in the world. They're like the most evil one. They're like, if you want to be the most evil, nasty bastard ever, then you use the red eye orbs. Fucked up. It's for the meanies. Oh! What the? We got the basilisk in the first zone? What the fuck? That's crazy. I can't believe they're throwing them right at us like that. Oh, they're not. We can't get past this guy. A statue blocks the way. Okay, so that's what we're going to need the branch for, because I remember the branches. I remember you use the branches to unlock certain areas. Now, for some reason, I feel like I remember you being able to go down to the gender change area right away. But I don't think that's true. Oh, you gotta come around to this, so maybe you gotta come back. Okay, well, we'll come back. Come back. Alright, let's do this. Progress. Oh, messages already. Try enemy horde, then nice job. Okay, thanks. Despair ahead, therefore try woman. Sure. Oh, shit. Try rear. Wow, that's a lot of blood stains. That's a lot of fucking blood stains. Hurrah for the light. Visions of... Why are there all these blood stains over here? Is this where the fucking NPC kills you? Oh. People killing themselves. I didn't realize it was going to spawn all of them at once. Fuck. All right. Okay. Oh, in New Game Plus, there's enemies there. Okay, interesting. Oh, what a cool... This is a... I do remember this being a great reveal. Boy, that looks pretty. I do remember this. I should crank up the music just a tiny bit. I'm gonna turn up the music just a little bit. Just for this part. Quite something ahead. Morningstar and Cleric's Sacred Chime. Ooh. Binoculars. Nice, nice. That's death. Whoa, okay, wait, we don't want to go that way. We're not ready for that yet. Yeah, the Majula music is really good. Classic. Okay, so there's that area. Oh, there's an item over here we missed. Divine Blessing, always nice to have. Wood, always nice to have. I guess, unless you're wearing a mini skirt, unless you're trying for that. I mean, personally, I think it's fairly hot. That's me. I have advanced tastes. Might be embarrassing for others. Fatty. Can't fit through. Not very nice. Alright, okay, so that's interesting. Gosh, all still here? Yeah, I know. We still have 300 people watching. There's 300 devoted Dark Souls 2 viewers. It's incredible. It's beautiful, in fact. Love it. It makes me happy. All right, so let's get this little thing up and going, right? Hey, there's a lady. First, we're gonna light the bonfire. Hello.
Are you the next monarch?
Yes.
Or merely a pawn of fate?
Yes, also.
Bearer of the curse. I will remain by your side till this frail hope shatters.
Damn.
Take this with you.
Damn.
May it ease your journey.
Estus Flask,
Go
thank
on
you.
and see the king. He who made Drangleic what it once was. He who peered at the essence of the soul. King Vendrick.
Oh man, that guy sounds weird. You may level up by the power of the Emerald Herald.
Bearer of the curse, seek misery. For misery will lead you to greater, stronger souls.
True. Fucking true.
You will never meet the king with a soul so frail and pallid. Seek those whose names are unutterable. The four endowed with immense souls. Their souls will serve as beacons. Once you have found them, return here to me, so that hope will not fade away.
Wow.
Bearer of the curse, seek souls. Larger, more powerful souls. Seek the king. That is the only way. Lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
Listen, I got a feeling, okay, that I'm gonna be just fine, okay? Nothing bad is gonna happen to my character. I'm gonna do exactly what you said, and nothing will go wrong, okay? I am very confident in that. Damn, this area is so cool. What an amazing area. Scary. It's scary to imagine what it would be like to, like, I don't know, if you were in a boat or if you were swimming and there were these big spires sticking up out of the water. That's so scary. What's under there? What lives under that creepy water? Right? I don't know. Oh, hey, who's this?
You're undead, aren't you? You have that distinct scent, the smell of irreversible fate. This is Majula. It is a kind of settlement. A place where life is almost normal. And in Drang Lake these days, there are very few places like that. I am Solden. And like you, I lost everything. And now I'm here. You probably heard that it was possible to break the curse here. Well, that's not true at all. There's nothing here for you, me, or anybody. Do you know much about souls? Even I'm not certain, but I'm told that the soul is the essence of life itself. Anything living, sentient or no, supposedly has one. What we call the curse is traceable to the soul. Do you see what that means? To be alive, to walk this earth. That's the real curse, right there.
Man. So this is our game's Crestfallen.
Will never die. And that's quite a predicament, really. There are 4 beings in this land with giant souls. And wherever you go from here, you'll sooner or later come up against them. Each has a powerful soul and a terrible curse. If that frightens you, then you ought to just give up right now. Like I have.
Oh, hey, at least he owns it.
Do you ever cry out for help? The journey of an undead is long and treacherous. You'll face invaders from other worlds at every turn. If you need help, why not proclaim faith in the Blue Sentinels? When you face danger, the Blue Sentinels will come to your aid.
I remember those guys.
Protection is yours, if you wish. You need only accept their kind
Maybe we'll
embrace.
play as a Blue Sentinel. That might be fun. Wait, I don't know how covenants work in this game. Is it hard to leave a covenant in this game? Does anybody know? Like, if I join Way of the Blue, am I gonna get stuck in it for a long time? It's fine? Okay. Alright, okay. Alright, that's good. Nice, blue seal. Entered covenant.
That is a wise decision. People are weak, but the Blue Sentinels watch over us in their benevolence.
True.
Let the Sentinels cradle you in their embrace.
I wonder if these Blue Sentinel guys got any ulterior motives.
Lonely here?
Man, this guy's got a lot to say.
It suits me just fine, as I've nothing left anyway. It will grow on you, this place. Give it some time. Do you see the way beyond the bonfire? That will take you to the forest of the giants.
All right.
There was once a great fort, but little of it remains. You may just find something there that will be of use on your journey. But don't venture too far inside, or you might not come back. Hade's Tower of Flame lies beyond the far gate.
That's
In the
that one.
cathedral, the Apostles of Blue gather. But the road leading there is perilous.
I remember
The
Hades
gate is rigged with
Castle or
some
whatever.
contraption.
That's the one of the places I remember the
But how
most
it
from this
works,
game.
I just don't
All
know.
the big giant guys in the like treacherous.
Have you seen that pit, that gaping hole in the earth? I don't know what it's like down below, but I wouldn't suggest trying to find out. Besides, you'll never make it down there. Not without a ladder of some sort. The flame you see there is a bonfire.
Damn, this guy has a lot of dialogue.
They exist all across the land, beacons to we undead. If you are tired, try resting beside the flame. The flame heals us. Long ago, a woman called a firekeeper watched over each bonfire. She kept the flame lit and guarded it from those who would extinguish it. I wonder where the firekeepers went. Did you notice any letters on the ground on the way here? These are messages that have jumped the fissures between worlds. In Drang Lake, the flow of time is convoluted. Things shift and waver, twist and turn. Poignant wishes, dashed dreams. The messages convey our very inner thoughts.
I mean, the
If your
dialogue is
will to
great so
soldier
far.
on falters, try leaving a message. Somebody out there is sure to listen. You may notice symbols that appear upon the ground. These are summon signatures. They
Good night,
call
Moose Watcher.
upon
Thanks for being here.
spirits from other worlds through the schisms in time. If you fear hollows, find summon signatures to call upon spirits to help you. Do you see the way beyond?
Okay,
There was
cool.
once. You may just, but
Okay,
don't
we
venture.
got all of his
May you
dialogue.
find peace on your journey.
Thanks, bro. Seriously, thanks. Hole ahead. Nah, I think that's later in the game. Alright. Let's go talk to the other people. And then we'll continue. The dialogue is awesome. It's really inspiring and interesting. It's a lot. It's a lot in comparison to Dark Souls 1 especially. Hey, bro.
Who are you? Oh, it doesn't matter. Just help me open this door. I packed my tools in here, seeing it was vacant. But now somebody's gone and locked the door.
Aw, damn it.
I'm a blacksmith. I'm nothing without my tools. Bring me that key. Chop, chop. I'm a blacksmith.
Just climb in the window, bro. Why can't you just climb in the window? That's fucking weird. Dude, just seriously. Oh yeah, I think the monument does have text. That's right, I should go read the monument text. I forgot. Forgot to click on it. Oh my god. 589,425,895 deaths worldwide. Damn. You can jump it. You can jump fairly freely in this game. Look at that. Oh hey. Oh wait, that's him. I think there's one more person to talk to. Life gem, nice. Always good to have. So life gems in this game are like the grass from Demon Souls, which we're gonna play Demon Souls after we finish the Dark Souls series. Hey, look at this. Homeward Bone, and more text. Oh, Victor's Stone. Offer an Awe Stone. Enter Covenant. What covenant is this? Don't accept this one. Okay. All right. Don't do it? Oh, okay. All right, I won't do that. Yikes. Oh, that's hard mode. Okay. I didn't know that. That's good. Good thing somebody yelled at me. I would have joined. I don't need it to be any harder right now than it already is. Here's the sus picture. Poison ahead. Here's the sus pit. Does look like you can get down, but I feel like that would be very dangerous to do. I don't think we should do it quite yet. I literally did join the first... Oh, hello!
Hello there. Welcome to my shop. I'm Morlin, and I sell armor.
Okay, dude.
Oh, sorry, Please do have a look at my wares. I could really use the business. If you'd be so kind.
Sure. Hard leather infantry falconer. Shields. Alright, okay.
I came from the west, from Volgan. Have you been there? It's a lively place, vibrant with trade. Very competitive, of course. And you have to grease the wheels to get anywhere. But I didn't have the funding for that, so I left home in hopes of striking gold. It's been years since then, and I've made very little headway. I don't even know why I'm still here.
Oh, dude, that sucks.
Everything's all run down and dying. It's terrible for business, really.
It's a nice little shop, honestly.
A group calling themselves the Blue Sentinels have gained much power in Volgan.
Ah.
You can't even run a shop without their blessing. They claim to be working for the greater good, but it's absolute hogwash.
Uh-oh.
By the gods, why the hell am I here? Well, I do hope I see you again.
Alright, let's see what's up here. I'm itching to fight some enemies. Hey, treasure chest. Always love finding one of those. Titanite shard, nice. No, I joined the Covenant where you can help help people who are being invaded, because that's nice. It's nice to help them. Being invaded is hard. Locked. Okay. I think we've almost explored everything. Try attacking. Yo! Estus Flask Shard. Hey, that's really helpful. Oh, I know these guys. No, I know these assholes. I'm not fucking with these guys. I know those guys. Those are the fucking asshole pigs. Those pigs will kick your ass. Hey, there's a cat.
Oh, undead, are we? And one without much time remaining.
Ah!
Just about ready to fall apart, I'd say.
No!
Not exactly the time to be chatting with a cat. Oh,
No!
yes. You may call me Shalqua. Enchanté. So, what did you want anyway? Ooh, you smell wonderful. Oh my. Haste makes waste.
I'm not being hasty, I'm getting chased by pigs! Oh god, the pigs are at me. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, God damn it. Shit. 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 These pigs are a nightmare. God damn it. Their hitboxes are so tiny. Ow, my arm itches. Ow, ow, no, don't kill me, don't kill me. Oh. Ow, one down. Ow. Two down. Oh, what was that, Uncle Gumbald? I'm sorry. I beat all three of them. Pigs kicked. They were not innocent. They attacked me first. I didn't hit them first. They attacked me first.
Oh. Who are you again? No, I'm not serious. You do have a rather pleasant scent.
Really? That's weird.
The type I'm quite fond of.
Thanks, Cat. Oh, this lets me keep track of all of them. Okay. Oh. The name engraved ring, the Ring of Whispers, easier to be detected by enemies, reduces damage from falling. I know you need that at some point. The Ring of Evil Eye, old school. Oh, cool.
This place is already dead. Everything will crumble and waste away so that something new may be born.
Wait, what?
Isn't
Is there a
it
pig that comes
wonderful?
kill me if I kill the piglets?
This place is fascinating. We receive only the most peculiar visitors. Folk like yourself. It's enough to keep even a cat amused.
Uh-oh.
Are you going to see the old ones?
Yes.
Those four who have
That
grown
I know.
so incredibly ancient. They must have
Oh, that's
sprouted
really
quite
cool.
a thick coat of moss by now.
That sounds helpful, Baphomet.
For heaven's sake, no one even knows their names anymore. Imagine that. Yes, nothing like yourself.
I love this cat. This cat is
You
sweet.
have a most pleasant scent. It grows nicer with each passing day.
How many days have I been here?
Have you made friends with the man by the sea? He's lost everything. Absolutely everything. The only thing he's good for now is a few tidbits on covenants. Covenants are a type of, well, contract, you might say. You give something to gain something. That's the way humans like it, right? It
Well,
might
humans
be
now.
just the thing you need. But what does a cat know? Did you see that oddly formed rock behind here? Long ago they called it Victor's Stone, as I recall. If you wish to face greater challenges, speak to the rock.
The rock.
Although,
Can
you'd just
you
as well
smell
not.
what the rock is cooking?
This place is all.
Okay, so we
everything
did it.
is. Oh my! Haste makes waste.
I don't want to run into there. So, was there anything over here from the pigs? The pigs are gonna. This is gonna. I'm gonna come to regret the fact that I fought the pigs, aren't I? There's gonna be a pig that comes back and kicks my fucking ass. I bet it's gonna happen. All right, there's one more house to check, and then we move on to the actual game. Oh, this is the actual game. I shouldn't say that. Oh wait, that's the house I can't get into. Okay, wait, what about the back? Can I go around the back of it? All right. All right, so we need to go to the Giant's Forest, I believe, which is this way, right? He said it was past the bonfire. Oh, also, we already got an Estus shard, so we can buff our Estus. Sounds pretty good, honestly. We should definitely have an extra Estus. We need to actually equip these.
Is that a shot? Here, let me see it, so that I may help you. To see light, to see hope.
Thank you.
However faint it might be.
Oh, come on, Uncle Gumball. It didn't even sound close to that. All right. Let's get... Estus shard. All right. Okay, so now I want to practice using my bow a little bit. There's aiming. Be wary of stomach. Message ahead, therefore be wary of despair. Monster ahead. Trap ahead. Is there really? Hold on, let's check the bloodstain. That definitely looks like a trap. But of what type? Is it really just a... It's not safe, but I'm curious now. It's not, I know it's gonna kill me. I know it's gonna kill me, but I want to open it anyway. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna open it even though I know it's gonna kill me. Rusty coin. Is it a fake out? Is it really a fake out? How'd they fake out these bloodstains? So these guys must be fighting something else. Maybe there's an invader or something? Oh, in New Game Plus. Oh, in New Game Plus. Okay. Alright, that makes sense. They're trying to fuck with you in New Game Plus. Confidence, help me. Alright, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Slowly moving door. Okay, so I'll be completely honest. This type of hallway right here is something that I remember a lot of from my first playthrough of Dark Souls 2. For some reason, one of my memories of Dark Souls 2 is like that there were a lot of like hallways like this with repeating textures. Now, I don't know if that's going to end up being true if my memory was accurate, but that was something that I remembered a lot. Be wary of above. Treasure chest. Wary of above. There's probably so many misleading messages. Try dash and then jumping. Oh, interesting. Oh, I bet I could get that. Human effigy. Okay, so let's see. Hey! Homeward Bone and Soul of a Lost Undead. Made it. No! There's an ogre! What makes the game more difficult? No. No. Ooh, okay. This bow feels kind of nice. I don't want to burn through all my arrows, but I feel like killing this guy might be a good use of arrows. I love it! Can't get in here, asshole. What's it feel like to be needled to death? This is revenge for what your brother did to me. I know you didn't do it technically, but... Hey, that was a lot of souls. That was a really good amount of souls. Okay, the bow felt nice, honestly. Weakness in rear. In short, try stabbing in the back. Okay, so that's just, you just get a little shortcut, I guess. I can't believe we fucking got him. That was easy peasy. One of the pieces of advice that I got from Chariot was that one of the things this game wants you to do is to clear areas methodically. And like clear enemies in areas methodically. And that is totally my vibe. I'm absolutely 100% okay with clearing enemies in like a methodical manner. That's like how I tend to like to do Dark Souls zones anyway, so I can explore fully. There are some really cool bows. I think you'll quite enjoy them. That sounds amazing. Does anyone know if Dark Souls 2 has vagrants? Most people didn't know that Dark Souls 1 had vagrants. It was really funny. That was one of the rare moments that I got to feel like I got to be a know-it-all when my partner didn't know what a vagrant was from Dark Souls 1. And I was like, really? You're the one who taught me how to play Dark Souls 1. And my partner had never seen a vagrant. They're just that rare. We never saw one in our playthrough. They're pretty uncommon. It's very common to play the game even through multiple times and never see a vagrant. What's a vagrant? A vagrant are a very rare thing. They appear in places where someone died with, I think the rule is that they have to die with a lot of, I can't remember if it's souls or humanity. I think it's with a lot of humanity. And they're like these weird little crab / spider things. They have like a bunch of weird tendrils growing out of them. And they look really cool. And if you kill them, they drop a bunch of souls and a bunch of humanity and a bunch of other goodies. But they're incredibly, incredibly rare. I mean, honestly, so far, I like the feel of the bow. The feel of the bow so far in this game is pretty snappy, I'm not gonna lie. No, I've never seen them. Yeah, a lot of players have never encountered them. I don't know if they're in Dark Souls 2. Somebody else will have to answer that question. Okay, so I watched Chariot do this area. And now I'm wiser now as a result. Up? Oh shit. That guy looks big. Wait, that's an NPC, right? Is he gonna jump down? That guy looks like he's gonna jump down on me. Oh, he's throwing a bomb. Wait, did he throw that? Oh, he is. Okay. I can kill this bitch. Watch this. He's hiding. Smarty pants. See, what they think you're going to be tempted to do is run over here and grab that item first, which makes sense. And I remember doing that the first time I played this game. I was like, ooh, item, fancy item, gimme. You know? Oh shit, now I woke up a couple of them because I was getting a little careless. Not too bad. Honestly, this combat feels pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, I remember Dark Souls 2 combat feeling way chunkier than I thought. But I'm not gonna lie, this game feels pretty good so far. I mean, especially coming straight out of Dark Souls 1, this game feels pretty smooth in comparison to Dark Souls 1. But I don't remember that. Like this is why I'm really interested in doing this, because a lot of I feel like some of my memories might have been a little misleading, you know? Like, which is why I'm very happy to get to do this again and like actually play the game through. And I think it's especially good to play it. Oh, hey. Oh, that's got to be a doable jump, or do you have to come around? Ooh, that seems sus. I want to give it a try, but it might kill me. Let's do it. Hey, it's doable! Hurrah for bravery. Thank you. I am very brave. I am very brave. The jumping is so much better in this game, it's not even funny. It's actually a million times better. It's so much better than in Dark Souls 1. Fuck. Dark Souls 1 jumping sucks so much ass. It's not even funny. Alright, let's take care of these bitches up here now. Whoa, 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 hey, whoa, whoa. I looked away for 1 second. Oh, this... Yeah, eat shit, asshole. I also remember not liking the life gem system very much, but that's just because I don't like games where there's like an assumption that you'll farm if you're struggling in an area. It was one of my biggest complaints about Bloodborne, believe it or not. Oh my god, I actually wrote an essay about Bloodborne. Where did I post that? It's lost to time. But one of my biggest complaints about Bloodborne is that it was, like, in my opinion, an almost perfect game, but the blood vial and silver bullet farming is legitimately one of the most unpleasant things that they've ever put in a fucking game ever. I hate it so goddamn much. God, I fucking hate it. Silver bullets are actually arguably even more annoying than the blood vials themselves. Also a problem with Lords of the Fallen. Yeah, yep, absolutely. Lords of the Fallen has a lot of problems, and that is one of them indeed. All right, so it's through the fog gate then. Damn, we're doing good. This has been fun. This has been cool. Enemy ahead. Thing sounds really bad over here. We're gonna do this. Ah, I need to get some goddamn endurance as soon as possible. This guy's got a big axe, so he must be slightly hard. Oh! That kill animation! Cool! I don't remember that at all. I don't remember there being cool backstab animations. A fucking unique axe kill? That's sick as shit. I don't remember that at all. Shit. So this is where we're gonna drop back in then. Somebody up there, I see. Ow, ow. Also, the Estus Flask's restoring health over time was a weird decision, in my opinion. I do still feel that that's a weird decision for this game. I don't really know why they decided to go like that. Like, where it's like this gradual heal. Shit. They're shooting at me. Where are they shooting at me? Honestly, this area is like, this weird busted up bridge is very reminiscent of Dark Souls 3. And by that I mean Dark Souls 3's bridge is reminiscent of this game. Because obviously it's the other way around. Jump attack ahead and good luck. Hey, bitch. You encountered 3 vagrants in your first playthrough of Dark Souls 1? That's like unbelievable luck. Witching urn. Let's check out what a witching urn. I don't even know what that is. Witching urn. Explodes to deal magic damage. Sounds useful. Amber herb restores spell uses. Green blossom. Know what that one is. Okay. We got 4 effigies. We're doing good. We're styling right now, honestly. This is pretty great. Hey! Try fire and then dash attack required ahead. That was meant to be down there. Hello.
Buy something, anything. Oh, come now, help an old woman and buy something.
Okay, I'm gonna admit something. I'm gonna admit something to you guys that's probably gonna be, I'm gonna admit something to you guys that's probably gonna come as a shock. I don't think I've ever seen the H-Bomber Guy Dark Souls 2 video. It's like one of the few H-Bomber Guy videos I never watched. And I don't know why. I just literally don't remember. Maybe I did. I might have watched it a long time ago, but if so, I don't remember it.
You're a stranger to this land. Oh, we get as strangers these days. Everybody's gone and run off. Drang Lake's been a pile of rubble since the war fought long, long ago. And the giants crossed the sea.
Oh, interesting. Axe Club Cestus. Hastus. Traveling merchant gear. That's kind of cute. I bet our character would look great in the traveling merchant gear, but that's a lot of stuff to spend. Spells. I don't know anything about if spells are good or fun in this game. Ooh, these things are important. Fragrant branch! She sells a fragrant branch? Oh, the key! I'm getting the key. I'm getting the key. I didn't know she sold a branch, and she also sells a lockstone. I know these things are used to open the weird face doors. Oh man, that's great. I kind of like this. I kind of want to get a fancier outfit than this silly looking thing. I don't want to spend on it yet.
Seemed like the battles would never end. Poor folk like myself have nary a place to sleep. That's why I keep all me things right with me. You may travel light, but methinks you bear a burden of your own.
Oh, this poor lady. Damn, it sounds like this place has been through a lot.
Trees grew from the remains of the giants. From each carcass sprouted new life growing into what you see now. But you know what they also say? Don't believe what an old hag says.
Alright, I'll do that, Chariot. I'll do that.
It's high time that I pick up a move. I've a bargain for you, Nick. It's high time.
Oh, she's leaving.
It's high time of a bargain.
Damn it.
Thank you.
Alright, so we can go level up now, can't we? Burn. Use this item to reverse hollowing. It also weakens links to other worlds, preventing invasions and most cooperations. Oh, I don't want to do that. Also, how do we travel? Oh, travel. It's right, literally right in front of me. I was just blanking. That was fucking dumb. No. I've heard the fashion in this game was a big draw. Hey! Oh, she was snoozing.
Bearer of the curse. Seek souls. Larger, more powerful souls. Seek the king. That is the only way. Lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
Leveling up time. Okay, so. Now this is gonna be hard. So I want to level adaptability pretty quick, right? But also, you can't neglect vigor. So maybe I'll put 1 point into adaptability and 1 point into vigor. Oh, but endurance also. I really need a bigger endurance bar. You can ignore ADP if you learn to sidestep attacks. I'm not gonna ignore ADP. I know that you need it for the iframes. Oh wait, endurance is, no wait, a vitality is equip load. Okay, so I think we'll do vigor and ADP. Good night, Glitchy. Thanks for being here. All right, let's get back. Cardinal Tower. I do like that you can fast travel to begin with in this game. That kind of feels nice. You can use your itemized souls too. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, that's true, that's true, that's true. Oh, and you can use multiple, right? Yes! Excellent innovation. I can just go back, it's fine. That's a good idea though. I will say this. This is one thing I was dead wrong about in the past, is that Dark Souls 2 introduced a lot of really nice little features that were small touches. Changing the jump button, for example,
Seek souls.
excellent.
Seek the king.
Being able to use multiple
That is
items,
the only-
excellent.
lest this land-
Actually awesome. Legitimately cool things that they put in these games. Okay, so that's, oh wow, we can level up, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times, we can level up 4 times. One, 2, 3, and then maybe another point in Dex, 4 for the bonus. I don't know what our ideal Dex is. 8 ADP would be real good if you're gonna focus hard on ADP. I could get right to that, right? I mean, I'm doing good enough damage right now. 8 ADP gives me a lot of, oh, that increases my HP a little bit too. That's kind of nice. And it will give me more rolls, right? Okay, I'll do that then. That sounds great. I want my rolls really badly. That's good to hear, Crystal Keeper. Damn, we have a lot of Dark Souls 2 lovers in chat. I know it. I already know. I can already tell I'm probably gonna eat some crow on this game because I was the very first time I ever talked about Dark Souls 2 on stream, I was a little mean about it. I'll admit, I was in hot take mode. Oh. What? That was bullshit. That was bullshit. I hit it while it was still around. That was so stupid. It was... hello? That's a little weird. Small white sign soapstone and a radiant life gem. Oh, there's an item right there too. No! I was almost there. I'm watchful. You can't trick me. I'm sneaky. I'm sneaky. I know Dark Souls tricks. I've been playing all these games. Dark Souls 2, just because I haven't played Dark Souls 2 in 100 years doesn't mean I don't know this game's silly tricks. Divine blessing, beautiful. Hold on, let's rest and see if we can get that, let's see if we can get that crystal lizard to come back. I want that crystal lizard. You bitch! Oh my god, why are they so hard to hit? What the fuck is going on? It's so fucking annoying. What the fuck is going on? Maybe I should just throw something at it. Hold on, maybe there's a smarter way to engage with this. Like say a throwing knife. One-hand it and do heavy? Oh, nice, nice, nice. Thank you. That's actually really good. I was gonna try throwing knives at it. No, bitch, no! Got it! Titanite shard ×2. Thank you. That was actually very helpful. I will keep that in mind now. Oh, that would have helped a lot with the pigs too. Damn. Oh well. Okay, so we proceed. I'm gonna play wait, what time is it? Let me check on the time. Oh my god, it's midnight already? Shit. shit. Oh, shit. Oh, but it's... Alright, I'll play a little longer. You guys, oh, god damn it. Every day I end up doing a fucking 8-hour stream. No. Ah. Fuck, I'll play a little more. Fuck you. Fine, I'll play a little more. God damn it. You all are so lucky. Ow, ow. The only problem is I'm doing a show on Friday, and then I'm doing another show on Sunday. You guys are getting too much. No one's even gonna like me by the end of this week. Okay, I remember this place being really dangerous. Playing just a little more, okay? Just a little more. Ah, yeah, the salamanders. I remember that. There are a couple things I do remember from this. There's a lot that I don't. Fuck. Oh, not that big of a deal. Wait, I left the item back there? Zach Fletcher with the 666. Thank you very, very much, Zach Fletcher. Zach says, appreciate you still being here with us this late. Listen, I'm a bit of a people pleaser when it comes to my show. Just a tiny bit. LB says, will you show Paul's ego the laugh thing? I know he's seen it. I know for a fact he watched my entire coverage. He was pretty mad about it. I don't know if he was mad. I don't think he was mad about the laugh, but he might take it out on me. And you know what? So be it. I'm not afraid. I have to do a lot of work because tomorrow I'm also gonna have to fucking, oh god damn it. Wow, I took a lot of damage there. What the fuck? Whoa! Shit. God damn it. I mean to fall down there. Soul of a Lost Undead and nice to have an extra toy. I can't remember what I was gonna say. Yeah, but I have to do it. I have to change my setup a little bit to make sure that I'll be able to stream properly. Because whenever I guest on somebody's show, I always have to make like quadruple check. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck. I remember these armadillo nights. Wow, that was a really long range. Excellent use of knives, am I right? Foot soldier shield. I don't like shields. I don't like playing with shields. I think I mentioned this already, but I almost never play with the shield. I don't think I've ever done a straight sword and shield run. I know I probably should someday, but I don't know. There's just something about it. Whoa! What the fuck? My throwing knives are doing a ton even to this guy in heavy armor. What the fuck is this? Some kind of a Dark Soul? Whoa! What? What the fuck is that? Oh, I really thought I dodged in time for that. Ooh. Hey, no problem, Dedurker. I'm really happy to hear that. It really means the world to me. You're gonna have a lot of content this week, so, you know, keep your eyes peeled. I'll be able to keep you entertained a lot. It makes me really happy that I've been able to make you feel better. In my own little way. My own silly little way. Whoa! Forgot about you, bitch. Forgot about that guy. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Okay. Oh, but I need those souls. Oh, what is this bitch doing? That is the earliest fucking finish hit ever. My dear God. Hold on. No. No. Shit. 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 This is so bad. This is not good. This is bad. This is terrible. This is stupid. Wow. Jesus Christ. It worked. How did that work? Skill, that's how. The answer, skill. Treasure ahead, but be wary of enemy. I don't trust this. It's all on fire. I can't do that. Oh, I might not have any choice. Bonfire ahead. Yeah, okay, thanks. Is it even possible to do a tank build in Dark Souls? Yes, it absolutely is. In fact, people love doing tank builds in Dark Souls 3. It's just, in Dark Souls 1, it's really hard. In Dark Souls 3, it's absolutely possible. In Elden Ring, it's absolutely possible. Shit. Oh my God, he's so cute. What a cutie. What a cute guy. Fire longsword. Oh, that sounds sick as shit. Wait, so is all of this is just an alternate area, huh? Or like a... Wait, can I wield that? Oh, I don't have the strength. Wait, I probably can double-handed, right? Test. Fuck, I forgot about the fucking... Forgot about the backwards attack. That does good damage. I can wield it two-handed. does have a nice snappy moveset, I will say. Swings like real quick. I know you're a longsword lover. I've learned that now. Loving those standard swords. I mean, there's something special about them, I will say. There is a magic to it. No doubt about that. Wait, hold on. How do I get up there? Oh. Hold on a second. How the fuck do I get up there? Now, hold on just a minute. What the fuck? Hold on, can I cross tree branches? Oh. No, you can't. Those are not blocked. Maybe from there you could jump? It seems like a long jump. Oh, you could. What? What happened? What the hell was that? That was fucking weird. That was fucking weird. What is this shit, huh? What? Why is that happening? I'm like hitting an invisible wall. Whoa, okay. Wow! The fall damage is brutal! What is this shit? Okay, I better not try that again. I don't think they want me to go over there. Well, I did the ultimate greatsword run through Dark Souls 1, which was definitely very fun, and I would do it again, no doubt. But I don't want to do greatsword every time. In fact, I want every game to be playing a different weapon set that gives people a good look of what these games feel like, and also let me play lots of different stuff so I don't get bored. Oh. Wait. Can't get back up from here? Then where the fuck am I supposed to go? I'm sorry. Hold on. I can't get back. Oh, wait. Yes, I can. Oh, I have to loop around. Through this thing. That's right. Through this hole. And I can run up. This guy's gonna throw bombs at me again. What is going? What the? Fuck these guys. I'm out of here. Fuck these guys. Fuck these bitches. Come on up. Yeah, I dare you. Yeah, that's right. Excuse me? Foot soldier sword. Okay. Alright. Let's go rest. We can level up a bunch. We should go do that. Go level up real quick, and then we're gonna go try and make it to the boss. And then we'll call that for the night. I feel like I've done enough. Honestly though, it's 12:30. I gotta stop. We'll stop here. I don't want to try and make the run for the boss. This has been a lot of fun. But next stream we'll do the first boss. I gotta get my rest. I realize I gotta do it. We played for another 30 minutes. That's fine. All right, put some vigor in. I'll put one more strength in just so I can play with the longsword because the longsword seems really fun. Bearer seek lest. This has been fun anyway. I've been having a good time with this. Haven't you all? This game is, I'm having a good time. I've been excited to play Dark Souls 2, and so far I'm enjoying it. So far, and we'll see how this ages, you know, but so far none of this has been like what I remember it. I remember it, so here's the thing. I've gotten a lot better at Souls games over the years, and one of the things that I didn't like, that I remember not liking, was that I felt like I died to tedious enemies a lot in the past. But I'm not dying as much as I used to. So it might just be that Dark Souls 2 isn't as fun if you're somebody who's dying a lot. Which, I don't know, that might be true. I was bad at Souls games when I first played through Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. Like, bad at Souls games. I was not good at them. And so maybe it's just... Dark Souls 1 is one of those games where even if you're dying a lot, you're having a lot of fun. Or at least I feel like that. I've always felt like Dark Souls 1 is super good at making it feel like you're always making some kind of progress or getting a little better. And that might just not be the case for Dark Souls 2. It might just be a game where the deaths aren't as like rewarding, you know? But I don't know yet. Rats, they are a little janky, but try killing them in a different way than you're approaching them. Don't be afraid to cheese out the rats. Buy some fire bombs or throwing knives. Rats only exist in certain parts of the game, and so don't be afraid to kill them in dirty ways. There are enemies that I like absolutely hate fighting in every Dark Souls game, and if you find a way to reliably kill them, just kill them that way. Don't like bang your head against a wall if you're like running into an enemy type that gives you trouble. It's kind of like the those demons in the ruins of Dark Souls 3. In Dark Souls 3, in the demon ruins, there's like these goat demons that like summon fireballs, and they're really fucking annoying. And I will always I don't remember what I use. I think it's the rancor pots or something like that. That's from Elden Ring, but they're like the equivalent. They're like the damage that that does the... It's like they don't scale off of anything. They just do a large base damage. And kukris is another thing that I use. I'll just stock up on those and then kill them, cheese them down in dumb ways because they're just so annoying to fight. Anyway, it's time. I have to go rest. I want to say thank you all for watching. Thank you for enjoying this yet another 7.5 hour stream. I've had a really good time. We got some short segments out of it. I think that the future will be bright, and I'm going to take TJ's criticism and actually make some short content because I know it'll be good for the channel. I want to say thank you all for watching. Thank you all for supporting me, seriously. And remember, we've got a stream coming up on Friday and on Sunday. We got the debate with Paul's Ego on Friday, and on Sunday, we've got a community call-in stream where you could call in and talk to me, and I'd love to see you there. Anyway, have a wonderful night, and remember, rule number 1, do not die. Been wonderful hanging. See y'all soon. Bye for now.